New York's Backbone, A Passing Glimpse of America's Most Famous Thoroughfare by Emma Archer Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Broadway. A unique street is this endless highway of New York City, which was once but an insignificant Indian trail tipping the rocky ridge that constituted the backbone of Manhattan Island, and was used by the Mannahattas when making their peregrinations to and from the sea. A romantic history has this old thoroughfare from its aboriginal days down to these, its most civilized and cosmopolitan period, and proud is the city of this ancient cradle of New York, for Broadway antedates even the days of Henry Hudson, the time from which almost everything pertaining to the metropolis is reckoned. Indeed, Broadway antedates European highways, for, while Europe boasts of her old roads, made centuries back when civilization commenced to emerge from the Dark Ages, New York can go the old world one better. Broadway always was. Skipping history, passing the days when Manhattan Island was sold for $24, passing the days of Dutch and British rule, of the period when colonial society centered on Lower Broadway, when Lord Cornwallis, Lord Howe, and Sir Henry Clinton, Talleyrand, General Gates, Benedict Arnold, and other celebrities lived there, when President Washington, during his short sojourn in the city, finding Cherry Hill, now the Manhattan terminus of the Brooklyn Bridge, too far out in the country to enable him to be in the social swim, moved down nearly opposite Wall Street, and passing scores of other interesting and important events in the street's national, municipal, commercial, and social history, we take it as it is today. What a place Broadway is, and what a vast amount of entertainment can be gained by a visit to it. Unique, indeed, and never-ending in versatility with its shifting, changing life. Architecturally, the street is many stories above and many stories below ground. It is like city after city, built each on top of the other. Officially, it is 14 miles long, extending to the Yonkers line. In reality, it lopes along to Albany, where it is supposed to end, since New Yorkers cannot conceive of anything going beyond the capital of their state. Locally, the length, breadth, height, and depth of the street is measured by the time of day or night. Broadway is a great, living, breathing thing, its life and pulsations visible in localities, according to the moods and modes of the restless, human element which imbues it. Someone has said that if one stands long enough at one place on Broadway, he will see half the people he ever knew. Maybe the remark is a bit exaggerated, but one need not stand long in one spot to see many people, and he will see all classes, kinds, nationalities, and conditions in the general procession. Though sidewalks are wide, they are not broad enough to accommodate all who would travel them. The throngs push and jostle along in uncomfortable and acrobatic fashion. They thread their ways in and out, dodging horses and bumping into wagons, carriages, and automobiles. Looking on the street from an elevated position is like viewing a mighty black stream, rapid and ceaseless in its movement, with countless outlets to relieve it of its constantly swelling tide. And what a motley stream of humanity it is, taking the street in its entirety through the many divisions of the great city. In its lower part, where are located great financial, banking, and legal institutions, one may see kings of finance and men who have laid down the affairs of the nation to take up business in New York at a neck and neck pace, sans dignity, with messenger boys and tramps, each trying to get ahead of the other or to cross the street before a coal truck, a load of tropical fruit, or an indiscriminating juggernaut of a streetcar crushes them to a jelly. Wild-eyed immigrants in odd-looking costumes, with bundles and trunks balanced on their heads, bump into almost everybody of note as they stare at the cloud-piercing buildings of this new world wonderland. The whole world crosses Broadway at City Hall Park, and Chambers Street on its way to the bridge. People and vehicles, clergymen and gamblers, trucks and automobiles, funeral processions and wedding parties, fakirs and merchants, journalists and society men, women of sterling worth, and painted and ragged outcasts from society, travel wheel to wheel, elbow to elbow, and skirt to skirt across that busy center. Merchants from every city in the world visit the wholesale districts, and where the street makes a turn now and then on its way past Union and Madison squares, the Circle, and other oases in the heart of the busy city, one sees innumerable battered and worthless members of the Sons of Perpetual Rest, idly dreaming as they look out from their beautiful secluded retreats on the busy movement before them. From the Battery to Yonkers, it is like an endless panorama in its diversity of people, motives, and structures, of business and pleasure. Every class of trade, profession, and commerce, every science and every religion is represented here. One can buy everything on Broadway. Everything. Hats, railroads, shoes, ships, dresses, a title, neckties, food, land, shoestrings, pictures, theater tickets, new things and old things, things one needs and things one doesn't need, things one should have and things one shouldn't have. Such a jumbled street of finance and catch-penny contrivances, such a mixture of good and evil, of greatness and insignificance, of honesty and trickery, of distinction and social ostracism as it all is. And what a study! The old and the new are side by side. The living and the dead are in constant proximity. Away down on Broadway are old St. Paul's and Trinity, with the dead sleeping in their respective churchyards, a holy calm resting over all. While hemming them in are great, busy buildings, the number of people in any one of which is sufficient to populate a good-sized village. Grace Church, with its beautiful lawn and quiet air of sacred solitude, has for a neighbor a German restaurant where tables and chairs are set outside in the summertime and beer served. Immense skyscrapers with electric lights, elevators, and other modern improvements rise 26 stories, while nestling close to their bases are little old-fashioned 4- and 5-story buildings where tenants have to walk upstairs and everything has a generally dilapidated look. In one corner of Trinity's churchyard is a fine monument erected to the noble dead of the Civil War. Directly opposite is the entrance to Wall Street, the pit into which thousands fall to financial ruin each year. So it goes as Broadway wends its way. It has its centers where certain activities and interests peculiar to those localities exist, none of which is more noted than the Rialto, that section between 28th and 45th Streets, locally known as the Great White Way, because of the thousands of glittering theatrical and other electric street signs. The Rialto is awake while other parts of Broadway sleep. Here are the theaters, music halls, eating houses, and many hotels. Here, nightly, rolling wheels, clattering hoofs, motor vehicles, and hurrying feet are traveling pleasure's highway after the day's turmoil of business. Here actor folk assemble, and here also the stranger within the city's gates spends his money. This part of Broadway, especially when the lights are on, is considered by many to be the essence of New York. At places are little kiosks on either side of the roadway. Hurrying people plunge into and emerge from these all day and all night. They are the entrances and exits of the subway, the city's $36 million transportation line. Although this underground railway has been in operation but a year, carrying thousands of persons daily, it is already overwhelmed with its task, and the shrill little shrieks of its electric whistles that tear up through entrances and air vents are like plaintive calls for help. They also remind one of the marvelous and rapid changes that have swept the length of the old zigzag street. Mentally, one hears the tyrannical snap of the stage driver's whip and the musical tinkle of the horse car bell that not so long ago cleared the way for the bold and haughty monopolists in the matter of public carriers. A momentary comparison of Broadway of yesterday with the street of today explains the necessary presence of more rapid means of transit. The famous thoroughfare cannot be adequately described. Nothing short of a promenade will acquaint one with its characteristics and peculiarities. But if there is anything in mundane affairs that is worth while, it is a stroll along this backbone of gay Gotham. End of New York's Backbone by Emma Archer Osborne. Recording by Betty B.
The Problem of Types in Poetry. Carl Spitteler's Prometheus and Epimetheus. By Carl Gustav Jung, 1875 to 1961. From Psychological Types, or the Psychology of Individuation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. If among the themes offered to the poet by the intricacies of emotional life, the problem of types did not play a significant role, it would practically prove that such a problem did not exist. But we have already seen how in Schiller this problem stirred the poet in him as deeply as the thinker. In this chapter we shall turn our attention to a poetic work which is almost exclusively based on the motif of the type problem. I refer to Carl Spitteler's Prometheus and Epimetheus, which first appeared in 1881. I have no wish to explain at the outset that Prometheus, the forethinker, stands for the introvert, while Epimetheus, the man of action and afterthinker, signifies the extrovert. In the conflict of these two figures, the principal issue is the battle of the introverted with the extroverted line of development in one and the same individual, though the poetic presentation has embodied the conflict in two independent figures with their typical destinies. It is self-evident that Prometheus exhibits introverted character traits. He presents the picture of a man faithfully introverted to his inner world, true to his soul. His reply to the angel is a telling expression of his nature. Yet it is not mine to judge my soul's appearance, for behold, my mistress she is, my God in joy and sorrow. And whatsoever I am, I have from her alone, and so with her will I share my glory, and if need be, boldly will I renounce it. Footnote: Prometheus and Epimetheus, Dietrich's edition, 1920, page 9. End footnote. In this act Prometheus surrenders himself unconditionally to his own soul, i.e., to the function of relation to the inner world. Hence the soul has also a mysterious metaphysical character, precisely on account of its relation to the unconscious. Prometheus concedes it absolute significance, as mistress and guide, in the same unconditional manner in which Epimetheus yields himself to the world. He sacrifices his individual ego to the soul, to the relation with the unconscious, as the mother womb of eternal images and meanings. He thereby surrenders the self, since he loses the counterweight of the persona, i.e., the relation to the external object. With this surrender to his soul, Prometheus drops away from every connection with the surrounding world, thus escaping the indispensable correction gained through external reality. But this loss is irreconcilable with the nature of this world. Therefore an angel appears to Prometheus, clearly a representative of world government. Expressed psychologically, he is the projected image of a tendency directed towards reality adaptation. The angel accordingly says to Prometheus, It shall come to pass, if thou dost not prevail and free thyself from thy soul's unrighteous way, that the great reward of many years, and thy heart's content, and all the fruits of thy subtle mind shall be lost unto thee. And in another place, rejected shalt thou be on the day of glory for the sake of thy soul, who knoweth no God, and heedeth no law, for to her arrogance nothing is holy, neither in heaven nor upon earth. Because Prometheus has a one-sided orientation to his soul, every impulse towards adaptation to the outer world tends to be repressed, and to sink into the unconscious. Consequently, if perceived at all, they appear as separate from the individuality, hence as projections. In this connection it would seem that there is a certain contradiction in the fact that the soul, whose cause Prometheus has espoused, and which he as it were accepted in full consciousness, appears as a projection. Since the soul, like the persona, is a function of relationship, it must consist in a certain sense of two parts, one part belonging to the individuality, and the other adhering to the object of relationship, in this case the unconscious. One is indeed generally inclined, unless one is a frank adherent to the Hartmann philosophy, to grant the unconscious only the relative existence of a psychological factor. On the grounds of the theory of cognition, we are as yet quite unable to make any valid statement with regard to an objective reality of the phenomenal psychological complex which we term the unconscious, just as we are equally powerless to determine anything valid about the nature of real things which lie beyond our psychological capacity. On the ground of experience, I must, however, point out that in relation to our conscious activity, the contents of the unconscious make the same claim to reality by virtue of their obstinacy and persistence as do the real things of the outer world, even when this challenge appears very improbable to a mentality with a preferential bias towards external reality. It must not be forgotten that there have always been many for whom the contents of the unconscious possessed a greater reality than the things of the outer world. The history of human thought bears witness to both realities. A more searching investigation of the human psyche shows unquestionably that there is, on the whole, an equally strong influence from both sides upon conscious activity, so that psychologically we have a right on purely empirical grounds to treat the contents of the unconscious as just as real as the things of the outer world, albeit these two realities may be mutually contradictory and appear entirely different in their natures. But to subordinate one reality over the other would be an altogether unjustifiable presumption. Theosophy and spiritualism are no better than materialism in their outrageous encroachments upon reality. We have, in fact, to resign ourselves to the sphere of our psychological possibilities. The peculiar reality of unconscious contents, therefore, gives us the same right to describe these as objects as the things of the outer world. Whereas the persona, considered as a relation, is always conditioned by the outer object, and hence is as firmly anchored in the outer object as it is in the subject. The soul, as a relation to the inner object, is similarly represented by the inner object. In a sense, therefore, it is always distinct from the subject, and is actually perceptible as something distinct. Hence it appears to Prometheus as something quite separate from his individual ego. In the same way as a man who yields himself entirely to the outer world still has the world as an object distinct from himself, so the unconscious world of images remains as an object distinct from the subject, even when a man is wholly surrendered to it. Just as the unconscious world of mythological images speaks indirectly through the experience of external things to the man who abandons himself to the outer world, so the real world and its claims find their way indirectly to the man who has surrendered himself to the soul, for no man can escape both realities. If a man is fixed upon the outer reality, he must live his myth. If he is turned towards the inner reality, then must he dream his outer, his so-called real life. Thus the soul says to Prometheus, "A god of crime am I, who leadeth thee astray upon untrodden paths. But thou wouldest not hearken unto me, and now hath it come to pass according to my words. For my sake have they robbed thee of the glory of thy name, and stolen from thee thy life's content." Footnote: Prometheus and Epimetheus, pages 24 and following. Prometheus refuses the kingdom the angel offers him, which means that he refuses adaptation to things as they are, because his soul is demanded from him in exchange. While the subject, i.e. Prometheus, is essentially human, the soul is of quite a different character. It is daemonic, because the inner object, namely the supra-personal collective unconscious, to which it is attached as the function of relation, gleams through it. The unconscious, regarded as the historical background of the psyche, contains in a concentrated form the entire succession of engrams, imprints, which from time immemorial have determined the psychic structure as it now exists. These engrams may be regarded as function traces, which typify on the average the most frequently and intensely used functions of the human soul. These function engrams present themselves in the form of mythological themes and images, appearing often in identical form and always with striking similarity among all races. They can also be easily verified in the unconscious material of modern man. It is intelligible, therefore, that avowedly animal traits or elements should also appear among the unconscious contents by the side of those sublime figures which from oldest times have accompanied man on the road of life. The unconscious disposes of a whole world of images, whose boundless range yields in nothing to the claims of the world of real things. To the one who personally surrenders himself wholly to the outer world, the unconscious comes in the form of some intimate and beloved being, in whom, should his destiny lie in extreme devotion to the personal object, he will experience the duality of the world and his own nature. In like manner there comes to the other a daemonic personification of the unconscious embodying the totality, the extreme oppositeness and duality of the world of images. These are borderline phenomena which overstep the normal. Hence the normal mind knows nothing of these cruel enigmas. They do not exist for him. It is always only the few who reach the rim of the world where its mirage begins. For the man who stands always upon the normal path, the soul has a human and not a dubious daemonic character, neither do his fellow men appear to him in the least problematical. Only complete abandonment either to one world or to the other evokes their duality. Spittler's intuition caught that picture of the soul which in a less profound nature would at most have found utterance in dreams. Accordingly we read, page 25, "And while he thus demeaned himself in the fury of his passion, there played a strange quiver about her mouth and face, and ever and again her eyelids flickered, shutting and opening hastily, and behind the soft, delicate fringe of her lashes there lurked something which threatened and crept about like the fire which glideth stealthily through the house, or like the tiger stealing among the bushes, while from the dark foliage in broken flashes gleameth ever and anon his yellow mottled flanks. The line of life which Prometheus chooses is thus unmistakably introverted. He sacrifices all connection with the present in order to create in anticipation the distant future. It is very different with Epimetheus. He realizes that his aim is the world and what the world values. Hence he says to the angel, "Yet now I long for truth, and my soul lieth in thy hand, and it please thee. Therefore give me a conscience that will teach me shun and ness, and every just precept." Epimetheus cannot resist the temptation to fulfill his own destiny and submit himself to the soulless point of view. This junction with the world is immediately rewarded. And it came to pass, as Epimetheus rose up, that he felt his stature was increased, and his courage more steadfast. He was at one with all his being, and his whole feeling was sound and mightily at ease. And thus he strode with bold steps through the valley, on a straight course, as one who feareth no man, and with a bold glance like a man inspired by the contemplation of his own riches. He has, as Prometheus says, bartered his free soul for shun and ness. The soul is lost to him in favor of his brother. He has followed his extraversion, and because this orientates him towards the external object, he is caught up in the desires and expectations of the world, seemingly at first to his great advantage. He has become an extrovert, after having lived many solitary years under the influence of his brother as an extrovert, falsified through imitation of the introvert. Such involuntary simulation dans le caractère occurs not infrequently. His conversion to true extraversion is, therefore, a step towards truth, and deservedly brings him a partial reward. Whilst Prometheus, through the tyrannical claims of his soul, is hampered in every relation to the external object, and has to make the cruellest sacrifices in the service of the soul, Epimetheus receives an immediately effective shield against the danger that most threatens the extrovert, viz., a complete surrender to the external object. This protection consists in the conscience, which is based upon traditional right ideas, and which therefore possesses that not to be despised treasure of inherited worldly wisdom, which is employed by public opinion in much the same fashion as the judge uses the penal code. This provides Epimetheus with a circumscribed code which restrains him from abandoning himself to objects in the same degree as Prometheus does to his soul. This is forbidden him by the conscience, which stands in the place of his soul. When Prometheus turns his back upon the world of men and its codified conscience, he falls into the hands of his cruel soul mistress with her arbitrary power, and only through endless suffering does he make expiation for his neglect of the world. The prudent restraint of a blameless conscience sets such a bandage over Prometheus's eyes that he must blindly live his myth, but ever with a sense of doing right, since he dwells in constant harmony with general expectation, with success ever at his side, since he fulfills the wishes of all. Thus men desire to see the king, And thus Epimetheus plays his part to the inglorious end, never forsaken by the strong backing of public approval. His self-assurance and self-righteousness, his unshakable confidence in his general worth, his unquestionable right doing and good conscience, present an easily recognizable portrait of that extroverted character which Jordan depicted. Compare page 102 and the following pages describing the visit of Epimetheus to the sick Prometheus, where King Epimetheus is anxious to heal his suffering brother. And when all was duly accomplished, the king stepped forth, and supported by a friend on the left hand and on the right, he lifted up his voice in greeting, and spake these well-intentioned words. My heart grieveth me on thy account, Prometheus, my beloved brother. But now take heart, for behold, I have here a salve of virtue for every ill. Wondrous is its healing power, both in heat and in frost, and thou mayest use it alike to comfort or chastise thyself. And speaking thus, he took his staff, and bound the salve fast, and proffered it to him all warily with weighty mien. But hardly had Prometheus perceived the odor and aspect of the ointment than he turned his head away with disgust. Whereupon the king changed the tone of his voice, and began to cry aloud and to prophesy with great heat. Of a truth it seemeth thou hast need of greater punishment, since thy present fate does not suffice to teach thee. And speaking thus, he drew a mirror from his cloak, and declared unto him all things from the beginning, and became very eloquent, and knew all his faults. The words of Jordan are speakingly illustrated in this scene. Society must be pleased, if possible. If it will not be pleased, it must be astonished. If it will neither be pleased nor astonished, it must be pestered and shocked. In the above scene we find almost the same climax. In the Orient, a rich man makes known his rank by never showing himself in public unless supported by 2 slaves. Epimetheus affects this pose in order to make an impression. Well-doing must at the same time be combined with admonition and moral discourse. And as that does not produce an effect, the other must at least be horrified by the picture of his own baseness. Thus everything is aimed towards making an impression. There is an American saying which runs, "In America 2 sorts of men make good, the man who can do something and the man who can bluff well," which means that pretense is sometimes just as successful as actual performance. An extrovert of this kind preferably makes his effect by appearance. The introvert tries to force the situation, and to this end may even abuse his work. If we fuse Prometheus and Epimetheus into one personality, we should have a man outwardly Epimethean and inwardly Promethean, an individual constantly torn by both tendencies, each seeking to enlist the ego finally on its side. End of The Problem of Types in Poetry, Carl Spittler's Prometheus and Epimetheus, by Carl Gustav Jung, 1875 to 1961, published in 1923.
Everyday Japan by Mabel Loomis Todd. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Artistic consistency pervades Japan. During one of our visits to that flowery land, the fact was vividly illustrated. An American acquaintance bought in Tokyo an exquisite ivory carving, a Japanese lady seated beside a low table and vase of flowers. One of the daintiest figures of a well-known artist, this lovely bit was, nevertheless, bought for half, yes, a tenth part of its normal price. And why? Simply because, perhaps, in a moment of abstraction, the carver had represented cherry blossoms in the vase, while showing a chrysanthemum pattern in the embroidery of the lady's kimono. No Japanese of refinement would wear a robe out of character with the season, said the dealer simply, and no Japanese would care to own such a combination. Whereupon the American gaily departed with his prize. Such fineness of detail would not trouble his countrymen. And this, in different manifestations, seems the pervasive spirit of the country. A respectfulness of attitude toward beauty, an appreciation found with us only in favored classes, tinges the entire nation, low as well as high. Temples and public buildings are not defaced by insignificant names of sightseers. Porcelain seats, storks, vases, lanterns, wood carvings remain uninjured and untouched in parks and gardens, and enthusiastic groups may constantly be seen surrounding any artistic object, gazing lovingly, admiringly, discriminatingly upon its beauties. Their attitude is much like that of the German masses toward the best music. How many generations it will require for our own millions to reach this point would perhaps not be safe to predict. Many years ago, during our first visit to Japan, we spent nearly 3 months in an old feudal castle, in a small city somewhat over 100 miles from Tokyo. Raised 80 feet above the town, and surrounding rice fields by 3 tiers of stone embankments, saved from too close scrutiny by a moat filled with blossoming lotus, the picturesque old stronghold stood sentinel on its pinnacle, while swinging garlands of white roses, nodding themselves in every crevice, gave a touch of grace and beauty to the grim walls. The surrounding country was full of myriads of wild flowers and of Easter lilies, tall, white, fragrant. Too much of a temptation to resist, day after day found me painting their lovely tints on whatever improvised canvas I could secure. Large trays of natural wood, even the coolie raincoats, were brought into service, until my room, wide open to the summer air, began to resemble a studio in earnest. The amount of interest those flower studies raised, not only among our own servants and assistants, but in the city as well, could hardly have been matched in any other country. Japanese callers flocked to the castle, watching as I worked, until finally it became a custom for the upper class visitors to bring their own trays, bamboo mats, long strips of paper to be made into kakemonos, whatever pleased them, with the request that I would paint even one blossom on these varied articles. I found my hands full, and was finally obliged to refuse, after having done about a dozen for the various city fathers. I was sorry as well as they. Their innocent joy in the work, their silent watching of every stroke, their sigh of appreciation when any one touch brought out the effect I wanted, and which they instinctively recognized, all were subtle, if unintentional, but no less agreeable flattery. Their presents to us, continually offered, were characteristic. These interested, warm-hearted men still wore the beautiful old native costume, unspoiled by Derby hats and American boots, and day after day they toiled up the grassy paths under the flat-topped pines with their offerings. On one occasion the gift consisted of 8 quail, alive and very happy, pecking gaily about their bamboo cage. For Eku-sama, tiffin, luncheon, they explained, bowing themselves away with many gracious smiles. But the birds did not appear at tiffin that day, nor at dinner, nor the next. I frequently interrogated the cook as to their whereabouts, and asked him to give them to us soon, at which he smiled and bowed amiably, pointing to the little cage set in the shade of a flowering shrub with its bright-eyed occupants. When a week had gone by, and that day's menu was still flexible, I finally told him that now he must cook them. A look of distress overspread his face. He bowed silently. That night at dinner some excellent chickens were served, but no quail. The reason finally came out reluctantly. Not a single man in our employ was willing to kill them, so they were finally taken down into the town and exchanged for some chickens, already killed, thus saving the feelings of our tender-hearted menials. We have usually had our tables supplied and served in European style, even when traveling in the interior or camping in remote localities, but occasionally the native inns have proved too tempting in their fresh beauty and daintiness, and we have eaten and slept and lived on the floor like veritable natives. The tiny table set before each one, with its collection of pretty china dishes and lacquer bowl for soup, the attractive maids waiting on their knees, the always delicious pale yellow, omnipresent tea, the whole gently gay, friendly atmosphere is irresistible. One never sees their spoon or knife, though they are used in preparing the meal. Kitchen utensils only, they are reserved for the use of servants in homely tasks, while chopsticks, of ivory or ebony, lacquer or plain wood, are brought to the traveler. And really, after learning their proper use, knives and forks do seem a clumsy invention beside the pretty grace of these toy expedients. It is easy to acquire their manipulation, not, however, until one is able successfully to lift an egg in the shell by their aid, may the pupil be considered really expert. Fish is so delicately cooked that its shredding by chopsticks is very simple, and vegetables are already in pieces small enough to eat. The large beans, lily bulbs, bamboo shoots are easy to manipulate, while of course rice presents no difficulties at all. I never could acquire the ability to have my rice bowl filled more than 3 times at one meal, though I should not dare to numerate the multitudinous refillings indulged in by all Japanese. It is even more than their staff of life. One soon learns to recognize the street cries, as vegetable vendors, pipe sellers, men with dwarfed pines, and other itinerant shopmen pass with their wares, and pertinent enough the calls often are, successfully translating the article into vocal expression. Dainty and deeply ingrained in national habit as are their methods of cooking and dining, however, and widely as these differ from Western ways, the Japanese are singularly adaptable, and it only needed a little suggestion of our use of centerpieces and doilies of all sorts for them to seize the idea at once, and with their infinite patience and cultivated taste, drawn work and embroidery of most exquisite kinds were speedily produced. To those who are purists in art, demanding that everything shall be made by each nation, irrespective of the wants of foreigners, and never for purposes of sale to the barbarous outsider, these lovely centerpieces will not appeal as Japanese works, but in themselves they are the most beautiful in the world. It is in coarse satsuma, cheap lacquer, and rough cloisonne, made in foreign shapes solely for sale, and obviously far removed from their own ideas of the sacredness of beauty, that we see art degeneration in Japan, a sad sight in any country, but most of all there, where the subtle feeling for art is actually breathed in the air from earliest infancy. It must be generations yet, however, before the moneyed foreigner, with more yen than taste, will succeed in prostituting the art, or many of the customs of a country which was critical in the texture of a surface, and making lacquers to defy the wear of centuries, when America was still unbroken forest, and all undreaming of its coming conquerors from beyond the sea. End of Everyday Japan, by Mabel Loomis Todd. Recording by Betty B.
The Ideal House by Robert Louis Stevenson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 2 things are necessary in any neighborhood where we propose to spend a life: a desert and some living water. There are many parts of the earth's face which offer the necessary combination of a certain wildness with a kindly variety. A great prospect is desirable, but the want may be otherwise supplied. Even greatness can be found on the small scale. for the mind and the eye measure differently. Bold rocks near hand are more inspiriting than distant Alps, and a thick fern upon a Surrey heath makes a fine forest for the imagination, and the dotted yew trees noble mountains. A Scottish moor with birches and firs grouped here and there upon a knoll, or one of those rocky seaside deserts of Provence overgrown with rosemary and thyme and smoking with aroma, are places where the mind is never weary. Forests, being more enclosed, are not at first sight so attractive, but they exercise a spell. They must, however, be diversified with either heath or rock, and are hardly to be considered perfect without conifers. Even sandhills, with their intricate plan and their gulls and rabbits, will stand well for the necessary desert. The house must be within hail of either a little river or the sea. A great river is more fit for poetry than to adorn a neighborhood. Its sweep of waters increases the scale of the scenery and the distance of one notable object from another. And a lively burn gives us, in the space of a few yards, a greater variety of promontory and islet, of cascade, shallow goyle, and boiling pool, with answerable changes both of song and color, than a navigable stream in many hundred miles. The fish, too, make a more considerable feature of the brookside, and the trout plumping in the shadow takes the ear. A stream should, besides, be narrow enough to cross, or the burn hard by a bridge, or we are at once shut out of Eden. The quantity of water need be of no concern, for the mind sets the scale and can enjoy a Niagara fall of 30 inches. Let us approve the singer of shallow rivers by whose falls melodious birds sing madrigals. If the sea is to be our ornamental water, choose an open seaboard with a heavy beat of surf. One much broken in outline, with small havens and dwarf headlands, if possible a few islets, and, as a first necessity, rocks reaching out into deep water. Such a rock on a calm day is a better station than the top of Tenerife or Chimborazo. In short, both for the desert and the water, the conjunction of many near and bold details is bold scenery for the imagination and keeps the mind alive. Given these two prime luxuries, the nature of the country where we are to live is, I had almost said, indifferent. After that, inside the garden, we can construct a country of our own. Several old trees, a considerable variety of level, several well-grown hedges to divide our garden into provinces, a good extent of old, well-set turf, and thickets of shrubs and evergreens to be cut into and cleared at the new owner's pleasure, are the qualities to be sought for in your chosen land. Nothing is more delightful than a succession of small lawns, opening one out of the other through tall hedges. These have all the charm of the old bowling green repeated, do not require the labor of many trimmers, and afford a series of changes. You must have much lawn against the early summer, so as to have a great field of daisies, the year's morning frost, as you must have a wood of lilacs to enjoy to the full the period of their blossoming. Hawthorn is another of the spring's ingredients, but it is even best to have a rough public lane at one side of your enclosure, which, at the right season, shall become an avenue of bloom and odor. The old flowers are the best, and should grow carelessly in corners. Indeed, the ideal fortune is to find an old garden, once very richly cared for, since sunk into neglect, and to tend, not repair, that neglect. It will thus have a smack of nature and wildness, which skillful dispositions cannot overtake. The gardener should be an idler, and have a gross partiality to the kitchen plots. An eager or toilful gardener misbecomes the garden landscape. A tasteful gardener will be ever meddling, will keep the borders raw, and take the bloom off nature. Close adjoining, if you are in the south, an olive yard; if in the north, a swarded apple orchard, reaching to the stream, completes your miniature domain. But this is perhaps best entered through a door in the high fruit wall. so that you close the door behind you on your sunny plots, your hedges and evergreen jungle, when you go down to watch the apples falling in the pool. It is a golden maxim to cultivate the garden for the nose, and the eyes will take care of themselves. Nor must the ear be forgotten. Without birds, a garden is a prison yard. There is a garden near Marseille on a steep hillside, walking by which, upon a sunny morning, your ear will suddenly be ravished with a burst of small and very cheerful singing, some score of cages being set out there to sun their occupants. This is a heavenly surprise to any passer-by, but the price paid to keep so many ardent and winged creatures from their liberty will make the luxury too dear for any thoughtful pleasure-lover. There is only one sort of bird that I can tolerate caged, though even then I think it hard, and that is what is called in France the bec d'argent. I once had 2 of these pygmies in captivity, and in the quiet hire house upon a silent street where I was then living, their song, which was not much louder than a bee's, but airily musical, kept me in a perpetual good humor. I put the cage upon my table when I worked, carried it with me when I went for meals, and kept it by my head at night. The first thing in the morning, these maestrini would pipe up. But these, even if you can pardon their imprisonment, are for the house. In the garden, the wild birds must plant a colony, a chorus of the lesser warblers that should be almost deafening, a blackbird in the lilacs, a nightingale down the lane so that you must stroll to hear it, and yet a little farther, treetops populous with rooks. Your house should not command much outlook. It should be set deep and green, though upon rising ground, or, if possible, crowning a knoll for the sake of drainage. Yet it must be open to the east, or you will miss the sunrise. Sunset occurring so much later, you can go up a few steps and look the other way. A house of more than 2 stories is a mere barrack. Indeed, the ideal is of 1 story, raised upon cellars. If the rooms are large, the house may be small. A single room, lofty, spacious, and lightsome, is more palatial than a castleful of cabinets and cupboards. Yet size in a house, and some extent and intricacy of corridor, is certainly delightful to the flesh. The reception room should be, if possible, a place of many recesses, which are petty, retiring places for conference. But it must have 1 long wall with a divan, for a day spent upon a divan among a world of cushions is as full of diversion as to travel. The eating room, in the French mode, should be ad hoc, unfurnished, but with a buffet, the table, necessary chairs, 1 or 2 of Canaletto's etchings, and a tile fireplace for the winter. In neither of these public places should there be anything beyond a shelf or 2 of books. But the passages may be 1 library from end to end, and the stair, if there be one, lined with volumes in old leather, very brightly carpeted, and leading halfway up, and by way of landing, to a windowed recess with a fireplace. This window, almost alone in the house, should command a handsome prospect. Husband and wife must each possess a studio. On the woman's sanctuary I hesitate to dwell, and turn to the man's. The walls are shelved waist-high for books, and the top thus forms a continuous table running round the wall. Above are prints, a large map of the neighborhood, a Corot and a Claude or 2. The room is very spacious, and the 5 tables and 2 chairs are but as islands. 1 table is for actual work, 1 close by for references in use, 1 very large for manuscripts or proofs that wait their turn, 1 kept clear for an occasion, and the 5th is the map table, groaning under a collection of large-scale maps and charts. Of all books, these are the least wearisome to read, and the richest in matter. The course of roads and rivers, the contour lines and the forests and the maps, the reefs, soundings, anchors, sailing marks, and little pilot pictures in the charts, and in both the bead roll of names, make them of all printed matter the most fit to stimulate and satisfy the fancy. The chair in which you write is very low and easy, and backed into a corner. At one elbow the fire twinkles. Close at the other, if you are a little inhumane, your cage of silver bills are twittering into song. Joined along by a passage, you may reach the great, sunny, glass-roofed and tiled gymnasium, at the far end of which, lined with bright marble, is your plunge and swimming bath, fitted with a capacious boiler. The whole loft of the house, from end to end, makes one undivided chamber. Here are set forth tables on which to model imaginary or actual countries in putty or plaster, with tools and hardy pigments, a carpenter's bench, and a spared corner for photography, while at the far end a space is kept clear for playing soldiers. 2 boxes contain the 2 armies of some 500 horse and foot, 2 others the ammunition of each side, and a 5th the foot rules and the 3 colors of chalk, with which you lay down, or after a day's play, refresh the outlines of the country, red or white for the 2 kinds of road, according as they are suitable or not for the passage of ordnance, and blue for the course of the obstructing rivers. Here I foresee that you may pass much happy time. Against a good adversary, a game may well continue for a month, for with armies so considerable, 3 moves will occupy an hour. It will be found to set an excellent edge on this diversion, if one of the players shall, every day or so, write a report of the operations in the character of army correspondent. I have left to the last the little room for winter evenings. This should be furnished in warm, positive colors, and sofas and floor thick with rich furs. The hearth, where you burn wood of aromatic quality on silver dogs, tiled round about with Bible pictures. The seats deep and easy. A single Titian in a gold frame. A white bust or so upon a bracket. A rack for the journals of the week. A table for the books of the year. And close in a corner, the 3 shelves full of eternal books that never weary. Shakespeare, Molière, Montaigne, Lamb, Sterne, de Musset's comedies, the 1 volume open at Carmesine and the other at Fantasio, the Arabian Nights and kindred stories, in Weber's solemn volumes, Borrow's Bible in Spain, The Pilgrim's Progress, Guy Mannering and Rob Roy, Monte Cristo and the Vicomte de Bragelonne, Immortal Boswell, Soul Among Biographers, Chaucer, Herrick, and The State Trials. The bedrooms are large, airy, with almost no furniture, floors of varnished wood, and at the bedhead, in case of insomnia, 1 shelf of books of a particular and dippable order, such as Pepys, the Paston Letters, Burt's Letters from the Highlands, or the Newgate Calendar. End of The Ideal House by Robert Louis Stevenson. Read by Paul Fleischman.
Chapter 17 of Incaland, Explorations in the Highlands of Peru by Hiram Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17 Machu Picchu. It was in July 1911 that we first entered that marvelous canyon of the Urubamba, where the river escapes from the cold regions near Cusco by tearing its way through gigantic mountains of granite. From Torontoy to Colpani, the road runs through a land of matchless charm. It has the majestic grandeur of the Canadian Rockies, as well as the startling beauty of the Nuanupali near Honolulu, and the enchanting vistas of the Koolau Ditch Trail on Maui. In the variety of its charms and the power of its spell, I know of no place in the world which can compare with it. Not only has it great snow peaks looming above the clouds, more than 2 miles overhead, gigantic precipices of many-colored granite rising sheer for thousands of feet above the foaming, glistening, roaring rapids. It has also, in a striking contrast, orchids and tree ferns, the delectable beauty of luxurious vegetation, and the mysterious witchery of the jungle. One is drawn irresistibly onward by ever-recurring surprises through a deep, winding gorge, turning and twisting past overhanging cliffs of incredible height. Above all, There is the fascination of finding here and there, under the swaying vines or perched on top of a beetling crag, the rugged masonry of a bygone race, and of trying to understand the bewildering romance of the ancient builders, who ages ago sought refuge in a region which appears to have been expressly designed by nature as a sanctuary for the oppressed, a place where they might fearlessly and patiently give expression to their passion for walls of enduring beauty. Space forbids any attempt to describe in detail the constantly changing panorama, the rank tropical foliage, the countless terraces, the towering cliffs, the glaciers peeping out between the clouds. We had camped at a place near the river, called Mandor Pampa. Melchor Arteaga, proprietor of the neighboring farm, had told us of ruins at Machu Picchu, as was related in Chapter 10. The morning of July 24th dawned in a cold drizzle. Arteaga shivered and seemed inclined to stay in his hut. I offered to pay him well if he would show me the ruins. He demurred, and said it was too hard a climb for such a wet day. When he found that we were willing to pay him a sol, 3 or 4 times the ordinary daily wage in this vicinity, he finally agreed to guide us to the ruins. No one supposed that they would be particularly interesting. Accompanied by Sergeant Carrasco, I left camp at 10 o'clock, and went some distance upstream. On the road we passed a venomous snake, which recently had been killed. This region has an unpleasant notoriety for being the favorite haunt of vipers. The lance-headed, or yellow viper, commonly known as the fer-de-lance, a very venomous serpent capable of making considerable springs when in pursuit of its prey, is common hereabouts. Later, 2 of our mules died from the snake bite. After a walk of 3/4 of an hour, the guide left the main road and plunged down through the jungle to the bank of the river. Here there was a primitive bridge which crossed the roaring rapids at its narrowest part, where the stream was forced to flow between 2 great boulders. The bridge was made of half a dozen very slender logs, some of which were not long enough to span the distance between the boulders. They had been spliced and lashed together with vines. Arteaga and Carrasco took off their shoes and crept gingerly across, using their somewhat prehensile toes to keep from slipping. It was obvious that no one could have lived for an instant in the rapids, but would immediately have been dashed to pieces against the granite boulders. I am frank to confess that I got down on hands and knees and crawled across, 6 inches at a time. Even after we reached the other side, I could not help wondering what would happen to the bridge if a particularly heavy shower should fall in the valley above. A light rain had fallen during the night. The river had risen, so that the bridge was already threatened by the foaming rapids. It would not take much more rain to wash away the bridge entirely. If this should happen during the day, it might be very awkward. As a matter of fact, it did happen a few days later, and the next explorers to attempt to cross the river at this point found only 1 slender log remaining. Leaving the stream, we struggled up the bank through a dense jungle, and in a few minutes reached the bottom of a precipitous slope. For an hour and 20 minutes we had a hard climb. A good part of the distance we went on all fours, sometimes hanging on the tips of our fingers. Here and there a primitive ladder made from the roughly hewn trunk of a small tree was placed in such a way as to help one over what might otherwise have proven to be an impassable cliff. In another place the slope was covered with slippery grass, where it was hard to find either handholds or footholds. The guide said that there were lots of snakes here. The humidity was great, the heat was excessive, and we were not in training. Shortly after noon we reached a little grass-covered hut, where several good-natured Indians, pleasantly surprised at our unexpected arrival, welcomed us with dripping gourds full of cool, delicious water. Then they set before us a few cooked sweet potatoes, called here kumara, a Quichua word, identical with the Polynesian kumala, as has been pointed out by Mr. Cook. Apart from the wonderful view of the canyon, all we could see from our cool shelter was a couple of small grass huts and a few ancient stone-faced terraces. Two pleasant Indian farmers, Richarte and Alvarez, had chosen this eagle's nest for their home. They said they had found plenty of terraces here on which to grow their crops, and they were usually free from undesirable visitors. They did not speak Spanish, but through Sergeant Carrasco I learned that there were more ruins a little farther along. In this country one can never tell whether such a report is worthy of credence. He may have been lying is a good footnote to affix to all hearsay evidence. Accordingly, I was not unduly excited, nor in a great hurry to move. The heat was still great, the water from the Indian spring was cool and delicious, and the rustic wooden bench, hospitably covered immediately after my arrival with a soft woolen poncho, seemed most comfortable. Furthermore, the view was simply enchanting. Tremendous green precipices fell away to the white rapids of the Urubamba below. Immediately in front, on the north side of the valley, was a great granite cliff rising 2,000 feet sheer. To the left was the solitary peak of Huayna Picchu, surrounded by seemingly inaccessible precipices. On all sides were rocky cliffs. Beyond them, cloud-capped mountains rose thousands of feet above us. The Indians said there were two paths to the outside world. Of one we had already had a taste. The other, they said, was more difficult, a perilous path down the face of a rocky precipice on the other side of the ridge. It was their only means of egress in the wet season, when the bridge over which we had come could not be maintained. I was not surprised to learn that they went away from home only about once a month. Richarte told us that they had been living here 4 years. It seems probable that, owing to its inaccessibility, the canyon had been unoccupied for several centuries, but with the completion of the new government road, settlers began once more to occupy this region. In time, somebody clambered up the precipices and found on the slopes of Machu Picchu, at an elevation of 9,000 feet above the sea, an abundance of rich soil conveniently situated on artificial terraces in a fine climate. Here the Indians had finally cleared off some ruins, burned over a few terraces, and planted crops of maize, sweet and white potatoes, sugarcane, beans, peppers, tree tomatoes, and gooseberries. At first they appropriated some of the ancient houses and replaced the roofs of wood and thatch. They found, however, that there were neither springs nor wells near the ancient buildings. An ancient aqueduct, which had once brought a tiny stream to the citadel, had long since disappeared beneath the forest, filled with earth washed from the upper terraces. So, abandoning the shelter of the ruins, the Indians were now enjoying the convenience of living near some springs in the roughly built thatched huts of their own design, without the slightest expectation of finding anything more interesting than the stone-faced terraces of which I already had a glimpse, and the ruins of 2 or 3 stone houses such as we had encountered at various places on the road between Ollantaytambo and Torontoy. I finally left the cool shade of the pleasant little hut and climbed farther up the ridge and around a slight promontory. Arteaga had been here once before, and decided to rest and gossip with Richarte and Alvarez in the hut. They sent a small boy with me as a guide. Hardly had we rounded the promontory when the character of the stonework began to improve. A flight of beautifully constructed terraces, each 200 yards long and 10 feet high, had then recently rescued from the jungle by the Indians. A forest of large trees had been chopped down and burned over to make a clearing for agricultural purposes. Crossing these terraces, I entered the untouched forest beyond, and suddenly found myself in a maze of beautiful granite houses. They were covered with trees and moss and the growth of centuries, but in the dense shadow, hiding in bamboo thickets and tangled vines, could be seen, here and there, walls of white granite ashlars, most carefully cut and exquisitely fitted together. Buildings with windows were frequent. Here at least was a place far from town and conspicuous for its windows. Under a carved rock the little boy showed me a cave beautifully lined with the finest cut stone. It was evidently intended to be a royal mausoleum. On top of this particular boulder a semicircular building had been constructed. The wall followed the natural curvature of the rock, and was keyed to it by one of the finest examples of masonry I have ever seen. This beautiful wall, made of carefully matched ashlars of pure white granite, especially selected for its fine grain, was the work of a master artist. The interior surface of the wall was broken by niches and square stone pegs. The exterior surface was perfectly simple and unadorned. The lower courses of particularly large ashlars gave it a look of solidity. The upper courses, diminishing in size toward the top, lent grace and delicacy to the structure. The flowing lines, the symmetrical arrangement of the ashlars, and the gradual gradation of the courses combined to produce a wonderful effect, softer and more pleasing than that of the marble temples of the Old World. Owing to the absence of mortar, there are no ugly spaces between the rocks. They might have grown together. The elusive beauty of this cast and decorated surface seems to me to be due to the fact that the wall was built under the eye of a master mason who knew not of the straight edge, the plumb rule, or the square. He had no instruments of precision, so he had to depend on his eye. He had a good eye, an artistic eye, an eye for symmetry and beauty of form. His product received none of the harshness of mechanical and mathematical accuracy. The apparently rectangular blocks are not really rectangular. The apparently straight lines of the courses are not actually straight in the exact sense of that term. To my astonishment, I saw that this wall and its adjoining semicircular temple over the cave were as fine as the finest stonework in the far-famed temple of the sun in Cuzco. Surprise followed surprise in bewildering succession. I climbed a marvelous great stairway of large granite blocks, walked along a pampa where the Indians had a small vegetable garden, and came into a little clearing. Here were the ruins of two of the finest structures I have ever seen in Peru. Not only were they made of selected blocks of beautifully grained white granite, their walls contained ashlars of cyclopean size, 10 feet in length, and higher than a man. The sight held me spellbound. Each building had only 3 walls, and was entirely open on the side toward the clearing. The principal temple was lined with exquisitely made niches, 5 high up at each end, and 7 on the back wall. There were 7 courses of ashlars in the end walls. Under the 7 rear niches was a rectangular block 14 feet long, probably a sacrificial altar. The building did not look as though it had ever had a roof. The top course of beautifully smooth ashlars was not intended to be covered. The other temple is on the east side of the pampa. I called it the Temple of the 3 Windows. Like its neighbor, it is unique among Inca ruins. Its eastern wall, overlooking the citadel, is a massive stone framework for 3 conspicuously large windows, obviously too large to serve any useful purpose, yet most beautifully made with the greatest care and solidity. This was clearly a ceremonial edifice of peculiar significance. Nowhere else in Peru, so far as I know, is there a similar structure conspicuous as a masonry wall with 3 windows. These ruins have no other name than that of the mountain of the slopes of which they are located. Had this place been occupied uninterruptedly, like Cuzco and Ollantaytambo, Machu Picchu would have retained its ancient name, but during the centuries when it was abandoned, its name was lost. Examinations show that it was essentially a fortified place, a remote fastness protected by natural bulwarks of which man took advantage to create the most impregnable stronghold in the Andes. Our subsequent excavations and a clearing made in 1912, to be described in a subsequent volume, has shown this was the chief place in Uilcapampa. It did not take an expert to realize, from the glimpse of Machu Picchu on that rainy day in July 1911, when Sergeant Carrasco and I first saw it, that here were the most extraordinary and interesting ruins. Although the ridge had been partly cleared by the Indians for their fields of maize, so much of it was still underneath a thick jungle growth. Some walls were actually supporting trees 10 and 12 inches in diameter, that it was impossible to determine just what would be found here. As soon as I could get a hold of Mr. Tucker, who was assisting Mr. Hendriksen, and Mr. Lanius, who had gone down the Urubamba with Dr. Bowman, I asked them to make a map of the ruins. I knew it would be a difficult undertaking, and that it was essential for Mr. Tucker to join me in Arequipa not later than the 1st of October for the ascent of Coropuna. With the hearty aid of Richarte and Alvarez, the surveyors did better than I expected. In the 10 days while they were at the ruins, they were able to secure data from which Mr. Tucker afterwards prepared a map which told better than could any words of mine the importance of this site and the necessity for further investigation. With the possible exception of one mining prospector, no one in Cuzco had seen the ruins of Machu Picchu or appreciated their importance. No one had any realization of what an extraordinary place lay on top of the ridge. It had never been visited by any of the planters of the lower Urubamba Valley, who annually passed over the road which winds through the canyon 2,000 feet below. It seems incredible that this citadel, less than 3 days' journey from Cuzco, should have remained so long undescribed by travelers and comparatively unknown even to the Peruvians themselves. If the conquistadores ever saw this wonderful place, some reference to it surely would have been made, yet nothing can be found which clearly refers to the ruins of Machu Picchu. Just when it was first seen by a Spanish-speaking person is uncertain. When the Count de Sartilles was at Huadquiña in 1834, he was looking for ruins, yet, although so near, he heard of none here. From a crude scroll on the walls of one of the finest buildings, we learn that the ruins were visited in 1902 by Lizarraga, lessee of the hands immediately below the bridge of San Miguel. This is the earliest local record, yet someone must have visited Machu Picchu long before that, because in 1875, as has been said, the French explorer Charles Wiener heard in Ollantaytambo of there being ruins at Huayna Picchu or Machu Picchu. He tried to find them. That he failed was due to there being no road through the canyon of Torontoy and the necessity of making a wide detour through the pass of Panticaya and the Lucumayo Valley, a route which brought him to the Urubamba River at the bridge of Cuchichaca, 25 miles below Machu Picchu. It was not until 1890 that the Peruvian government, recognizing the needs of the enterprising planters who were opening up the lower valley of the Urubamba, decided to construct a mule trail along the banks of the river through the Grand Canyon to enable the much desired coca and aguardiente to be shipped from Huadquiña, Maranura, and Santa Ann to Cusco more quickly and cheaply than formerly. This road avoids the necessity of carrying the precious cargoes over the dangerous snowy passes of Mount Veronica and Mount Salcantay, so vividly described by Raimondi, de Sartilles, and others. The road, however, was very expensive, took years to build, and still requires frequent repair. In fact, even today travel over it is often suspended for several days or weeks at a time, following some tremendous avalanche. Yet it was this new road which had led Melchor Arteaga to build his hut near the arable land at Mandorpampa, where he could raise food for his family and offer rough shelter to passing travelers. It was this new road which brought Richarte, Alvarez, and their enterprising friends into this little-known region, gave them the opportunity of occupying the ancient terraces of Machu Picchu, which had lain fallow for centuries, encouraged them to keep open a passable trail over the precipices, and made it feasible for us to reach the ruins. It was this new road which offered us in 1911 a virgin field between Ollantaytambo and Huadquiña, and enabled us to learn that the Incas, or their predecessors, had once lived here in the remote fastness of the Andes, and had left stone witnesses of the magnificence and beauty of their ancient civilization, more interesting and extensive than any which have been found since the days of the Spanish conquest of Peru. End of Chapter 17 of Incaland, Explorations in the Highlands of Peru by Hiram Bingham. Read by Hernán Ibarra.
John Galsworthy, A Notable Englishman, by Frank Harris. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in March 2020. John Galsworthy, A Notable Englishman. John Galsworthy began his literary work at about 30 by writing a novel. In the next 10 years he had produced 3 or 4. I looked through one of them but didn't think much of it. The feeling in it was not profound and the style meagre, tame. In 1906, when he was 40, The Man of Property appeared, and about the same time a play of his, The Silver Box, made a sort of hit. I read The Man of Property, but it did not change my opinion materially, though it showed development. Galsworthy had taken the next step and now used an economy of means that betokened a mastery of his instrument. There was a good deal of talk about him at this time, and I gathered that he was a Devon man, belonged to the so-called upper middle class, and was fairly well-to-do. Suddenly, in 1910 I think it was, his play Justice struck the nerves and drew the town. The piece was well constructed, that we had expected, and at the same time the morality of our justice was put on trial and our legal punishment shown to be tragic. With Justice, Galsworthy came into the first rank of contemporaries, was now someone to know and watch. I was not much in London at the time, and we didn't meet. The other day I heard that he was to lecture in the afternoon at the Aeolian Hall, New York, and I went. The hall was more than half full, an excellent audience. Galsworthy came to the platform in ordinary walking clothes, went over to the reading desk, smoothed out his manuscript, and began half to recite, half to read his lecture. He is about medium height, spare of habit, and vigorous, his head long, well shaped, his features fairly regular, a straight nose, high forehead. He is almost completely bald and wears glasses. His voice is very pleasant, clear and strong enough. He uses it without much modulation, gets his effects rather by pauses than by emphasis, has every peculiarity of the writer and not the speaker. His essay dealt with the various elements of formative force in our civilization. It was interspersed cleverly with stories, not invented by the speaker, and I caught myself saying again, half in approval, "How English he is, and how pleasant." Then it struck me that if I could give Americans this mental piece of Galsworthy as an Englishman of the best class, and an excellent specimen to boot, it might be interesting, do some good, at any rate the portrait would be worth doing. Accordingly, at the end of the first hour, I began to note what he said, or was it that about this time he began to say things that interested me? He spoke of Bolshevism at some length and very sensibly, with infinitely more understanding, of course, than Senators Overman, Walcott, and company, though without sympathy. In the evolution of human society, he said, a revolt, and much more a revolution, was in itself a proof of injustice, of wrong done probably to the lowest classes, and of suffering brought upon the workmen and their families unjustly. Clearly, the lessons taught by Carlyle have at length sunk into the English consciousness and tinged all thought. Not a word did Galsworthy say about outrages, of which we have heard so much from our lawmakers, who are far too busy to restrain lynchings, but a caution against accepting glib statements of the press that were manifestly inaccurate. The press, Mr. Galsworthy insisted, should be very careful to tell the truth and the whole truth, or its influence might be evil rather than good. Did he mean to hint that our American papers were more careless of truth than even English papers? I think he did, and as far as the kept press goes, I believe he would have been justified in speaking his mind plainly. But now to return to Bolshevism. It never seemed to occur to Mr. Galsworthy that the motive power of revolution might not be so much an uprising against injustice and a resistance of wrong as an attempt to realize a great hope, a resolve to shatter the framework of society to bits in order to remold it nearer to the heart's desire. But if he had known Lenin or Trotsky, or indeed any of the English labor leaders, such as Kleins or Thomas or Lansbury, he would have known that there is a new ideal abroad in the world, and the hearts of men are thrilling with a glorious hope of ending, or at least of mending, this dreadful competitive society, all organized by and for individual greed, where the many sheep are the prey of the few wolves, and injustice is built up to insane lengths by the principle of inheritance. But your well-bred Englishman is always an upholder of the established fact, always prone to find virtue in whatever exists. He would make some man of property, some educated Sancho Panza his hero, and the American, it now appears, would go even further and turn Don Quixote's idealism into comic relief, or even confine the noble Don himself in some lunatic asylum or jail. Galsworthy went on to speak of the League of Nations as another influence for good in our civilization, and here I confess his Anglicism surprised me. He declared very contemptuously that the League of Nations, in his opinion, was a lost dog, save insofar as it was founded on Anglo-American unity. I simply gasped at this way of ensuring a world peace. And his English conception of democracy was just a little one-sided. A democracy, he said, like every other system of government, is there to pick out the best men and give them the greatest amount of power. In fact, a democracy is there simply to affirm the true spirit of aristocracy. It was plain that, in spite of clear-cut phrases and the epigrammatic endings of not a few of his paragraphs, Mr. Galsworthy was steadily losing his hold of his audience. The most English-loving Americans would hardly agree with this definition of democracy, and perhaps Mr. Galsworthy felt this, for his peroration was evidently designed as a sop to American feeling. With much earnestness, and Mr. Galsworthy is able to convey a great sense of seriousness and sincerity in his quiet way, he declared that the most perfect man, the greatest civilizing influence in 4 centuries was George Washington, not Owen or Fourier or Marx, not Goethe or Lincoln or Carlyle, no, Washington. And that was the end. A day or two afterwards I had a talk with Galsworthy in his hotel. Seen close to, his face becomes more interesting. The serious blue eyes can laugh, the lips are large and well cut, promising a good deal of feeling, but the characteristic expression of the face is seriousness and sincerity. I began by praising his insistence that a democracy as a method of government must be judged by its success in producing the best men. Still, that is not all the truth, is it? I queried. Surely the sense that the race is an open one and that we all have had a chance in it makes defeat easier to bear than when some person is put above us simply because he is the son of his father. Mr. Galsworthy shrugged his shoulders. It seemed immaterial to him. Don't you feel, I went on, that while there is a little greater love of freedom perhaps in England than in America, there is a certain sense of equality here that is unknown and unappreciated in Great Britain? He looked at me as if he hardly understood. "I merely mean," I went on, "that the ordinary man in America is able, if he gets an opportunity, to speak to a governor or senator or the president and shake hands with him on an equal footing, whereas in England he would find that impossible with any person in authority. In fact, even the distance of Mr. Lloyd George, let us say, to Lord Lansdowne, is a very long one indeed." "Well, perhaps," said Galsworthy, desirous of being fair-minded, but unpersuaded. I broke new ground. "Your praise of George Washington absolutely took our breath away. A good many Americans think Lincoln a far greater man, and I am afraid I share that view. How on earth did you get the idea of George Washington's greatness?" "He did such great things," said Galsworthy, "and he remained so eminently well balanced, so sane." I could not help smiling, the English ideal of balance and sanity to be the measuring stick of humanity. "I'm just reading of Tom Paine," I said. "I cannot help thinking him a far bigger man than Washington. Perhaps it would do me good to write a eulogy of Washington and you a panegyric of Paine." And we laughed. The talk wandered off to Ireland and Egypt and Mesopotamia. Galsworthy said that an American had told him that the poor people had never been so well off in Mesopotamia as since the English had come there. He thought that the Fallaheen in Egypt had never been so prosperous as under British rule, but he was too fair-minded and truth-loving to delude himself with the same argument in regard to Ireland. He evidently believed that the failure of British rule in Ireland was an economic failure. He did not attempt to shut his eyes to the fact that the population of Ireland under British rule has shrunk from over 8 millions to under 4 in less than a century. Still, an Irish republic seemed to him extravagant, almost absurd. He wanted to know why the Irish demands have increased, why the Irish wanted Home Rule 30 years ago, while today they want an Irish republic. I laughed. "I might say that it was a result of further experience of British rule," I replied, "but I do not think that. I think the difficulty is a little the Egyptian difficulty. 40 or 50 years ago the priests of Ireland used to be educated on the continent, at St. Omer in France. Now they are all educated at Maynooth and are merely educated Irish peasants. Formerly they had a cosmopolitan training which inclined them to tolerance of English ways of thought and feeling. Now it is different. They are pure Irish." Again Mr. Galsworthy's serious eyes brooded. "I wonder why you don't agree with my view of a League of Nations," he said. "It seems to me so plain that the peace of the world can only be kept by an Anglo-American alliance." "What heresy!" I cried. "I think that such a league would sooner or later provoke a counter-league of Russia and Germany, and perhaps Japan, and result in another world war. I don't believe that Russia, Japan, and Germany will ever accept British supremacy of the seas, now that they have found out how vital it is to success in war. Do you think that Russia, with 180 million of people, a country 3 times the size of the United States and with almost double the population, will sit down for, say, a century to come in a position of absolute inferiority to England and America and accept their alien domination? The whole idea to me is insane. Like a great many others, I dreamed of another League of Nations. I believed that Mr. Wilson would call the representatives of Germany and Russia to the peace table, and that he would begin by saying that here there was no conquered and no conqueror, that now the Germans and Russians had got rid of their autocratic governments, the time had come to treat them as friends and equals, and settle everything equally and justly, generously even. Lincoln would have done this. Now Austria is dismembered and starving, Germany maimed and mutilated, Russia attacked north, south, east, and west by her own allies, while the conquerors squabble and fight over the spoils. The light died out of Goldsworthy's eyes. "We must agree to differ," he said dryly. The talk drifted to books and writers, and quite honestly I praised his justice, confessing that I preferred it to The Man of Property, which seemed to surprise him. "There is infinitely more feeling in it," I said, "a passionate appeal to a higher justice than is to be found in English law." "What a rebel you are!" he exclaimed. "What are you now going to tell us about America?" "I know so little," he replied. "I have been here only 3 months, and I was here before in 1912. It is so hard to learn anything about it. It seems to be without marked features. How can an artist picture it?" "Yet O. Henry did," I said. "Yes," he admitted at once. "Yes, very interesting work, his. Very vital." "And David Graham Phillips?" I went on. "Have you read him?" "No," he replied. "No, I think I have read 1 book of his. It didn't make much impression on me." "Yet he is almost of Balzac's class," I ventured. "Really?" he cried in wonder. "Really, you surprise me. I must read him. What are his best books?" "I'll send some to you," I replied. "That would be kind of you," he said. And then, "What do you think of Masefield? I admire some of his work so much." "I think him overrated," I replied, just as I think the war poets altogether overestimated. "Did you like Nan?" he insisted. "Not particularly," I replied. "Did you meet Masefield when he was in New York?" "No, I had no wish to meet him. You know, if you hadn't written Justice, I probably shouldn't be here today. I look on Justice as a great play. I put it with Hauptmann's Die Weber. I am grateful to you for it. Go on in that vein. What are you doing now?" "Another novel," he said. "Ah," I said, "I have always thought a new novel meant a new love affair, a new passion." "Oh no," he replied. "Surely one love can furnish forth a good many books." And so we parted almost without meeting. To Goldsworthy, democracy is a mere word, and the League of Nations nothing more than an Anglo-American alliance, and Russian Bolshevism the symptomatic rash of a social disease. To some of us, on the other hand, the Peace Conference has been a heartbreaking disappointment. Democracy has in it the sacred kernel of the brotherhood of man, and the Bolshevik Republic is the greatest and most unselfish attempt ever made to bring justice into life. Goldsworthy's Anglicism must not be taken to be the best even in England. He is handicapped by his social advantages. The other day I read a speech of Robert Smiley, the Labour leader of the English miners, who has reached a higher height than any of the so-called educated English. At a recent meeting he said, "The German and Austrian people are not to be blamed for the war. All children are our children, whether they live in England, France, or Germany. If it was wrong for the Germans to come over here to kill men, women, and little babies with their hellish machines of war, was it not also wrong that we should use the power we have to starve the German women and children?" The heart of England is not in the educated classes. But Goldsworthy is still growing. His new book, 5 Tales, Scribner's, forces me to amend the above judgment, which I do gladly. As I have said already, I am not an admirer of his stories. And at first this book struck me like the rest. The first story in it, called The First and the Last, seemed to me a failure. None of the personages in it, except the lawyer brother, was realized at all, and he not realized deeply. 75 pages that you forget at once. The next story, A Stoic, a sort of tale of the city and company promotion and the inherent thefts of the strong man from the weak, is better done, The atmosphere and surroundings are perfectly caught, the ability of the old commercial buccaneer excellently rendered, the man's love of power and riches, his love, too, of a good dinner and a good drink, all splendidly realized, but the whole thing sordid, grimy, not lifting to the sunlight by any passion or any hope. 200 pages of stuff for the intelligence, very little for the heart, nothing for the soul. Almost daunted, I began the next story, The Apple Tree, and very soon I became enchanted, lost in a real love story, a love story most beautifully told. The atmosphere and surroundings perfectly rendered, a great landscape, the English country in spring magically represented. Spring was a revelation to him this year. In a kind of intoxication he would watch the pink-white buds of some backward peach tree sprayed up in the sunlight against the deep blue sky, or the trunks and limbs of the few Scotch firs, tawny in violet light, or again, on the moor, the gale-bent larches in their young green above the rusty black underboughs. Or he would lie on the banks, gazing at the clusters of dog-violets, or up in the dead bracken, fingering the pink, transparent buds of the dewberry, while the cuckoos called and yaffles laughed, or a lark, from very high, dripped its beads of song. It was certainly different from any spring he had ever known, for spring was within him, not without. How fine that is! The lark dripped its beads of song. And the love story itself, the passion of it and the abandonment, more perfectly rendered still. I do not think there are many pages in English of finer quality than this I am going to quote. The only one I remember is in Richard Feverel, and this is worthy to be remembered beside that most magnificent love idyll. He caught hold of her hands, but she shrank back, till her passionate little face and loose dark hair were caught among the pink clusters of the apple blossom. Ashurst raised one of her imprisoned hands and put his lips to it. He felt how chivalrous he was, and superior to that clod Joe, just brushing that small rough hand with his mouth. Her shrinking ceased suddenly, she seemed to tremble towards him. A sweet warmth overtook Ashurst from top to toe. This slim maiden, so simple and fine and pretty, was pleased then at the touch of his lips. And, yielding to a swift impulse, he put his arms round her, pressed her to him, and kissed her forehead. Then he was frightened. She went so pale, closing her eyes, so that the long dark lashes lay on her pale cheeks. Her hands, too, lay inert at her sides. The touch of her breast sent a quiver through him. "Megan," he sighed out, and let her go. In the utter silence a blackbird shouted. Then the girl seized his hand, put it to her cheek, her heart, her lips, kissed it passionately, and fled away among the mossy trunks of the apple trees, till they hid her from him. The dreadful tragedy of preferring a commonplace girl to a lyric love is brought out, it is true, but not realized so successfully. Megan, the little Welsh girl who died of love with beauty printed on her, is simply unforgettable. Just the last words of the story are shocking. It ought to have ended with Ashurst's repeating his wife's "something's wanting" by "yes, something's wanting," but the putting his lips solemnly to his wife's forehead should be cut out in another edition. We are not interested in the wife. There are other stories in the book. I do not remember them. I have read this one 6 times already, and it lives with me as part of the furniture of my mind so long as this machine shall last. It is better than justice. It is one of the short stories of the world. Having written this, Galsworthy may do anything, may yet write a masterpiece, will write one, I'd say, were he not an Englishman. In the realm of the spirit, that today is a heavy handicap. End of John Goldsworthy, A Notable Englishman, by Frank Harris.
Martha Maxwell, taxidermist, at the Centennial Exposition, 1876. An excerpt from On the Plains and Among the Peaks, or How Mrs. Maxwell Made Her Natural History Collection, by Mary Dart, 1879. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Women's work? What does that mean? Can it be possible anyone wishes us to believe a woman did all this? Couldn't say. I'm pretty sure I shan't stretch my credulity so much it would ruin the article. I should think so. Why, one might think the ark had just landed here. Buffaloes, bears, birds, wildcats, mice, and who but Noah or Agassiz could name what else? There must be hundreds of these creatures. And the last speaker turned to me with the question, does that placard really mean to tell us a woman mounted all these animals? With an inclusive wave of a handsomely gloved hand. Yes, I replied. Instantly a dozen lips were parted, and questions fell like leaves in Vallombrosa upon my innocent ears. How could a woman do it? What did she do it for? Did she kill any of the animals? Well, I never. Can a body see her? What sort of a woman is she? Are you the one? It was my first day at the Centennial, and I had volunteered to relieve Mrs. Maxwell by standing for an hour and answering questions behind the iron paling that separated her natural history collection from the rest of the Kansas and Colorado building, one side of a wing of which it occupied. Within the enclosure was a miniature landscape representing a plain and a mountainside, apparently formed of rocks and crowned with evergreens. Down the rugged descent leaped a little stream of sparkling water, which expanded at its base into a tiny lake, edged with pebbles and fringed, as was the brookside, with growing grass and ferns. The water and the banks which confined it were peopled by aquatic creatures, fishes swimming in the lake, turtles sunning themselves on its half-submerged rocks, while beavers, muskrats, and waterfowl seemed at home upon its margin. Between the cascade and lakelet appeared the irregular vine-fringed mouth of a cave, its dark moss-grown recesses soon lost from sight in shadowy gloom. Above it, and upon the upper heights of the mountainside, suggesting the altitudes at which they are found, were grouped those animals that frequent the Rocky Mountains: fierce bears, shy mountain sheep, savage mountain lions or pumas, and a multitude of smaller creatures, each in an attitude of lifelike action. On the limited space allowed to represent the plains that stretch eastward from that elevated chain were huge buffaloes, elk, antelope, and their native neighbors. The attitudes and surroundings of all were so artistic and unique as to form an attraction even among the many fascinations of the centuries-gathered productions. As the landscape was designed and made, the animals procured, stuffed, and arranged upon it by a woman, Mrs. M. A. Maxwell. The words "woman's work" were printed on a card suspended near the cave. It was this which called forth the exclamation we first mentioned. From the opening of the exhibition gates in the morning until darkness made sight-seeing impossible, thousands of people pushed and crowded and jammed and jostled each other against the railing of that mimic landscape. The idea of facing so many was at first not a little terrifying, but I fortified my courage with the thought of relieving Mrs. Maxwell, and that the American people are usually so polite, the task could not be a very unpleasant one. Alas! I had never measured their capacity for asking questions. I had not finished assuring the large fat man in the white hat that I was by no means the person who had performed the work he saw before him, when the tall woman in the linen duster, and the short one in the white finger-puffs, and the young one in the idiot fringe, and the old gentleman with the gold-headed cane, and the man with the blue cotton umbrella, and the rough with the battered felt, and I couldn't possibly begin to tell who else, all began at once to ask, "Is she a young woman? Is she married? Where is she at? Did she kill all those animals? Did she kill them all? How did she do it? What did she do it with? Where did she get them? How did she stuff 'em? Did she kill 'em all? Did she kill them buffalo?" I positively believe this question, with variations to suit the linguistic attainments of different speakers, to have been asked on an average every 10 minutes through all the exhibition. "I don't believe them critters was shot. I've looked 'em all over, and I can't see any holes. Did she poison 'em? Does she live in that cave? Is all this," with a gesture, "made to represent the place and the cave she lived in Colorado? Is game as thick as this all over the Rocky Mountains? If she's married, why ain't it called Mr. Maxwell's collection? How old is she? Is she good looking? Has she any children? Is she a half-breed? Is she an Indian?" And as the crowd surged by, another wave continued the inundation of like questions. I kept hold of my departing senses with an effort, and leaned forward to catch the words of some dear old Quaker ladies. They were asking in soft, confiding voices, "Will thee be so kind as to tell us something of the history of this collection?" Blessings on their sweet motherly faces! I would have attempted anything for them. Gentlemen of scientific proclivities echoed the request. People of all kinds repeated it with an emphatic, "Do tell us who she is, and how she did it." The promise was made, and though it is rather late, here is the fulfillment. In introducing Mrs. Maxwell to those who have never seen her, it may be well to premise that she is neither an Indian, nor half-breed, nor an Amazon, nor, despite the title of Colorado Huntress, which many newspapers have given her, one who, thirsting for notoriety, seized deadly weapons and went out on a crusade against the animal kingdom. On the contrary, she is a wee, modest, tender-hearted woman, lacking 1 inch of 5 feet in height, and as shy as one of her own weasels. She simply has a passion, not unknown in the history of science, for all living creatures, an irresistible desire to study their habits and relations, together with a taste for the expression of beauty in form that would have made her a sculptor, had she been placed in circumstances to have cultivated it. She began the practice of an art so unusual for a woman as taxidermy then in the following manner. After a residence of 3 years in Colorado during its earliest settlement, she was recalled to Wisconsin by the serious illness of her mother. She found her sisters, whom she had left as little girls, young ladies, in school. The institution they were attending was a new one. with little in its possession, save unlimited hope for the future. In this the girls owned large investments. They were charmed with their studies, and enthusiastic admirers of their teachers, and Mrs. Maxwell was soon one with them in all their plans and interests. Professor Hobart, the principal of their school, was very fond of the natural sciences, and was devoting no small amount of time and labor to the formation of a cabinet of natural history. He had the art of imparting his enthusiasm to his scholars, and many of them count as among the pleasantest recollections of their lives the memory of the long rambles over hills and beside streams, in which they were invited to join him for the study of nature from his standpoint of loving admiration. It was in connection with the formation of this cabinet that Mrs. Maxwell made her debut as a taxidermist. "We must have a department of zoology. Can't some of you young ladies, who have more skillful fingers than I, assist me in putting up some birds?" asked the professor one day. Her sisters declined the task, but recommended her as possessing the elements of touch and taste which they lacked. They recalled her account of an amusing attempt to learn taxidermy, which occurred just before her return home. During a temporary business visit of her husband to the East, she had purchased a ranch on the plains, a few miles below Denver. Need I explain that Coloradoans have appropriated a number of words from the Spanish, which seem more appropriate to that country than their English synonyms? Ranch is one of them, and means any kind of a farm. The one in question was a wholly unimproved portion of the plains, its only trace of human occupancy being a mud and pole cabin. It was before the days of any government organization of that region, and the way in which such property was obtained was by putting up something that, by common consent, could be called a house, and in the expressive dialect of the frontier, squatting. The one that squatted first had the right to sell or to continue squatting, and her purchase was of this right. Upon her husband's return they wished to leave the mines at Central, where they had been living, and cultivate her claim. Meantime, finding the cabin before mentioned empty, a German had concluded to perform a feat then common at the West, i.e., jump their claim. This meant to take and retain possession of it unless forcibly removed. When they arrived, they found him cozily ensconced under their shelter, surrounded by his camp equipage and a number of birds which he had mounted. They were the first unfinished specimens of taxidermy Mrs. Maxwell had ever seen, and she was fascinated with the idea of learning to preserve the strange creatures of that new land, and offered to pay almost any price if he would give her the necessary instruction. After extracting a promise that she would not practice the art in Denver, then a thriving mining camp, he agreed to give her the needful lessons at $10 apiece, beginning the next day. She came promptly at the appointed hour, full of the most enthusiastic anticipations, only to be told he had changed his mind, because she was a woman. As he expressed it, "Women is besser as men mit den hands in small works. When you know dis business, you makes de birds and beasts so quicker as I. You leave me no more work at all. Es is besser for me, I keeps vat I knows mit mineself." It was in vain she assured him she wished to learn only for her own gratification. He insisted it was vas besser for him to keep vat he knew mit himself. Prophetic Teuton. 2 weeks after this, a court of squatters having in the meantime decided that he was an unwarranted intruder upon those premises, a verdict which he treated with sublime indifference, he had an occasion given him to remember his would-be scholar by seeing his assertion of women's superiority in some things verified. Possession in those days was 10 points in the law. Mrs. Maxwell had no idea of surrender, and keeping watch of the disputed cabin from a neighboring ranch, made a raid upon it one day during his absence. Withdrawing the staple which held his padlock from the door-frame, she entered, and carefully gathering up his earthly effects, removed them to a convenient point on the plains, where she left them in a neat pile to await his further disposition, while she proceeded to adjust things to her own mind in the recovered domicile. Among his possessions were not the birds she had seen, those he had already sold, but others in an early stage of preparation. Of them she felt at liberty to make a critical examination, and gather an idea of the materials he used in stuffing them, if nothing more. Her sisters knew she would be only too glad to assist their teacher in his proposed experiment, so the collection was undertaken. There was no taxidermist in the place, but a gentleman who was fond of field sports, and had learned something of the principles of making skins, gave them the benefit of his knowledge, and they obtained what further information they could from the limited printed matter within their reach, Mrs. Maxwell's ingenuity supplying the rest. The professor procured the birds, and was to do the unpleasant work. She was to look on, suggest, and give the finishing touches. An amusing time they had mounting their first birds. After laboring long and faithfully over one which it was agreed they must save, in the vain endeavor to make its rumpled feathers lay down, a brilliant idea suggested itself. "I'll tell you," said Mrs. Maxwell, "we'll get a nest, and put the bird up fighting. Of course, in that case it would be all bristled up, and its feathers standing every way." The nest was found, the bird perched on its edge, a few touches given it by her artistic fingers, and it had all the appearance of an enraged mother on the defensive. The next step was to procure a bird with which it could properly be fighting, and mount him in a suitable attitude. This done, the group was voted a complete success by the little circle interested in it. It is needless to say the collection so begun never grew to be at all large. The school did not receive pecuniary assistance that would allow of their going to any expense, and neither she nor the professor had a surplus of elegant leisure which they could donate to it. But the effort was successful in one thing. It showed to Mrs. Maxwell what a wonderful field for artistic effect taxidermy presented. Her mind, ever longing for methods of expression in forms of beauty, was captivated by it, and to be able to reproduce the characteristic grace and abandon of each animal's life became her dream as truly as it was ever Rosa Bonheur's. End of Martha Maxwell, Taxidermist, at the Centennial Exposition, 1876. An excerpt from On the Plains and Among the Peaks, or How Mrs. Maxwell Made Her Natural History Collection, by Mary Dart, 1879. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Northern Europe and the Swiss Confederation in the 14th Century, by Hans Putz, from The History of All Nations from Earliest Times, Volume 10, The Age of Renaissance, translated under the supervision of John Henry Wright. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. Scandinavia, excepting Denmark during its temporary feudal dependence, felt the German influence comparatively little. in spite of its missionary and trading connections with Germany. Notwithstanding, the spirit of national independence, unaided, gained ground in the north. This spirit in turn emphasised the opposition between the Scandinavians and Germans, which led to a series of national struggles. Their outcome was the formation of a new state on the Baltic. The successes which the Hanseatic fleets, manned with citizens, won over their northern enemies, are a fit counterpart of the victories of the English national army over the French feudal host. Denmark had been made a limited monarchy. Constitutional conflicts were not long in breaking out. Christopher II, 1320 1326, wished to free himself from the capitulation which had laid such restrictions on the royal power. But the nobility answered his attempt by an armed uprising. The King had to make his escape, and the regency fell to the mighty Count Gerhard of Holstein and Stormarn. By sacrificing the royal prerogatives still more, he bought the election for his 25-year-old nephew, Waldemar of Schleswig. At the same time he had the fief of Schleswig conferred on himself in perpetuity. The dissatisfaction caused by these measures prompted Christopher II to try to regain his throne, but he was defeated and retreated to his half-brother John, who ruled over Falster, Femern, and other islands. There he died in 1332. His son Otto lost his life in trying to reconquer his paternal kingdom. As Waldemar was not strong enough to maintain his position, he voluntarily abdicated, and the youngest son of Christopher II, Waldemar IV. (1340 1376), was elected king. Denmark recovered and grew new strength under him. First of all, Waldemar established peace within the realm by simply giving up all the contested districts which he was unable to hold. After 5 years of preparation the king showed his real nature. He conquered the island of Funen, while its lord, Count Henry of Holstein, was seeking adventure in the service of England and Sweden. Gradually Waldemar gathered in the alienated estates, and became the second founder of Denmark. He enlisted his people for winning back the southern districts of Sweden by granting them the Charter of Kalundborg in 1360. Herein he renounced absolute sovereignty, restored the old rights and privileges of the estates, and promised to call regular diets. With the aid of the estates, the king then conquered Scania, Halland, and Bleckingen in the south of Sweden. His kingdom had its original extent again. This set both king and people against the maritime and commercial sway which Germany held over Denmark and Sweden by means of the Hanseatic League. To damage Sweden and to crush the power of the League in the Baltic at the same time, Waldemar suddenly fell upon both in the summer of 1361. His fleet first conquered the island of Åland, then he landed near Visby, on Gotland. The strong fortifications of Visby would doubtless have withstood the siege if it had awaited the reinforcements of the Hanseatic League, but the inhabitants of the town were too much embittered by Waldemar's breach of peace. Overestimating their strength, they made a sally to try a pitched battle with the aid of the Swedish peasantry. Waldemar, however, defeated them on July 27th, and the city had to capitulate. A part of its walls were razed, and Waldemar entered in triumph. The Danes seized the rich booty stored in the churches and monasteries of Visby, but otherwise the king spared the city, and even confirmed its privileges. He put it on a level with the Danish cities, in the hope of henceforth drawing the large profits which had flowed to Sweden, and of making the Hanseatic League more serviceable. But here the king was mistaken, for the frightened German merchants no longer felt safe on the island. They deserted Visby, which became depopulated and fell into ruins. Danzig henceforth became the chief staple of the northern Hanseatic trade. Waldemar's attack upon Visby had unfortunate results for Denmark itself, for the League was eager for revenge, as was Sweden, which was the chief sufferer. Norway, which was united with Sweden under the rule of Magnus II, also joined the alliance against Denmark. This found another member in Count Henry of Holstein, who wished to regain Funen. The direction of the common war lay in the hands of Lübeck. Led by the mayor of Lübeck, Hans Wittenberg, the mighty Hanseatic fleet attacked Copenhagen in the summer of 1362, took the city and plundered it. But the fleet was badly repulsed off Scania. The attack on Helsingborg also failed. A truce made in 1363 was prolonged to 1367. It left Gotland in the hands of the Danes. Meanwhile Valdemar's growing despotism aroused the nobility against him. Also the Hanseatic merchants had constant cause for complaints. The Danes restricted their trade in every way. To avert commercial ruin, the League had to take to arms again. At a meeting in Cologne in November 1367, the merchants decided on war against Denmark. Only Hakon, the new King of Norway, stood by Valdemar, who was his father-in-law. The Count of Holstein and most of the princes on the Baltic joined the cities. Duke Albert of Mecklenburg, the nephew and successor of the deposed Swedish King Magnus, renewed his alliance with the towns in order to regain Scania and Gothland. Denmark could not withstand such odds. When he recognized this, Valdemar went abroad, and thus forfeited the esteem of his people. In the summer of 1368 the Hanseatic fleet plundered the coasts of Norway and Denmark almost unhindered. Sweden conquered Scania. The next year the Danish Council of State decided on peace, regardless of the King's absence. The parties signed it at Stralsund on May 24, 1370. This peace marks the zenith of the power of the Hanseatic League. Henceforth its word was law in the north. The League was to draw the income from the royal estates in Scania for 15 years. It retained as pledges the fortresses of Helsingborg, Malmö, Skanö, and Falsterbo, where it was to have garrisons for the same number of years. Its influence on the internal affairs of Denmark was the most important again. The League won a share in the royal election, for in case of Valdemar's abdication or death, the rule of his successor was to be conditioned on his recognition by the Hanseatic merchants. There was nothing for Valdemar but to buy his return to the throne by submitting to these humiliating conditions. When he died in 1375, without male issue, the Danish princes elected Olaf, the son of his daughter Margaret, by the Norwegian King Hakon, but they diminished the royal prerogatives still more by the capitulation which they forced on the minor king. The Hanseatic League confirmed everything. The regent, Margaret, had a hard task. The extension of her regency to Norway on Hakon's death in 1380 did not improve her position. While the uncontrollable nobility usurped the crown domains, the progeny of Gerhard of Holstein brought about their recognition as hereditary feudal lords of Schleswig. In return, however, they granted the regent and king firm support against the native opposition. Thus it came that Margaret gradually found a firm footing and increasing recognition for her useful activity. Accordingly, when the young king died in 1386, the magnates of Denmark called the regent to the throne. The Norwegians followed suit. This event made a great impression in Sweden, where Margaret's nephew, Albert of Mecklenburg, had forfeited all his esteem. A strong party arose to set Margaret on the Swedish throne also. It deposed Albert, who was soon in the power of the enemy, together with his sons. Only Stockholm, with its large population of German merchants, still opposed Margaret. The Dukes of Mecklenburg sent out daring seafarers from Rostock and Wismar, who were to bring supplies to the city, and were consequently called Victualling Brothers. Using the favourable opportunity, they settled on Gothland. Thence they went on their piratical cruises, from which the Hanseatic League suffered much. In its own interest the League brought about a compromise in 1395. Albert of Mecklenburg and his sons regained their freedom, in return for which the King renounced the Swedish crown. This made the union of the three Scandinavian kingdoms a fact, but it rested only on the person of Queen Margaret, and lacked every constitutional basis for the future. At her accession in Norway, her great-nephew, Erik of Farther Pomerania, had been appointed her successor. For him the Queen wished to secure the succession in her other two kingdoms. The Estates of the three kingdoms accepted her plan in 1396. Erik was solemnly crowned at Kalmar in 1397, in the presence of the magnates of the three realms. With these Margaret agreed upon the union of Kalmar. According to its terms, the three kingdoms, while retaining their own constitutions, judiciary, and legislatures, were henceforth to live in peace and friendship. They were to oppose all external foes in unison, and be ruled by one king, whom the Estates were to choose from the house of Eric of Pomerania, according to primogeniture. Now, from the first, the United Kingdom contained the seeds of disruption, because it was conditional on a royal election which barred the way to the attainment of a better and more independent position. The greatest gain fell once more to the Hanseatic League, for all its privileges with regard to filling the Danish throne were extended to the other kingdoms by the Compact of Union, which made all the treaties made by any member binding on all the members of the United Kingdom. Naturally the League recognised the Union of Kalmar. Yet the old conflicts still continued to break out in the north. The victualling brothers became the scourge of the Baltic trade. They claimed part ownership in Gothland, on the strength of the order Albert of Mecklenburg had once given them to provision the besieged city of Stockholm. Finally the Teutonic Order intervened by buying out Albert's claims and rooting out the victualling brothers. The order then took provisional possession of the island. A war of several of the northern Hanseatic cities against Novgorod was terminated in 1392. While the Hanseatic League was thus spreading the German power in the north, territorial and dynastic changes were occurring in the western Slav countries which were to bring Germany heavy losses. Since Russia had fallen under the Mongolian yoke, and Bohemia had become a seat of German culture under Charles IV, the conflict between the Slavs and Germans lay chiefly in the Polish principalities, which had split off from the Kingdom of Poland. At the beginning of the 14th century, Poland began to develop a threatening power in but a few decades. At that time Władysław IV Łokietek wrested Cracow from Wenceslaus, King of Bohemia and Poland. Later he won back the other Polish districts on the Warthe and Vistula, with the exception of Pomereln. Lord of Great and Little Poland, he was crowned in Cracow in 1319, with the Pope's consent, as Władysław I. 1319 to 1333. With him the House of the Piasts became the champion of Polish nationalism, and grew to be a weighty factor in European politics by its opposition to Germany. He married his son Casimir to the daughter of the Lithuanian Prince Gedimin. The latter gave hope of embracing Christianity. The family union of Poland and Lithuania was to result in great shifting of political power in the East to the detriment of Germany, and especially the Teutonic Order. Notwithstanding, Władysław's renewed attack on Pomereln failed. Nor did the combined Polo-Lithuanian assault on Brandenburg meet with success. Moreover, the Silesian principalities of the Piasts freed themselves from the Polish king's overlordship. They put themselves under the protection of King John of Bohemia. The latter now took part in the wars of the Teutonic Order against Poland and Lithuania, burning and ravaging far into their interior. The attempt of the order to get possession of Mazovia, Kuyavia, and Dobrzyn led to a bitter struggle at the close of Władysław's reign. The bloody battle of Płowcze in 1331 was a drawn one, but showed to what lengths the national hatred of the two peoples had already gone. At this time, to be sure, Poland was not strong enough to win in the national conflict. This appeared from the growing pressure from without, and the marked internal decay at the end of Władysław's reign. The state required strengthening within. The appreciation of this is the great merit of King Casimir, whom his thankful people called the Great. He reigned from 1333 to 1370. He was a lover of peace, pious though no slave of the Church, and was free from the fanatical patriotism of his father. Besides, he had a clear insight into the needs of his country, and was happy in the choice of his means. All of these qualities were well calculated to make Casimir I the founder of a new state. He made a treaty with John of Bohemia in 1335 at Visegrad. John received the Silesian principalities of the Piasts and recognized Casimir as king. The latter also made a truce with the Teutonic Order. When the Polish alliance with the Lithuanians came to an end, and the Poles had every prospect of conquest opened by the extinction of the ruling house in Galicia, Poland and the Order finally made the Peace of Kalisz in 1343. Poland gave up its claims to Kurmland, Michalau, and Pomereln, while the Order relinquished Kuyavia and Dobrzyn. Freed from his old enemy, Casimir could add Galicia and Volhynia to his kingdom in the following year. In organizing these two districts he emphasized the community of interests of the tribes united under his sceptre. Thus he had two codes, consisting of a mixture of customary and written law, drawn up for Great and Little Poland. The King established a royal Supreme Court at Cracow, the decisions of which guaranteed a uniform development of national law. In like manner Casimir devoted himself to establishing the legal status of the many German settlements in his kingdom. He codified their law, which was generally that of the city of Magdeburg. He set up a Supreme Court for his German subjects, which did away with appeals to Magdeburg, and freed Casimir's kingdom from annoying foreign dependence. Furthermore, the King showed great zeal in spreading the elements of a higher civilization among his people by attracting German immigrants, and by furthering trade and commerce. This he did by providing for the safety of the highways, and by making coins, weights, and measures conform to a uniform standard. But Casimir paid particular attention to the peasantry, which the noble landowners oppressed severely. However, even Casimir the Great did not succeed in checking the baneful development of those social conditions which had always been the great economic sore of the country. While the great barons gradually rose to the rank of princes, the great mass of the lower nobility, the real fibre of the realm, sank to an inferior class. They made leagues and combated the high nobility, and tried to augment their position by preying on the lower orders. The servitude of the peasantry thus became the curse of Poland, for it cut the largest part of the people off from every participation in the national life, thus depriving the latter of the one source which might have regenerated it. The Slav has never desired or been able to develop independently a civic life. The results in this field in Poland are in part the work of German settlers, and in part a product of all sorts of artificial means, which ceased to be efficient as soon as the artificial care was withdrawn. In spite, therefore, of good beginnings, no extensive city life ever flourished in Poland. The peasants themselves had no possible way of becoming free, or even half free. This condition of servitude gave rise to evils which undermined the Polish State to such an extent that it finally succumbed to a national catastrophe. The stimulating rule of Casimir appears on the intellectual side in his foundation of the University of Cracow in 1362. His sway seemed the more meritorious because the house of the Piasts became extinct in him, and was replaced by foreign dynasties. The King designated his nephew, Louis the Great of Hungary, as his successor. In 1355 the Polish magnates acknowledged him as heir presumptive, but with this reservation that a change in the succession be permissible if Casimir should still have legitimate issue. Louis too had to make concessions. He surrendered the right to levy new taxes, promised to be satisfied with the old royal income, and to observe the laws and liberties of the kingdom. During a so-called progress, the King and his train were no longer to live off the estates of the nobility and clergy free of charge. Furthermore, the nobility was henceforth to receive pay for foreign military service, a measure which sadly restricted the royal power. After Casimir had died in 1370, Louis of Hungary received the crown in Cracow. But in 1374 he had to make further concessions to the magnates at Caschau, which established the predominance of the nobility for the future. The privilege of bearing arms was restricted to the nobility. It alone was eligible to the higher offices of State, and its estates were freed from all taxes and dues. Louis of Hungary consented to all the demands of the nobility so as to secure the succession to one of his daughters. The question of succession, however, proved the source of new disasters. For Louis, who was often forced to leave the kingdom, transferred the regency to his mother, Elizabeth. Through her partiality to the Hungarians, she drove the Polish vassals to open revolt. The citizens of the capital also rebelled and murdered the hated Hungarian councillors. The Regent fled to Hungary. Mazovia revolted from Poland, while robbery and feuds raged within. Nevertheless, Louis continued to solicit the succession of his oldest daughter, Maria, who was married to Sigismund, son to the Emperor Charles IV. And Margrave of Brandenburg. He had just won over the Polish magnates when he died in 1382. Immediately bitter dissension broke out. A large part of the nobility demanded of Maria, above all, that she should make Poland her home. They formed a confederacy to carry out their will. In reality they desired separation from Hungary, as did a party in that country. Savage party conflicts ensued in consequence. Finally, the queen widow, Elizabeth of Hungary, found means to win both parties. She advocated the succession of Hedwig, the younger daughter of Louis, to the Polish throne. After bitter party struggles, which brought civil war on some parts of the country, the parties reached an understanding on this basis. In the summer of 1384 Hedwig was crowned Queen of Poland at Cracow. The ambitious and crafty Jagiello, Grand Duke of Lithuania, soon sued for the hand of the Queen, who was only 13 years old. Besides the conversion of his people, he offered the consolidation of Lithuania and Poland. The great prospect which this opened to the Polish power in the East decided the clergy and nobility to accept Jagiello's proposal. 2 years later he was married to Queen Hedwig. Early in 1386 the Lithuanian prince came with his brilliant escort to Cracow, where he received baptism at the hands of the Archbishop of Gneisen. Thereupon he was wedded to Hedwig and crowned King of Poland. The conversion of the Lithuania was still more external than that of Jagiello, who adopted the name of Władysław II. Christian manners and thought had a hard struggle to introduce a higher culture among his warlike race. Also the political connection between Poland and Lithuania remained loose at first, although both countries were on the same social and economic footing. But there was this difference, that the Lithuanian peasant was a step more degraded than the Polish one. He was the slave of his lord, the boyar, and had no existence in law, while his master was oppressed by the magnates of the land, to whom he had to render personal services and pay dues. As yet there was no city life in Lithuania. Foreigners alone carried on the trade and industries, especially German merchants, Russian immigrants, and thrifty Jews. Thus Lithuania was the immediate gainer by the union, whereas the military force of Poland received a considerable increase of power. The Polish nobility exacted important concessions from its foreign royal house. Henceforth the principle was to obtain that all feudal fiefs, dignities and offices, as well as all castles and lieutenancies, should be given only to Polish-born noblemen. The nobility was to be paid in future for military service even within the realm. Their immunity from taxation, like that of the clergy, was confirmed. The jurisdiction over their subjects was to be theirs exclusively, but every acre which their serfs tilled had to pay a rent of 2 groats to the King. Finally the magnates reserved the right to make every ensuing royal election conditional on terms of a similar nature. This measure made the Polish monarchy a prey to a demoralizing elective system which was to break up the constitution of the State. The nobles, now the true rulers of the land, took every precaution to keep down all those elements in the State which might subvert their position. In especial they tried to coerce the cities and exclude them from participation in State affairs. This was a severe blow to the Germans, whom the Poles and the Lithuanians henceforth ruined on principle. Notwithstanding their unanimity in this regard, there was at first no lack of intestinal strife between the united peoples. But the ill success of his expedition against the Tartars forced Witold, the Grand Duke of the Lithuanians, to give up the struggle and draw closer to Poland again. In 1401 a treaty was made which regulated the mutual relations of the two countries. According to its terms, the Lithuanians formally recognized Władysław as their lord, while the Polish magnates swore always to defend and protect Lithuania. Witold was to be Grand Duke of Lithuania for life. After his death the country should fall to the Polish crown. In case a change of rulers should occur before that event in Poland, the Polish magnates promised not to elect a king without the previous knowledge of the Grand Duke. It is a striking fact that here, as on other occasions, the nobles, not the king, represented the Polish State. Poland prospered in the reign of the first Jagiello. By winning back Galicia, reducing to dependence Volhynia, Podolia, Moldavia, and Bessarabia, and subjugating the Ukraine, Poland became strong enough to regain its old districts to the west and south also. A Polish vassal, Duke Władysław of Opeln, had mortgaged Dobrzyn to the Teutonic Order. This was the source of tedious struggles. Finally it led to a mighty collision, which resulted in a national war between the Germans and Slavs, and had a great influence on the development of North Eastern Europe. When the conciliatory Queen Hedwig died in 1399, she advised her consort to strengthen his right to the Polish throne by marrying a Piast. Władysław chose a granddaughter of Casimir, the child of one of his legitimised natural daughters. This princess, Anna, Jagiełło raised to the Polish throne in 1403. His future activity lay chiefly in his conflict with the Teutonic Order in Prussia. Thus he organized the national opposition between the Germans and Slavs. The remarkable state of the Teutonic Order in Prussia reached its zenith territorially and politically by the conquest of Pomereln and the removal of its chief seat from Venice to Marienburg. Since the beginning of the 14th century the Prussian cities had become very prosperous through their trade with Poland, the Baltic provinces, and Denmark. The chief cities of the Order lands were Thorn, Elbing, and Königsberg, but these were all outstripped by Danzig, which, after the fall of Visby, became the emporium of the North, and one of its most beautiful cities. The Order gave its cities full liberty in all their relations abroad, so that they were almost independent. By becoming members of the Hanseatic League they enjoyed the commercial privileges which it had in England, Scandinavia, and Russia. To be sure, the two-folded allegiance of the cities led to conflicts at home, which gradually overcast the friendly relations between the lords of the land and their subjects. That was especially the case since the Order as such took part in the trade, and experienced the inconvenient competition of its cities. Originally the Order had been content with having its own needs satisfied as profitably as possible, but its mercantile activity soon overstepped these bounds. Thus the office of the chief steward of the Order was gradually expanded into that of the superintendent of its wholesale trade, under whose direction the domestic and foreign agents attended to the purchase and sales of the Order. Its increasing trade gave its subjects cause for loud complaint. This change from a crusading to a mercantile order took place towards the close of the 14th century. It was brought about partly by the change which the Christianization of Lithuania and its consolidation with Poland had wrought in the political status of the Order. Nor was the independent position which the Teutonic Knights took in the ecclesiastical political conflicts of the 14th century without influence on the change of the nature of their order. In contradistinction to the Templars and the Knights of St. John, it had remained true to its national spirit. In the great conflict between Louis the Bavarian and John XXII and his successors, the Order had taken the part of the King and stopped paying the Peter's pence to the Papacy. In its renewed conflict with Poland about Pomereln, the Church openly favoured the latter. It even went so far as to excommunicate the Order. After the Peace of Kalisz, in 1343, the Papal Court continued to support the Poles, while the Order had the favour of the Emperor, who granted it Lithuania, Russia, and other lands by charter. Of course that was of no practical value. It only incited its enemies more to overthrow the proud Teutonic Order. The Papacy set all sorts of intrigue against it on foot. The Avignonese court even brought suit against the Order, which, however, resulted in nothing. After all, the body emerged from the deadly struggle more honoured and powerful, for public opinion was with it, particularly as it still fulfilled its duty as a military order by harassing the heathen Lithuanians year after year. A closer examination, however, of the course and success of its campaigns would have shown even then that the Order was only fulfilling the letter of its crusading duty, for it neither furthered nor even attempted the conversion of the Lithuanians. The Prusso-Lithuanian frontier was the scene of bloody carnage which only engendered increasing brutality on both sides. It is not surprising that the hounded Lithuanians bore deadly hatred to the Order. To avert destruction they rose in general war under the sons of Prince Gedimin. They wasted Zamland terribly, but were defeated near Rudau in 1370 by the Marshal of the Order, Henning Schindekopf. Thereafter they restricted themselves to the defensive. In 1379 the Order made a peace with Keistut, the last surviving son of Gedimin, which finally ensured length and quiet to the frontier. About this time Winrich von Kniprode ruled over the order in Marienburg. He combined in the happiest manner the duties of a knight of the order with the obligations of the ruler. His special care was that his brethren might be able to do justice to the entirely altered claims which they were called upon to satisfy as the officials, or rather co-regents, of the complex State. He introduced the study of theology and law. Moreover, he watched carefully over the relaxed morals and discipline in the order, by instituting regular visitations of its individual conventual houses. Thus he made the castle of Marienburg not only the centre of the government, but also the point around which the intellectual and moral life of the order centred. Following the example of his most enlightened predecessors, Winrich paid special attention to agriculture. He relieved the peasantry of unpaid labour with the plough and cart. The cities of the order rose to their highest pitch of prosperity. Their double allegiance to the Hanseatic League and the order appears in their taking part in the League's war with Valdemar IV. of Denmark, while the order as such refrained. However, it proved the main bulwark against the Scandinavian attacks on the German Baltic provinces. The salient feature of the order's policy was its opposition to Poland. That gave it its importance in general politics. As the enemy of Poland, it was indispensable to Charles IV. Its adherence to the Emperor, in turn, brought it into conflict with the Church, which tried to break its proud ecclesiastical independence. The conversion of the Lithuanians by the Poles proved fatal to the order, because it made the fulfilment of its original object impossible. At the same time, the union of Lithuania and Poland under an inimical race entirely shifted the balance of power in the East, while the simultaneous decline of the power of the House of Luxembourg under King Wenceslaus and the great schism of the Church deprived the order of its mainstays. Like the Teutonic Order, the Swiss Confederation, which grew up in the course of the 14th century, was a state within a state. In repeated conflicts with the Habsburgs, the unassuming civil organism exercised an inspiring influence far beyond its bounds, on account of its political and social principles. The army of Leopold of Austria had overrun the Swiss cantons because of their allegiance to Louis the Bavarian, but the Swiss defeated the Austrians in the pass of Morgarten on November 15, 1315. Elated at their victory, they renewed their confederacy in the following December, and had their old charter confirmed by King Louis soon after. The House of Habsburg had to recognise the freedom of the Confederation and give up all its remaining rights over the cantons. Lucerne also freed itself from this house by joining the Confederation in 1332, which united the 4 cantons around Lake Lucerne. In consequence of internal struggle, which broke the rule of the prominent families and secured the craft guilds in a share of the town government, the powerful city of Zurich joined the Swiss Confederation in 1351. In the next year Glarus and Zug followed. The accession of Bern in 1353 was of particular importance. The attempts of the Habsburgs to stay the growth of the Confederation had no success. Through the mediation of the Emperor Charles IV, they had to conclude a truce in 1368, which did not, however, mitigate the old hostility. The internal dissensions continued, chiefly with the clergy, which still stood by Austria in great part. The outcome of these struggles was the so-called Priest Charter, Pfaffenbrief, which was drawn up in 1370. This charter imposed the oath of allegiance to the Confederation on all within its bounds. It excluded all foreign jurisdictions save the episcopal one in matters of marriage and other spiritual cases. It likewise contained stringent regulations for the maintenance of the public peace within the bounds of the Confederate territory. The Charter marks a decided step towards securing the absolute rule of the Swiss Confederation within its boundaries, but it brought nearer the clash with Austria, of which the immediate occasion was the support which Leopold III gave to Count Rudolph of Kyburg in his hostile measures against the Swiss. Unsupported and poorly armed, the peasants utterly routed the Austrian knights on July 9, 1386, at Sempach, north west of Lucerne. Leopold was left dead on the field. It was with this battle that legend connects the hardly authentic story of Ardold von Winkelried, who made an opening in the enemy's ranks by grasping all the Austrian pikes he could reach and burying them in his own breast. The Swiss rushed on to victory over his dead body. After an insecure truce, which the Swabian League had brought about, the war broke out again in 1388. On April 9th the Swiss completely defeated the Austrians at Nafels. In the treaty of peace which followed, the Austrians formally recognized the Swiss Confederation. End of Northern Europe and the Swiss Confederation in the 14th century.
Novel Hand Shadows, Dog and Rabbit, from Novel Hand Shadows, being a novel, unique, and original series of 25 silhouettes by William J. Hillier, as presented by him for 3 consecutive months at the Great Paris Exhibition, 1900. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Preface. In the following pages I have endeavored to explain a number of entirely new effects in the fascinating art of shadowgraphy. The absence of any recent addition to the somewhat limited number of books on the subject entitles me to the belief that this little work will prove of interest and benefit to the profession in general and shadowists in particular. William J. Hillier, London, 1900. Introduction. The amusement of forming shadows or silhouettes is a very ancient one. It was, we are led to believe by historians, very much in vogue among the Chinese many centuries ago. It was, however, left for Frizzo, a Spanish conjurer and fantasiste, to first produce same as a stage feat. And it is to him that the modern shadowist is primarily indebted for the stock figures, such as a dog, rabbit, horse, old man, etc., now always seen at exhibitions of shadographie. To Félicien Trouet, however, the credit is unquestionably due for raising the hitherto almost childish pastime into an art. Anyone who may have had the pleasure of witnessing Trouet's performance will, I am sure, agree with me that shadowgraphie in his hands becomes a grand art. He invented, amongst many clever figures, the swan, dancer, elephant, fisherman, etc., and innumerable shadow pantomimes. It was not, however, so much in his novel figures his success was made, as in his marvellous ability to make each and every little detail of same appear to be absolutely lifelike. Trouet was first imbued with the idea of becoming a shadowist after witnessing the performance of Frizzo, before referred to, in Belgium. He was not long in ascertaining that what he had witnessed was capable of improvement, and after many months of tedious and patient exercise of his fingers to render them supple, he succeeded in producing new figures, which are each in their way little masterpieces. Trouet has up to the present time invented over 300 entirely new hand shadows, and although he has now retired on a large fortune, his activity will not permit him to altogether discard and forget his inventive ability. The raison d'être of this book is not to teach shadowgraphie in its elementary form, as this has already been done by Trouet himself in his excellent little treatise on the subject, but to present to the profession a few new and hitherto unpublished shadows. I would advise students to procure a portable electric lamp and screen from some reliable dealer in magical apparatus, etc., such as Messrs. G. Ornham and Company of 4 Duke Street, Charing Cross, London, W.C., as then all further inconvenience and bother caused by having a bad light and a shaky screen will be avoided. Nothing is so annoying as to find at the last moment that something has gone wrong with your light. Some recommend acetylene gas, but the time taken to get it to show a proper light will, until vast improvements have been made, effectually preclude its universal adoption, at any rate by shadowists. The screen should be of as portable a nature as possible. For drawing-room work, I simply carry a piece of linen 3 feet square with clips attached to each corner. This sheet I suspend and fix between 2 ordinary folding screens, usually obtainable in any drawing-room, and I find this arrangement, especially if the sheet be slightly dampened, answers admirably. Some performers who happen to be touring with cinematograph entertainments use the light for their exhibition, and go down amongst the audience, standing somewhere about a yard in front of the lens, thereby making their silhouettes appear on the sheet on the stage even larger than life. One of the best shadowists of modern times, Mr. David Devant, adopts the above idea with great success in his entertainment at the Egyptian Hall, London, the spectators in the immediate proximity of the performer being particularly interested, inasmuch as they can see and appreciate the artiste's great dexterity. Plenty of advice has been given from time to time as to the correct distance to stand between the light and the screen, but this can only be accurately defined by experiment. It will often be found that change of expression can easily be obtained by slightly moving the hands from left to right, or vice versa. To become a successful shadowist, it is essential that the fingers should be extremely flexible. In fact, more so than is necessary in any other art, and each joint should be able to move quite independently. This can, of course, be acquired with constant practice. Dog and Rabbit. The first silhouette to be described is that depicted in Figure 1. I am aware that both the rabbit and the dog have often been explained, but here we have an amusing and clever combination. The rabbit is first of all shown, then the dog appears, looks round to see no one is about, and promptly bites off an ear from the rabbit, then the other ear, the motion of eating being created by moving the little finger of right hand. The dog then apparently swallows the rabbit, and under cover of this movement the left hand moves alongside the wrist of the right, thereby making the throat of the dog appear to contain the rabbit. By moving the left hand up and down, a lifelike motion of swallowing is imparted to the dog. An additional effect can be obtained by extending the little finger of right hand and pushing forward the second finger of left hand between third and fourth fingers of right. This gives the dog the appearance of having a tongue. End of Novel Hand Shadows, Dog and Rabbit, from Novel Hand Shadows, being a novel, unique, and original series of 25 silhouettes by William J. Hillier, as presented by him for 3 consecutive months at the Great Paris Exhibition, 1900. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Panturianism by T. Lothrop Stoddard, reprinted from the American Political Science Review, Volume 11, Number 1, February 1917. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In practical politics, the vital thing is not what men really are, but what they think they are. This simple truth, so often overlooked, is actually of tremendous import. It gives the key to many a riddle otherwise insoluble. The European war is a striking case in point. That war is very generally regarded as being one of race. The idea certainly lends to the struggle much of its bitterness and uncompromising fury, and yet from the genuine racial standpoint it is nothing of the kind. Ethnologists have proved conclusively that, apart from certain Paleolithic survivals and a few historically recent Asiatic intruders, Europe is inhabited by only three stocks. 1. The blond, long-headed Nordic race. 2. The brown, round-headed Alpine race. 3. The brunette, long-headed Mediterranean race. These races are so dispersed and intermingled that every European nation is built on at least two of these stocks, while most are compounded of all three. Strictly speaking, therefore, the present European war is not a race war at all, but a domestic struggle between closely knit blood relatives. Now all this is known to most well-educated Europeans, and yet it has not made the slightest difference. The reason is that, in spite of everything, the Europeans believe that they fit into an entirely different race category. They think they belong to the Teutonic race, the Latin race, the Slav race, or the Anglo-Saxon race. The fact that these so-called races simply do not exist, but are really historical differentiations based on language and culture, which cut sublimely athwart genuine race lines, all that is quite beside the point. Your European may apprehend this intellectually, but it will have no effect upon his conduct. In his heart of hearts he will still believe himself a Latin, a Teuton, an Anglo-Saxon, or a Slav. For his blood race he will not stir, for his thought race he will die. For the glory of the dolichocephalic Nordic, or the brachycephalic Alpine, he will not prick his finger or wage a groat. For the triumph of the Teuton or the Slav he will give his last farthing and shed his heart's blood. In other words, not what men really are, but what they think they are. Now, why all this? Why in contemporary Europe should thought race be all-powerful, while blood race is impotent? The reason is perfectly clear. Modern Europe's great dynamic has been nationality. Till quite recent times, nationality was a distinctly intensive concept, connoting approximate identity of culture, language, and historic past. It was the logical product of a still relatively narrow European outlook. Indeed, it owed its very existence to the disappearance of a still narrower outlook which had contented itself with the regional, feudal, and dialectic loyalties of the Middle Ages. But the first half of the 19th century saw a still further widening of the European outlook to a continental or even to a world horizon. At once the early concept of nationality ceased to satisfy. Nationality became extensive. It tended to embrace all those of kindred speech, culture, and historic tradition. Obviously a new terminology was required. The key word was presently discovered: race. Hence we get that whole series of race phrases: pan-Germanism, pan-Slavism, pan-Anglism, pan-Latinism, and the rest. Of course these are not racial at all. They merely signify nationalism brought up to date. But the European peoples, with all the fervor of the nationalist faith that is in them, believe and proclaim them to be racial. And so far as practical politics is concerned, they are racial and will so continue while the national dynamic endures. This new development of nationalism, the racial stage as we may call it, was at first confined to the older centers of European civilization, but with the spread of Western ideas it presently appeared in the remotest and most unexpected quarters. Its advent in the Balkans quickly engendered those fanatical propagandists, pan-Hellenism, pan-Serbism, etc., which turned that unhappy region first into a bear garden and latterly into a witches' Sabbath. Before the close of the last century, nationalism had patently passed into Asia. The Young Turk and the Young Egyptian movements, the nationalist stirrings in Persia and India, and the Chinese Revolution are unmistakable signs that Asia is in the throes of the first phase of national self-consciousness. But of late years, numerous symptoms proclaim the fact that in Asia also the second or racial stage of nationalism has begun. This is strikingly illustrated by the recent course of events in the Mohammedan world. About 100 years ago, the Wahhabi revolt in Arabia inaugurated that vast political religious movement known as the Mohammedan Revival. By the closing decades of the 19th century, it had reached every corner of Islam, while a simultaneous pressure from aggressive, land-hungry Europe had given it a bitterly anti-European complexion. Hence, close observers of Eastern affairs have decanted for many years on pan-Islamism, and have warned us of the impending jihad or holy war against the European West. And yet, in 1914, under highly exciting provocation and extremely favorable circumstances, the jihad did not come off. Of course, we are all familiar with the stock explanations for its non-appearance, and doubtless these had their weight. But one reason, though never mentioned, probably had a great deal more to do with the Holy War fiasco than is generally supposed: the dissolving effect of the new spirit of Asiatic nationalism upon Islamic unity. Just as the gospel of nationality which came to Europe with the Renaissance disrupted the Catholic unity of the Middle Ages and made crusades impossible, so that same gospel today seems to be relaxing the bonds of Islamic solidarity and transforming the true believers into patriots first and Moslems afterward. This tendency is especially evident in the recent relations of the two chief Mohammedan peoples of the Ottoman Empire, the Turks and the Arabs. Arab and Turk have never gotten on really well together. Their racial temperaments were too incompatible for that. Still, in former times, their common Islamic faith and their common contempt and hatred of the infidel united them against the Christian world, whatever the state of their domestic relations. But throughout the present century, ominous signs of disruption have been in evidence. In the two portions of the Arab world most open to Western ideas, Syria and Egypt, Arab nationalist movements appeared years ago, and the leaven has since been permeating the whole Arab world. In great part, these movements have been specifically directed against the menace of European domination, but they are also self-consciously nationalistic and as such hostile to the ruling Turk. Indeed, within the last few years, Arab nationalism seems to have reached the racial stage. Many of its leaders today dream of a great Arab empire, embracing not only the ethnically Arab peninsula homeland, Syria, Mesopotamia, and Egypt, but also all the Arabized races of North Africa and the Sudan. With such a temper, it is not surprising that the call to the Holy War from Turkish Istanbul in November 1914 found the Arab world half-hearted or cold. It also does much to explain the recent revolt of the Sharif of Mecca, which today threatens Turkish rule throughout Arabia with complete destruction. This rapid growth of Arab national consciousness was undoubtedly stimulated by the hostile reaction of the corresponding development which had been taking place in the Turkish world. We all remember the startling growth of young Turkey, the amazing transformation of the Ottomans from old-fashioned Moslems docilely submissive to the absolute Sultan Caliph into self-conscious patriots eager to replace the theocratic despotism of Abdul Hamid by an Ottoman national state with Turkish language and culture supreme over and absorbing all the rest. That is merely the familiar nationalist first stage. But we should also note that Turkish nationalism, like Arab nationalism, has already reached the second or racial stage of development. In fact, its growth has here been truly extraordinary. It has already passed the bounds of what might strictly be termed pan-Turkism, and has now arrived at the truly momentous concept known as pan-Turanism. The Ottoman Turks do not stand racially alone in the world. Right across northern Europe and Asia, from the Baltic to the Pacific, and from the Mediterranean to the Arctic Ocean, there stretches a vast band of peoples to whom ethnologists have assigned the name of Uralo-Altaic race, but who are more generally termed Turanians. This group embraces the most widely scattered folk, the Ottoman Turks of Constantinople and Anatolia, the Turkomans of Central Asia and Persia, the Tartars of South Russia and Transcaucasia, the Magyars of Hungary, the Finns of Finland and the Baltic provinces, the aboriginal tribes of Siberia, and even the distant Mongols and Manchus. Diverse though they are in culture, tradition, and even physical appearance, these peoples nevertheless possess certain well-marked traits in common. Their languages are all similar, and what is of even more import, their physical and mental makeup displays undoubted affinities. They are all noted for great physical vitality, combined with unusual toughness of nerve fibers. Though somewhat deficient in imagination and creative artistic sense, they are richly endowed with patience, tenacity, and dogged energy. Most of them have displayed extraordinary military capacity, together with a no less remarkable aptitude for the masterful handling of subject peoples. The Turanians have certainly been the greatest conquerors and empire builders that the world has ever seen. Attila and his Huns, Arpad and his Magyars, Isparich and his Bulgars, Alp Arslan and his Seljuks, Ertugrul and his Ottomans, Genghis Khan and Tamerlane with their inflexible Mongol hordes, Babur in India, even Kabulai Khan and Nurakchu in far-off Cathay. The type is ever the same. The hoofprint of the Turanian man on horseback is stamped deep all over the palimpsest of history. Glorious or sinister according to the point of view, Turans is certainly a wondrous past. Of course, one may query whether these diverse peoples really do form one genuine race, but as we have already seen, that makes no practical difference. Possessed of kindred tongues and temperaments, and dowered with such a wealth of soul-stirring tradition, it would suffice for them to think themselves racially one, to form a nationalistic dynamic of truly appalling potency. Until about a generation ago, it is true, no signs of such a movement were visible. Not only were distant stocks like Magyars and Finns quite unaware of any common Turanian bond, but even obvious kinds like Turks and Turkomans regarded one another with almost complete indifference. It was the labors of Western ethnologists that first cleared away the mists which enshrouded Turan. Particularly this was true of the Hungarian ethnological school. The Magyars, though deeply permeated by Western culture, have never forgotten their Asiatic origin, and have always felt rather lonely in the midst of Aryan Europe. This feeling was naturally intensified by the nationalist waves which swept over Europe during the 19th century, emphasizing as these did ethnic differences and sharpening existing lines of cleavage between the peoples. Accordingly, the Magyars instinctively turned to seek out their long-lost kindred, and the researches of Hungarian scholars, particularly those of the great Orientalist Arminius von Beret, presently disclosed the unexpected vastness of the Turanian world. This soon acquired a much more than local significance. The works of von Beret and his colleagues spread far and wide through Turan, and were there devoured by receptive minds already stirring to the obscure breath of a new time. The normality of the Turanian movement is shown by its simultaneous appearance at such widely sundered points as Turkish Constantinople and the Tartar centers along the Russian Volga. Indeed, if anything, the leaven began its working on the Volga sooner than on the Bosphorus. This Tartar revival, though almost unknown to the West, is one of the most extraordinary phenomena in all nationalist history. These Russian Tartars, once lords of the land, though long since fallen from their high estate, have never vanished in the Slav Ocean. Although many of them have been 400 years under Muscovite rule, they have stubbornly maintained their religious, racial, and cultural identity. Clustered thickly along the Volga, especially at Kazan and Astrakhan, retaining much of the Crimea, and forming a considerable minority in Transcaucasia, the Tartars constitute distinct enclaves in the Slav Empire, widely scattered but indomitable. The first stirrings of national self-consciousness among the Russian Tartars appeared as far back as 1895, and from then on the movement grew with astonishing rapidity. The removal of governmental restrictions at the time of the Russian Revolution of 1904 was followed by a regular literary florescence, streams of books and pamphlets, numerous newspapers, and a solid periodical press, all attested the vigor and fecundity of the Tartar revival. The high economic level of the Russian Tartars assured the material sinews of war. The Tartar oil millionaires of Baku here played a conspicuous role, freely opening their capacious purses for the good of the cause. The Russian Tartars also showed distinct political ability, and soon gained the confidence of their Turkoman cousins in Russian Central Asia. The first Duma showed a large Mohammedan group so enterprising in spirit and so skillfully led that Russian public opinion became genuinely uneasy, and Tartar influence in Russian parliamentary life was thereafter diminished by summary curtailments of Mohammedan representation. Although the Mohammedans of Transcaucasia have displayed unmistakable signs of fanaticism, the Tartars of European Russia, scattered enclaves as they are amid the vast bulk of Muscovite Slavism, carefully refrain from any overt exhibition of separatism or disloyalty. Nevertheless, many earnest spirits have gone forth to seek a freer and more fruitful field of labor in Turkish Stamboul, where the Russian Tartars have played a great part in the Pan-Turanian development within the Ottoman Empire. In fact, it was a Volga Tartar, Yusuf by Akshura Uglu, who was the real founder of the first Pan-Turanian circle at Constantinople. Up to the Young Turk Revolution of 1908, Pan-Turanism was somewhat under a cloud at Stamboul. Abdul Hamid had an instinctive aversion to all national movements. He pinned his faith on Pan-Islamism, and furthermore was much under Arab influence. Accordingly, the Pan-Turanians, while not actually persecuted, were decidedly out of favor. With the advent of Young Turk nationalism to power, however, all was changed. The Ottomizing leaders of the Committee of Union and Progress listened eagerly to Pan-Turanism preaching, and it is safe to say that all the chief men among the Young Turks have been for years affiliated with the Pan-Turanians. The present Pan-Turanian leader is the able publicist Ahmed Bey Agayev, also, be it noted, a Russian Tartar. His well-edited organ, Turk Yurdu, Turkish Home, penetrates to every corner of the Turco-Tartar world and exercises great influence on the development of its public opinion. Although leaders like Ahmed Bey Agayev have long seen the entire Turanian world from Finland to Manchuria as a potential whole, their practical efforts were until very recently confined to the closely related Turco-Tartar segment, that is, to the Ottomans of Turkey, the Tartars of Russia, and the Turkomans of Central Asia and Persia. Since all these people were also Mohammedans, it follows that this propaganda had a religious as well as racial complexion, trending indeed in many respects toward Pan-Islamism. In fact, even disregarding the religious factor, one may say that, though Pan-Turanian in theory, the movement was at that time in practice little more than Pan-Turkism. It was the Second Balkan War of 1913 which really precipitated full-fledged Pan-Turanism. That war brought a new recruit into the Turanian camp, Bulgaria. The Bulgarians have until yesterday been classed as Slavs. They are in reality of mixed origin. The primitive Bulgars were a Turanian tribe who, away back in the Dark Ages, conquered the unorganized Slavic hordes, recently migrated south of the Danube, and settled down as masters. Unlike their cousins, the Magyars, these old Bulgarians were absorbed by their more numerous subjects, losing their speech and racial identity. But like most Turanian stocks, the blood was a potent one, for they left behind them far more than their name. The resulting amalgam was stamped with marked Turanian physical and mental characteristics, which set the new Bulgarians quite apart in the category of Slav peoples. This fact came out strongly after the Russo-Turkish War of 1877. Russia, having freed the Bulgars from the Turkish yoke, expected them to be a mere Pan-Slav outpost, the docile exponent of Russia's Balkan will. Russia was soon bitterly undeceived. From the very hour of their liberation, the Bulgarians displayed an intense and aggressive particularism, and showed themselves emphatically Bulgars first and Slavs a long way afterwards. When sharply reminded of their duty to Pan-Slavism, the Bulgarians answered tartly that they did not care a fig for Pan-Slavism, except in so far as Pan-Slavism coincided with Bulgarian national interest. Thereupon Russia, deeply incensed, transferred her favor to the Serbs, a people with a strong Slav consciousness, and hence amenable to Russia's Pan-Slav policy. But this merely widened the breach with the Bulgars, who now turned away from their former protector and sought support from Russia's Balkan rival, Austria-Hungary. The ulcerating humiliations of the Second Balkan War, at the hands of the hated Serbs, with Russia's undisguised approval, snapped the last links with the historic past and threw the Bulgars full into the arms of the Teutonic powers and their Turkish ally. The manner of Bulgaria's entrance into the present war was thus practically a foregone conclusion. But this chapter of European politics had in it much more than mere political significance. "Call us Huns, Turks, Tartars, but not Slavs," exclaimed a Bulgarian leader immediately after the signing of the disastrous Treaty of Bucharest. The subsequent course of events proved that this trenchant phrase was a true reflection of Bulgarian public opinion. A few months later came the reconciliation with the hereditary Turkish enemy. This was not the abnormal volte-face which might at first sight appear. Even before the Balkan Wars, many young Turks had favorably distinguished the Bulgars from the other Balkan peoples, while Pan-Turanism publicists had hailed this folk as Slavized Turanians. The nightmare of Bucharest now brought the Bulgarians into a similar frame of mind. What happened was in fact merely a shifting of balance in the national psychology. Hitherto latent Turanian tendencies had been submerged or inhibited by a dominant Slav consciousness. Now the scale swung the other way, and emphasis began to be laid on Turanism. It is apparently not too much to say that since their entrance into the European war, the Bulgars have formally renounced Slavism and have embraced the Turanian ethnic gospel. This fraternization with their southern neighbors was powerfully aided by the influence of another Turanian people to the north. The Magyars, as we have seen, had long been conscious of their kinship with the Turks. The evil memories of Ottoman conquest had quite died away, and throughout the 19th century Magyar opinion was increasingly Turcophile. After the suppression of the Hungarian Revolution in 1849, it was to Turkey that Louis Kossuth and the other Hungarian leaders fled, and the warm welcome and resolute protection there accorded them greatly strengthened the ties of sympathy between the two peoples. During the Russo-Turkish War of 1877, Hungary was violently pro-Turkish, and a magnificent sword of honor then presented by the Magyars to the Sultan aroused comment throughout Europe. The labors of Magyar publicists and statesmen have had a great deal to do with the present Turco-Bulgar intimacy. The political potentialities of the rapprochement between these three contiguous peoples are truly extraordinary. Should this rapprochement prove lasting, we shall witness the erection of a solid bloc stretching from the middle Danube to Mesopotamia, bound together by that most solid of bonds, racial self-consciousness. And there is no inherent reason why it should not be lasting. The group has a common deadly enemy, Russia, whose triumph would doom all of its members to virtual subjugation. Should the present plans for a great Central European sovereign mature, the tie of self-preservation will be powerfully supplemented by that of economic interdependence. And then, what a revolution in traditional ideas and old political preconceptions! Imagine the effects of Bulgarians ceasing to think of themselves as Slavs, Magyars as Western Europeans, Turks as primarily true believers, but instead all three considering themselves fellow Turanians. To Russia especially the prospect is full of ill omen. The Volga region and the Crimea are, as we have seen, dotted with Tartar enclaves, nearly 5 millions strong. In Transcaucasia are 2 millions more. In Russian Central Asia, not to mention Chinese Turkestan, stands a compact block of 7 millions fanatical Turkomans. All these peoples are today consciously stirring to the leaven of pan-Turanism. But Russia contains many other Turanian elements. The Finns of Finland and the Baltic provinces, the unassimilated Finnish tribes of the Russian north, the natives of Siberia, and in the Far East the Mongols and the Manchus. Indeed, the Russian people itself is largely an ethnic compost sprung from the union of Slav colonists with indigenous Finnish peoples. In fact, from a certain point of view, the whole Russian Empire may be conceived as a Slav alluvium laid with varying thickness over a Turanian subsoil. Granting for the sake of argument that the Finnish and Mongol elements will never awaken to a Turanian race consciousness, the presence in both Europe and Asiatic Russia of so many Turco-Tartar Turanian irredenta may yet raise new political and ethnic problems which will tax Russian statesmen to the full. Pan-Turanian thinkers have assuredly evolved a body of doctrine which should appeal powerfully to Turanian psychology. Their hopes for the race future are certainly grandiose enough. Emphasizing as they do the great virility and nerve force everywhere patent in Turanian stocks, these men see in Turan the dominant race of the morrow. Zealous students of Western evolutionism and ethnology, they have evolved their own special theory of race grandeur and decadence. According to Pan-Turanian teaching, the historic peoples of southern Asia, Persians, Egyptians, and Hindus, are hopelessly degenerate. As for the Europeans, they have recently passed their apogee, and exhausted by the consuming fires of modern industrialism, are already entering upon their decline. It is the Turanians, with their inherent virility and steady nerves, unspoiled by the wear and tear of Western civilization, who must be the great dynamic of the future. Some Pan-Turanian thinkers go so far as to proclaim that it is the sacred mission of their race to revitalize a whole sentient, worn-out world by the saving infusion of regenerative Turanian blood. Now, most Westerners will probably see in all this merely the wild figments of a disordered imagination, and of course Pan-Turanism may vanish like the mirage of the desert, leaving not a rack behind. But considered soberly and dispassionately in the light of historic precedent, dare anyone assert dogmatically that it will thus end? Before Mohammed, the countless tribes of Arabia, notoriously the jackals of the East, had vegetated from time immemorial in Antarctic obscurity. Kindled by Islam's Promethean spark, they swept like a roaring forest fire over half the earth. There are men still living who saw in youth a Germany so rent by particularistic strife that they would have deemed a madman him who should then have foretold the mighty Germany of 1914, stung to action by the most grandiose vision of power and glory since imperial Rome. Others may object that whatever Pan-Turanism's latent possibilities, they are wholly dependent upon the outcome of the present war. But is even this a certainty? For some movements, the ringing of disaster's hammer upon the anvil of humiliation is the very thing needed to forge them into tempered steel. It was the Napoleonic despotism which engendered modern Germany. It was the Austrian whitecoat who fashioned modern Italy. It is the present war which is apparently welding into being a genuine British Empire. Turan's destiny is today close veiled from the eyes of men, but so tremendous are its latent potencies that they well deserve our close consideration. One thing is sure, even a partial realization of those grandiose dreams would shake the fabric of the present world. End of Pan-Turanism by T. Lothrop Stoddard.
The Passing of a Princess by Ella Wheeler Wilcox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The passing of a princess. There is one name which, when spoken in Honolulu, or indeed in any part of the Hawaiian Islands, brings a tender look to every face, a look which is like the reverent lifting of a hat. That name is Kaiulani. Born to wealth and station, reared with every advantage, beautiful and beloved Princess Kaiulani passed early to the royal mausoleum to sleep with her ancestors. I walked one day in wide spreading grounds under the shadow of lordly palms where her childhood was spent. Tropical vines, flowering in audacious colors, flung bold arms about unresisting trees and made a riot of strange bloom. Splendid peacocks swept down the spacious paths beside the handsome white-haired host as he came to greet his guests. Soft fountains played and refreshed the air with cooling sounds. The month was February, the weather July. We sat under a wonderful banyan tree, made historic by the pen of Robert Louis Stevenson. Later we sipped tea in a great room filled with portraits of kings, queens, princes and princesses, rulers and potentates, all interesting from a historical point of view, but one oft repeated from childhood to young womanhood was of peculiar and pathetic interest. Kaiulani, daughter of our stately host, Governor Cleghorn, and his wife Likelike, sister to the late king. Kaiulani was heir apparent to the throne of Hawaii, and she had grown from childhood to young womanhood, thinking of herself as a future queen. Governor Cleghorn had made his magnificent estate what he deemed a suitable home for a coming queen, and he had sent Kaiulani to Scotland and England and France to educate her as befitted her position. While she was abroad, the great change came to the Hawaiian Islands, which turned them from a kingdom to a territory of the United States. Kaiulani was only a young girl. She was not a philosopher or a deep student of altruistic forms of government, and so the blow fell upon her with severity. It destroyed her dearest hope, her most cherished ambition, and 1 year after annexation she died. Everybody in Honolulu and in the Hawaiian Islands loved Princess Kaiulani. When she went away to Scotland to attend school, Robert Louis Stevenson wrote in her album, "Forth from her land to mine she goes, the island maid, the island rose, light of heart and bright of face, the daughter of a double race. Her islands here in southern sun shall mourn their Kaiulani gone, and I in her dear banyan shade look vainly for my little maid. But our Scots island far away shall glitter with unwonted day, and cast for once their tempests by, to smile in Kaiulani's eye." And to these pretty lines Mr. Stevenson appended this exquisite bit of prose, more poetical than his poetry, as always was his prose. Written in April to Kaiulani in the April of her age, and at Waikiki within easy walks of Kaiulani's banyan. When she comes to my land and her father's, and the rain beats upon the window, as I fear it will, let her look at this page. It will be like a weed gathered and pressed at home, and she will remember her islands and the shadow of the mighty tree, and she will hear the peacocks screaming in the dusk and the wind blowing in the palms, and she will think of her father sitting there alone. That was written in 1889, and the father of Kaiulani still sits there alone. As we walked under the great banyan tree and down the avenues bordered by wonderful palms and every species of tree and vine and flowering shrub known in the tropics, Governor Cleghorn said softly, "I selected all these trees and arranged these grounds for Kaiulani. I wanted the domain to be a rest home for her, and these walks to give her cool shade in her promenades. But only visitors walk now where Kaiulani's slender feet trod for a few brief years. She died of rheumatism of the heart, her father said, a year after the annexation of Hawaii. You see, she had been educated with the idea and expectation of becoming queen. She was the nearest in line, and had been officially announced heir apparent. It was hard for all Hawaiians to accept the passing of the monarchy, even those who realized that it was inevitable and for the best. It was particularly hard for Kaiulani, who had been reared with the expectation of becoming our queen. It might really be said that she died of annexation. Her interest in life passed with the monarchy. Everywhere were portraits of Kaiulani. She was beautiful, as are almost all these daughters of a double race. The Polynesian blood, mingled with that of the English, Scotch, American, or Irish, produces a peculiarly attractive type of beauty, and education and culture had added their refining charm to the young princess. As we walked down the long avenues and out to the main thoroughfare, followed by the haughty peacocks, who seemed to want convincing proof that we were not loitering in the grounds, a penetrating melancholy permeated the sunshine of the brilliant day, and never did life speak more clearly of the transitory nature of happiness, which is based on human ambitions. Later in the day we stood by the royal mausoleum, where Princess Kaiulani lies, buried beside her mother and her uncle, the late King of the Hawaiian Islands, and other members of the royal family. And again the words of the old Persian poet came to mind, "And this too shall pass away." Yet somewhere, I am sure, the sweet spirit of Kaiulani has realized its dream, and somewhere she is ascending thrones, for to each of us, in God's good time, must be given our heart's desire. End of The Passing of a Princess by Ella Wheeler Wilcox. Read by Anita Sloma Martinez.
Plague in Ireland in the Tudor Period by Charles Crichton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chad Horner. The accounts of plague in Ireland in the Tudor period are not many, but some of them are of interest. The province of Munster is said to have had a pestilence raging in it in 1504, evidently not a famine fever, for the dearth and mortality therefrom came in 1505. There is no doubt as to the reality of the next plague in Ireland in 1520. The Earl of Surrey writes from Dublin to Wolsey on the 3rd of August 1520. There is a marvellous death in all this country, which is so sore that all the people be fled out of their houses into the fields and woods, where they in likewise die wonderfully, so that their bodies be dead like swine, unburied. On the 23rd of July he had already written that there was sickness in the English Pale, and on the 6th of September he wrote again that the death continued in the English Pale. It is perhaps the same epidemic, or an extension of it, that is referred to as the plague raging in Munster in 1522. On the same authority, a most violent plague is said to have been in the city of Cork in 1535, and a great plague in the same in 1547. The earlier of those dates corresponds probably to a season of ill health in Ireland generally. 1536, this year, was a sickly, unhealthy year, in which numerous deaths, namely a general plague and smallpox, that is, a disease with an Irish name supposed to be smallpox, and a flux plague, and the bed distemper prevailed exceedingly. In a state letter from Ireland, September 10th, 1535, the prevalence of plague is mentioned. In the winter of 1566 to 1567, a remarkable outbreak of plague occurred among the English troops quartered around the old monastery of the Derry, at the head of Lough Foyle, where Londonderry was afterwards built. The men were landed there in October, and by November the flux was reigning among them wonderfully. On December 18th and January 13th, many of the soldiers are dead, the rest are discontented, and provisions are short. On February 16th the sickness continues in this miserable place, and on March 26th the death at the Derry is said to be by cold and infection. The survivors to be removed to Strangford Haven. Only 300 men were fit for service out of 1,100, and several officers of rank were dead. The men's quarters had been built over the graveyard of the ancient abbey, and the infection of plague was ascribed at the time of the emanations from the soil. The scarcity was general in Ireland that winter, and was attended by great mortality. Sir Philip Sidney, the Lord Deputy, writes to the Queen on April 20th, 1567, "Yea, the view of the bones and skulls of your dead subjects, who, partly by murder, partly by famine, have died in the fields, is such that hardly any Christian with dry eye could behold." In 1575 there was a severe and widespread outbreak of plague, the localities specially named being Wexford, Dublin, Naas, Athy, Carlow, and Leighlin. The city of Dublin was as if deserted of people, so that grass grew in the streets and at the doors of churches. No term was held after Trinity, and prayers were appointed by the Archbishop throughout the whole province. The extremity of the plague in Ireland was such that the English troops sent by way of Chester and Holyhead had difficulty in finding a safe place to land. Whether that outbreak had been connected with the military operations, as afterwards in Cromwell's time, the information does not enable us to judge. But Chester and other places near, in direct communication with Ireland, had been visited with plague the year before, 1574. End of Plague in Ireland in the Tudor Period, by Charles Creighton.
A Reflection by Kate Chopin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Some people are born with a vital and responsive energy. It not only enables them to keep abreast of the times, it qualifies them to furnish in their own personality a good bit of the motive power to the mad pace. They are fortunate beings. They do not need to apprehend the significance of things. They do not grow weary, nor miss step, nor do they fall out of rank, and sink by the wayside to be left contemplating the moving procession. Ah, the moving procession that has left me by the roadside! Its fantastic colors are more brilliant and beautiful than the sun on the undulating waters. What matters if souls and bodies are failing beneath the feet of the ever-pressing multitude? It moves with the majestic rhythm of the spheres. Its discordant clashes sweep upward in one harmonious tone that blends with the music of other worlds, to complete God's orchestra. It is greater than the stars, that moving procession of human energy, greater than the palpitating earth and the things growing thereon. Oh, I could weep at being left by the wayside, left with the grass and the clouds, and a few dumb animals. True, I feel at home in the society of these symbols of life's immutability. In the procession I should feel the crushing feet, the clashing discords, the ruthless hands and stifling breath. I could not hear the rhythm of the march. Salve, ye dumb hearts! Let us be still, and wait by the roadside. End of a Reflection by Kate Chopin. Recorded by April 6090, California, United States of America.
Some reflections growing out of the recent epidemic of influenza that afflicted our city. A discourse delivered in the 15th Street Presbyterian Church, Washington, D.C., Sunday, November 3, 1918, by the pastor, Rev. Francis J. Grimke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Samuel 24:15-16. So Jehovah sent a pestilence upon Israel from the morning even unto the time appointed. And there died of the people from Dan even unto Beersheba 70,000 men. And when the angel stretched forth his hand toward Jerusalem to destroy it, Jehovah repented him of the evil, and said to the angel that destroyed the people, It is enough, now stay thy hand. We now know, perhaps, as we have never known before, the meaning of the terms pestilence, plague, epidemic, since we have been passing through this terrible scourge of Spanish influenza, with its enormous death rate and its consequent wretchedness and misery. Every part of the land has felt its deadly touch, north, south, east, and west, in the army, in the navy, among civilians, among all classes and conditions, rich and poor, high and low, white and black. Over the whole land it has thrown a gloom, and has stricken down such large numbers that it has been difficult to care for them properly, overcrowding all of our hospitals, and it has proven fatal in so many cases that it has been difficult at times to get coffins enough in which to place the dead, and men enough to dig graves fast enough in which to bury them. Our own beautiful city has suffered terribly from it, making it necessary, as a precautionary measure, to close the schools, theaters, churches, and to forbid all public gathering within doors, as well as outdoors. At last, however, the scourge has been stayed, and we are permitted again to resume the public worship of God, and to open again the schools of our city. Now that the worst is over, I have been thinking, as doubtless you have all been, of these calamitous weeks through which we have been passing, thinking of the large numbers that have been sick, the large numbers that have died, the many, many homes that have been made desolate, the many, many bleeding, sorrowing hearts that have been left behind, and I have been asking myself the question, what is the meaning of it all? What ought it to mean to us? Is it to come and go, and we be no wiser nor better for it? Surely God had a purpose in it, and it is our duty to find out, as far as we may, what that purpose is, and try to profit by it. Among the things which stand out in my mind, as I have been thinking the whole matter over, are these. 1. I have been impressed with the ease with which large portions of the population may be wiped out, in spite of the skill of man, of all the resources of science. Suddenly this epidemic came upon our city and country, and though every physician has been employed, and every available nurse has been at work day and night, thousands have died, the awful death toll continued. Through all history we find populations thinned out in this way, not in ordinary but in extraordinary ways. One night in Egypt death found its way into every Egyptian home. In Numbers 16:49 we read of a plague that broke out among the people in which 14,700 perished. In 2 Samuel 24:15 we also read of another plague that broke out in the reign of David, in which, during 3 days, 70,000 perished. Thousands have also perished suddenly as the result of volcanic eruptions or earthquake shocks. How easy it would be for God to wipe out the whole human race in this way if he wanted to, for these terrible epidemics, plagues, the mighty forces of nature, all are at his command, are all his agents. At any moment, if he willed it, in this way vast populations or portions of populations could be destroyed. 2. I have had also this question come into my mind. Why of those who took the disease, some recovered and others did not? The reason may be found, in one sense, in purely natural causes. Some were physically better prepared to resist the disease, were stronger in vital power, and so pulled through. Others, not having sufficient vitality, went down under the strain. But I believe there is also another reason, and it is to be found in the will of God. For some, the time of their departure had come, the limit of their earthly existence had been reached, and this was God's way of removing them out of this world into the next. Some day we have all got to go, but how or when or where we do not know. That is with God alone. In Job 12:10 we read, "In whose hand is the soul of every living thing, and the breath of all mankind?" And in Psalm 104:29, "Thou takest their breath, they die." And elsewhere we are told, "Not a sparrow falls to the ground without his notice," that is, without his consent or approval. We speak of accidental deaths at times, but there are no accidents with God. All things are within the scope of his providence. Some did not recover because it was not the will of God that they should. 3. Another question similar to the above kept also constantly going through my mind. Why are some taken with the disease and others not? As I went up and down these streets, and as I saw people and came in contact with them, I felt that at any moment any one of us might be attacked. It was like an army going into battle; no one knew who would be hit. The point to which I am calling attention is that some were not hit. Some did not get the disease, and the question that I am asking is, why not? As I was thinking of this question, the 91st Psalm came into my mind, which perhaps you will recall, and which seems to have just such distressing circumstances in view as those through which we have been passing. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will sing of Jehovah. He is my refuge and my fortress, my God, in whom I trust. For he will deliver thee from the snare of the fowler, and from the deadly pestilence. He will cover thee with his pinions, and under his wings shalt thou take refuge. His truth is a shield and a buckler. Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor for the arrow that flieth by day, nor the pestilence that walketh in darkness, nor for the destruction that wasteth at noonday. 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand; but it shall not come nigh thee. Here there seems to be the promise of immunity in the midst of plagues and pestilences. What this means, I do not know. How far we may expect immunity under such circumstances, I do not know. These words cannot mean that all good people will escape, and that only the bad will be smitten; for, as a matter of fact, we know that during every epidemic some very good people are smitten, and some, not very good people, escape. And therefore, I say, I do not know what is meant by the promise contained in this 91st Psalm. It refers to those who "dwell in the secret place of the Most High." But who are they? How shall we know them? How shall we discriminate between them and all others? It won't do to say, all who are smitten are excluded, or all that who escape are included, because we know that such is not the case. It is one of those inscrutable things that we cannot explain. We know the fact, and that is all. The ultimate explanation must be found in the sovereign will of God. It must be because He wills it. 4. Another thing that has impressed me, in connection with this epidemic, is the fact that conditions may arise in a community which justify the extraordinary exercise of powers that would not be tolerated under ordinary circumstances. This extraordinary exercise of power was resorted to by the commissioners in closing up the theaters, schools, churches, in forbidding all gatherings of any considerable number of people indoors and outdoors, and in restricting the numbers who should be present even at funerals. The ground of the exercise of this extraordinary power was found in the imperative duty of the officials to safeguard, as far as possible, the health of the community by preventing the spread of the disease from which we were suffering. There has been considerable grumbling, I know, on the part of some, particularly in regard to the closing of the churches. It seems to me, however, in a matter like this, it is always wise to submit to such restrictions for the time being. If, as a matter of fact, it was dangerous to meet in theaters and in the schools, it certainly was no less dangerous to meet in churches. The fact that the churches were places of religious gathering, and the others not, would not affect in the least the health question involved. If avoiding crowds lessens the danger of being infected, it was wise to take the precaution and not needlessly run in danger, and expect God to protect us. And so, anxious as I have been to resume work, I have waited patiently until the order was lifted. I started to worry at first, as it seemed to upset all of our plans for the fall work, but I soon recovered my composure. I said to myself, why worry? God knows what He is doing. His work isn't going to suffer. It will rather be a help to it in the end. Out of it, I believe, great good is coming. all the churches, as well as the community at large, are going to be the stronger and better for this season of distress through which we have been passing. 5. Another thing that has impressed me in connection with this epidemic is how completely it has shattered the theory, so dear to the heart of the white man in this country, that a white skin entitles its possessor to better treatment than one who possesses a dark skin. I once heard Mr. Tillman, from the floor of the Senate, say he believed that God made the white man, and that means the meanest, the lowest, the most ignorant and degraded white man, out of a little better clay than he made the black man. Poor fool! He knows differently now. Death knocked the scales from his eyes. He found himself, the moment the breath left his body, in the presence of a being with whom the color of his skin counted for nothing. He lived, unfortunately, under that delusion, and it is the delusion under which the white man in all this broad land is living today. But during this epidemic scourge, if he gave any thought to the matter, if a particle of sense remained in him, he must have seen the folly of counting upon a white skin. Did the whiteness of his skin protect him? Did the epidemic pause to see whether his skin was white or black before smiting him? Of what value has a white skin been during these weeks of suffering and death? What possible advantage has accrued to anyone because of the whiteness of his skin? During these terrible weeks, while the epidemic raged, God has been trying in a very pronouncedly conspicuously and vigorous way to beat a little sense into the white man's head, has been trying to show him the folly of the empty conceit of his vaunted race superiority, by dealing with him just as he dealt with the peoples of darker hue. For once a white skin counted for nothing in the way of securing better treatment, in the way of obtaining for its possessor considerations denied to those of darker hue, and, not only in epidemics, in scourges, but also in the great convulsions of nature, in earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tidal waves, in disasters on sea and land, the same great lesson is taught. Under such circumstances, of what avail is the color of a man's skin or his race identity? What does the lightning, the thunderbolt, the burning lava, the sea, care about color or race? White and black alike are dealt with indiscriminately. The one is smitten as readily as the other. The one is swallowed up as readily as the other. And that is the lesson which God is teaching everywhere through the operation of natural laws. And it is the great lesson which he also teaches in his inspired word, and which Jesus Christ, who said, I am the light of the world, he that followeth after me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of life, sought constantly to emphasize both by precept and example. In this terrible epidemic, which has afflicted not only this city but the whole country, there is a great lesson for the white man to learn. It is the folly of his stupid color prejudice. It calls attention to the fact that he is acting on a principle that God utterly repudiates, as he has shown during this epidemic scourge, and as he will show him when he comes to deal with him in the judgment of the great day of solemn account. The lesson taught is clear and distinct, but will he learn it, will he lay it to heart, will he profit by it and seek to mend his evil ways? He may, but I have grave doubts as to whether he will or not. The probabilities are that he will still go on in his evil ways, will still go on believing that a white skin entitles its possessor to better treatment than a dark skin, will still go on practicing his infamous discriminations against colored people in departments of the general government and all over the country. One thing he may be sure of, however. He may continue to live under that delusion, but there will be a rude awakening some day. It may be when it is too late. The dark skin which he despises and seeks in every possible way to belittle, to depreciate, may be the millstone about his neck that will sink him to perdition. For this awful race prejudice, this color phobia, out of which so much that is evil has come, so much suffering, so much heart-burnings to those who are the victims of it, but which is regarded so lightly by the white man, so lightly that it never brings him any compunction of conscience, so lightly that even in revivals of religion it is never included by him among the sins to be repented of, is not the little thing that he thinks it is, for it is an offense against the great law of love, against the great law of human brotherhood, as well as against the great law of righteousness, of justice. Jesus said, "The first and greatest commandment is, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind, and with all thy strength. And the second is like unto it, Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Upon these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets." Race prejudice, color phobia, runs directly counter to both of these great commandments. And therefore, never mind what the white man may think of it, we see clearly what God thinks of it, and it is the estimate that he puts upon it that is to determine its character. Let us hope, therefore, not only for the sake of people of color, but also for the sake of the white people themselves, that the great lesson as to the folly of race prejudice, of assuming that a white skin entitles one to better treatment than a dark skin, which this epidemic has so strikingly taught, may not be lost upon them. It is a lesson which, for their own sake, it is well for them to learn. It will be better for them here, and it will be better for them hereafter, if they learn it, and learn it well. And of course it will be better for us as a race in this country. It will remove out of the way some very serious obstacles to our progress, and will relieve us of many of the disagreeable things that we are at present forced to endure, though not without protest. 6. Another thing has impressed me during this epidemic. It has brought out in a way that is very gratifying the high estimation in which the Christian Church is held in the community, the large place which it really occupies in the thought of the people. The fact that for several weeks we have been shut out from the privileges of the sanctuary has brought home to us as never before what the Church has really meant to us. We hadn't thought, perhaps, very much of the privilege while it lasted, but the moment it was taken away we saw at once how much it meant to us. One of the gratifying things to me during this scourge has been the sincere regrets that I have heard expressed all over the city by numbers of people at the closing of the churches. The theater goers, of course, have regretted the closing of the theaters. I do not know whether the children or the teachers have regretted the closing of the schools or not. I have heard no regrets expressed, but I do know that large numbers of people have regretted the closing of the churches. I hope that now that they are opened again, that we will all show our appreciation of their value by attending regularly upon their services. It would be a great calamity to any community to be without the public ministrations of the sanctuary. There is no single influence in a community that counts for more than the Christian Church. It is one of the institutions, particularly, that ought to be strongly supported, that ought to be largely attended, and that ought to have the hearty endorsement and well wishes of every right-thinking man and woman within it. It is a great mistake for any one to stand aloof from the Christian Church. Everybody in the community ought to have a church home, and ought to be found in that church home, Sabbath after Sabbath. 7. There is another thing connected with this epidemic that is also worthy of note. While it lasted, it kept the thought of death and of eternity constantly before the people. As the papers came out, day after day, among the first things that everyone looked for, or asked about, was as to the number of deaths. And so the thought of death was never allowed to stay very long out of the consciousness of the living. And with the thought of death, the great thought also of eternity, for it is through death that the gates of eternity swing open. We don't as a general thing think very much about either death or eternity. They are not pleasant things to think about, and so we avoid thinking of them as much as possible. It is only when we are forced to that we give them any consideration, and even then only for the moment. They are both subjects of vital importance, however, involving the most momentous consequences. For after death is always the judgment. The grim messenger is God's summons to us to render up our account. That there is an account to be rendered up, we are inclined to lose sight of, to forget. But it is to be rendered all the same. The books are to be opened, and we are to be judged out of the books. During the weeks of this epidemic, in the long list of deaths, in the large number of new made graves, in the unusual number of funeral processions along our streets, God has been reminding us of this account which we must soon render up. He has been projecting before us, in a way to startle us, the thought of eternity. You who are not Christians, who have not yet repented of your sins, who have not yet surrendered yourselves to the guidance of Jesus Christ, if you allow these repeated warnings that you have had, day by day, week by week, to go unheeded, if you still go on in your sins, should God suddenly cut you off in your sins, you will have no one to blame but yourselves. It won't be God's fault if you are lost, if eternity finds you unprepared. God has opened the way for your salvation through the gift of his only begotten Son, who died that you might have the opportunity of making your peace with God, the opportunity of having your sins forgiven, and of laying hold of life, spiritual and eternal. And he has notified you not only of the consequences of sin, but of what provision he has graciously made for your escape, if you desire to escape. This is all he can do. This is all he is going to do. Your fate is in your own hands. If you choose life, it will be life. If you choose death, it will be death. My earnest appeal to you is, let it be life and not death, and let the choice be made at once. Before you go out of this house, make up your minds to do the right thing, the wise thing, the only sensible thing. You have come out of this epidemic alive, while thousands have perished. Are you going to spend the rest of your days in the service of sin and Satan, or in the service of God? You know what you ought to do. You know what you will do if you consult your best interest, if you do the right thing. 8. There is only one other thought that has come to me in connection with this epidemic. It is of the blessedness of religion, of the sense of security which a true, living, working faith in the Lord Jesus Christ gives in the midst of life's perils. I felt, as doubtless you all felt, who are Christians, the blessedness of a firm grip upon Jesus Christ, the blessedness of a realizing sense of being anchored in God and in his precious promises. While the plague was raging, while thousands were dying, what a comfort it was to feel that we were in the hands of a loving Father who was looking out for us, who had given us the great assurance that all things should work together for our good. And therefore, that come what would, whether we were smitten with the epidemic or not, or whether being smitten, we survived or perished, we knew it would be well with us, that there was no reason to be alarmed. Even if death came, we knew it was all right. The apostle says, "It is gain for me to die." Death had no terrors for him. He says, "The hour for my departure is at hand. I have fought the good fight. I have finished my course. I have kept the faith. Henceforth there is laid up for me the crown of glory which the Lord, the righteous judge, shall give me at that day. And not to me only, but to all them that love his appearing." And it was this same apostle who flung in the face of death the defiance, "O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? The sting of death is sin, and the strength of sin is in the law. But thanks be unto God, who giveth us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ." In the presence of such a faith, in the realization of God's love, as revealed in Jesus Christ, in the consciousness of fellowship with him, what are epidemics, what are scourges, what are all of life's trials, sufferings, disappointments? They only tend to work out for us a far more exceeding and eternal weight of glory. But, of course, if faith is to help us, if it is to put its great strong arms under us, if we are to feel its sustaining power under such distressing circumstances, it must be a real, living faith in God. It must be the genuine article, a faith that works by love, and that purifies the heart. Any other faith is of absolutely no value to us in the midst of the great crises of life. And I said to myself, while the epidemic was on, and while I was examining my own heart to see how far my religion was helping me to be calm, self-possessed. It is a good time for those of us who are Christians to examine ourselves to see exactly how it is with us, whether the foundation upon which we are building is a rock foundation, whether our faith is really resting upon Christ, the solid rock, or not. And I feel that one important function of this epidemic will be lost if it fails to have that effect upon us, if it does not lead to careful heart-searching on our part. If, as a result of such examination, we find that we did not get out of our religion very much help in bracing us up under the strain through which we have been passing, then we know that there is something wrong. Either we have no faith at all, or it is very weak, and therefore that we need to give a little more attention to our spiritual condition than we have been giving. It shows that we are running down spiritually. Or, if we find that we are helped, that our fears were allayed as we thought of our relations to God and to His Son Jesus Christ, then we have an additional reason why we should cling all the closer to Him, and why we should be all the more earnest in our efforts to serve Him. We ought to come out of this epidemic more determined than ever to run with patience the race that is set before us, more determined than ever to make heaven our home. And this, I trust, is the purpose, the determination of us all. Let us all draw near to God in simple faith. Let us reconsecrate ourselves, all of us, to Him. Let us all make up our minds to be better Christians. Francis J. Grimke, Washington, D.C., November 3, 1918. End of Some Reflections Growing Out of the Recent Epidemic of Influenza that Afflicted Our City, by Francis J. Grimke.
Remarks of the President in presenting to Madame Curie a gift of radium from the American people, by President Warren G. Harding. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Madame Curie, it is with an especial satisfaction that I perform the pleasant duty which has been assigned to me today. On behalf of the American nation, I greet and welcome you to our country, in which you will everywhere find the most cordial possible reception. We welcome you as an adopted daughter of France, our earliest supporter among the great nations. We greet you as a native-born daughter of Poland, newest as it is also among the oldest of the great nations, and always bound by ties of closest sympathy to our own republic. In you we see the representative of Poland restored and reinstated to its rightful place, of France valiantly maintained in the high estate which has ever been its right. As a nation whose womanhood has been exalted to fullest participation in citizenship, we are proud to honor in you a woman whose work has earned universal acclaim and attested woman's equality in every intellectual and spiritual activity. We greet you as foremost among scientists in the age of science, as leader among women in the generation which sees woman come tardily into her own. We greet you as an exemplar of liberty's victories in the generation wherein liberty has won her crown of glory. In doing honor to you, we testify anew our pride in the ancient friendships which have bound us to both the country of your adoption and that of your nativity. We exalt anew our pride that we have stood with them in the struggle for civilization and have touched elbows with them in the march of progress. It has been your fortune, Madame Curie, to accomplish an immortal work for humanity. We are not without understanding of the trials and sacrifices which have been the price of your achievement. We know something of the fervid purpose and deep devotion which inspired you. We bring to you the meed of honor which is due to preeminence in science, scholarship, research, and humanitarianism. But with it all we bring something more. We lay at your feet the testimony of that love which all the generations of men have been wont to bestow upon the noble woman, the unselfish wife, the devoted mother. If indeed these simpler and commoner relations of life could not keep you from great attainments in the realms of science and intellect, it is also true that the zeal, ambition, and unswerving purpose of a lofty career could not bar you from splendidly doing all the plain but worthy tasks which fall to every woman's lot. A number of years ago, a reader of one of your earlier works on radioactive substances noted the observation that there was much divergence of opinion as to whether the energy of radioactive substances is created within those substances themselves, or is gathered to them from outside sources, and then diffused from them. The question suggested an answer which is doubtless hopelessly unscientific. I have liked to believe in an analogy between the spiritual and the physical world.
I have been very sure that which I may call the radioactive soul, or spirit, or intellect, call it what you choose, must first gather to itself from its surroundings the power that it afterwards radiates in beneficence to those near it.
I believe it is the sum of many inspirations borne in on great souls which enables them to warm, to scintillate, to radiate, to illumine and serve those about them. I am so sure of this explanation for the radioactive personality that I feel somehow a conviction that science will one day establish a like explanation for radioactivity among inanimate substances. Perhaps in my innocence of science I am airily rushing in where scientists fear to tread, but I am trying to express to you my conviction that the great things achieved by great minds would never have been wrought without the inspiration of an appealing need for them. That appeal comes as inspiration to successful effort, and success in turn enables the outgiving of benefits to millions whose only contribution has been the power of their united appeal. Let me press the analogy a little farther. The world today is appealing to its statesmen, its sociologists, its humanitarians, and its religious leaders for solution of appalling problems. I want to hope that the power and universality of that appeal will inspire strong, devout, consecrated men and women to seek out the solution, and in the light of their wisdom to carry it to all mankind. I have faith to believe that precisely that will happen, and in your own career of fine achievement I find heartening justification for my faith. In testimony of the affection of the American people, of their confidence in your scientific work, and of their earnest wish that your genius and energy may receive all encouragement to carry forward your efforts for the advance of science and conquest of disease, I have been commissioned to present to you this little phial of radium. To you we owe our knowledge and possession of it, and so to you we give it, confident that in your possession it will be the means further to unveil the fascinating secrets of nature, to widen the field of useful knowledge, to alleviate suffering among the children of man. Take it to use as your wisdom shall direct, and your purpose of service shall incline you. Be sure that we esteem it but a small earnest of the sentiments for which it stands. It betokens the affection of one great people for another. It will remind you of the love of a grateful people for yourself, and it will testify, in the useful work to which you will devote it, the reverence of mankind for one of its foremost benefactors and most beloved of women. End of Remarks of the President in presenting to Madame Curie a gift of radium from the American people.
By President Warren G. Harding. Read by Anita Sloma Martinez.
Chapter 3 of Lectures on 10 British Mathematicians of the 19th Century by Alexander Macfarlane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3. Sir William Rowan Hamilton, 1805 to 1865. This lecture was delivered April 16, 1901. William Rowan Hamilton was born in Dublin, Ireland, on the 3rd of August 1805. His father, Archibald Hamilton, was a solicitor in the city of Dublin. His mother, Sarah Hutton, belonged to an intellectual family, but she did not live to exercise much influence on the education of her son. There has been some dispute as to how far Ireland can claim Hamilton. Professor Tate of Edinburgh, in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, claims him as a Scotsman, while his biographer, the Reverend Charles Graves, claims him as essentially Irish. The facts appear to be as follows. His father's mother was a Scotchwoman. His father's father was a citizen of Dublin. But the name Hamilton points to Scottish origin, and Hamilton himself said that his family claimed to have come over from Scotland in the time of James I. Hamilton always considered himself an Irishman, and as Burns very early had an ambition to achieve something for the renown of Scotland, so Hamilton, in his early years, had a powerful ambition to do something for the renown of Ireland. In later life he used to say that at the beginning of the century people read French mathematics, but that at the end of it they would be reading Irish mathematics. Hamilton, when 3 years of age, was placed in the charge of his uncle, the Reverend James Hamilton, who was the curate of Trim, a country town about 20 miles from Dublin, and who was also the master of the Church of England school. From his uncle he received all his primary and secondary education, and also instruction in the Oriental languages. As a child, Hamilton was a prodigy. At 3 years of age he was a superior reader of English, and considerably advanced in arithmetic. At 4, a good geographer. At 5, able to read and translate Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, and liked to recite Dryden, Collins, Milton, and Homer. At 8, a reader of Italian and French, and giving vent to his feelings in extemporized Latin. At 10, a student of Arabic and Sanskrit. When 12 years old he met Zeta Colburn, the American calculating boy, and engaged with him in trials of arithmetical skill, in which trials Hamilton came off with honor, although Colburn was generally the victor. These encounters gave Hamilton a decided taste for arithmetical computation, and for many years afterwards he loved to perform long operations in arithmetic in his mind, extracting the square and cube root, and solving problems that related to the properties of numbers. When 13, he received his initiation into algebra from Clairaut's Algebra in the French, and he made an epitome, which he ambitiously entitled A Compendious Treatise on Algebra by William Hamilton. When Hamilton was 14 years old, his father died, and left his children slenderly provided for. Henceforth, as the elder brother of 3 sisters, Hamilton had to act as a man. This year he addressed a letter of welcome, written in the Persian language, to the Persian ambassador, then on a visit to Dublin, and he met again Sarah Colburn. In the interval, Sarah had attended one of the great public schools of England. Hamilton had been at a country school in Ireland, and he was now able to make a successful investigation of the methods by which Sarah made his lighting calculations. When 16, Hamilton studied the differential calculus by the help of a French textbook, and began the study of the Mécanique Céleste of Laplace, and he was able at the beginning of this study to detect a flaw in the reasoning by which Laplace demonstrates the theorem of the parallelogram forces. This criticism brought him to the notice of Dr. Brinkley, who was then the professor of astronomy in the University of Dublin, and resided at Dunkirk, about 5 miles from the center of the city. He also began an investigation for himself of equations which represent systems of straight lines in a plane, and in so doing hit upon ideas which he afterwards developed into his first mathematical memoir to the Royal Irish Academy. Dr. Brinkley is said to have remarked of him at this time, "This young man, I do not say will be, but is, the first mathematician of his age." At the age of 18, Hamilton entered Trinity College, Dublin, the University of Dublin, founded by Queen Elizabeth, and differing from the universities of Oxford and Cambridge in having only one college. Unlike Oxford, which has always given prominence to classics, and Cambridge, which has always given prominence to mathematics, Dublin at that time gave equal prominence to classics and to mathematics. In his first year, Hamilton won the very rare honor of optime at his examination in Homer. In the old universities, marks used to be, and in some cases still are, published, descending not in percentages, but by means of the scale of Latin adjectives: optime, valde bene, satis, mediocriter, vix medii, non. Optime means passed with the very highest distinction. Vix means passed but with great difficulty. This scale is still in use in the medical examinations of the University of Edinburgh. Before entering college, Hamilton had been accustomed to translate Homer into blank verse, comparing his result with the translations of Pope and Cowper, and he had already produced some original poems. In this, his first year, he wrote a poem on college ambition, which is a fair specimen of his poetical attainments. Oh, ambition hath its hour of deep and spirit-stirring power, not in the tented field alone, nor peer engirded court and throne, nor the intrigues of busy life, but ardent boyhood's generous strife. While yet the enthusiast spirit turns, where'er the light of glory burns, thinks not how transient is the blaze, but longs to barter life for praise. Look round the arena and ye spy, pallid cheek and faded eye, among the bands of rivals few keep their native healthy hue. Night and thought have stolen away their once elastic spirits' play. A few short hours, and all is over. Some shall win, one triumph more, some from the place of contest go, again defeated, sad and slow. What shall reward the conqueror then, for all his toil, for all his pain, for every midnight throb that stole so often over his fevered soul? Is it the ploddings loud, or the wondering gazes of the crowd, disappointed envy's shame, or hollow voice of fickle fame? This may extort the sudden smile, may swell the heart a little while, but they leave no joy behind, breath no pure transport over the mind, nor will the thought of selfish gladness expand the brow of secret sadness. Yet if ambition hath its hour of deep and spirit-stirring power, some bright rewards are all its own, and bless its votaries alone. The anxious friend's approving eye, generous rival's sympathy, and that best and sweetest prize given by silent beauty's eyes. These are transports true and strong, deeply felt, remembered long. Time and sorrow, passing over, endear their memory but the more. The silent beauty was not an abstraction, but a young lady whose brothers were fellow students of Trinity College. This led to much effusion of poetry, but unfortunately, while Hamilton was writing poetry about her, another young man was talking prose to her, with the result that Hamilton experienced a disappointment. On account of his self-consciousness, inseparable probably from his genius, he felt a disappointment keenly. He was then known to the professor of astronomy, and walking from the college to the observatory along the Royal Canal, he was actually tempted to terminate his life in the water. In his second year, he formed a plan of reading so as to compete for the highest honors both in classics and in mathematics. At graduation, 2 gold medals were awarded, the one for distinction in classics, the other for distinction in mathematics. Hamilton aimed at carrying off both. In his junior year, he received an optime in mathematical physics, and, as the winner of 2 optimes, the one in classics and the other in mathematics, He immediately became a celebrity in the intellectual circle of Dublin. In his senior year, he presented to the Royal Irish Academy a memoir embodying his research on systems of lines. He now called it a theory of systems of rays, and it was printed in the Transactions. About this time, Dr. Brinkley was appointed to the bishopric of Cloyne, and in consequence resigned the professorship of astronomy. In the United Kingdom, it is customary, when a post becomes vacant, for aspirants to lodge a formal application with the appointing board, and to supplement their own application by testimonial letters from competent authorities. In the present case, quite a number of candidates appear, among them Airy, who afterwards became Astronomer Royal of England, and several Fellows of Trinity College, Dublin. Hamilton did not become a formal candidate, but he was invited to apply, with the result that he received the appointment while still an undergraduate, and not 22 years of age. Thus was his undergraduate career signalized much more than by the carrying off of the 2 gold medals. Before assuming the duties of his chair, he made a tour through England and Scotland, and met for the first time the poet Wordsworth at his home at Rydal Mount, in Cumberland. They had a midnight walk, oscillating backwards and forwards between Rydal and Ambleside, absorbed in converse on high themes, and finding it almost impossible to part. Wordsworth afterwards said that Coleridge and Hamilton were the two most wonderful men, taking all their endowments together, that he had ever met. In October 1827 he came to reside at a place which was destined to be the scene of his scientific labours. I had the pleasure of visiting it last summer as the guest of his successor. The observatory is situated on the top of a hill, Dunsink, about 5 miles from Dublin. The house adjoins the observatory. To the east is an extensive lawn, to the west a garden with stone wall and shaded walks, to the south a terraced field. At the foot of the hill is the Royal Canal, to the southeast the city of Dublin, while the view is bounded by the sea and the Dublin and Wicklow mountains. A fine home for a poet, or a philosopher, or a mathematician, and in Hamilton all three were combined. Settled at the observatory, he started out diligently as an observer, but he found it difficult to stand the low temperatures incident to the work. He never attained skill as an observer, and unfortunately he depended on a very poor assistant. Himself a brilliant computer, with a good observer for assistant, the work of the observatory ought to have flourished. One of the first distinguished visitors at the observatory was the poet Wordsworth, in commemoration of which one of the shaded walks in the garden was named Wordsworth's Walk. Wordsworth advised him to concentrate his powers on science, and, not long after, wrote him as follows: "You send me showers of verses, which I receive with much pleasure, as do we all. Yet we have fears that this employment may seduce you from the path of science, which you seem destined to tread, with so much honor to yourself and profit to others. Again and again I must repeat that the composition of verse is infinitely more of an art than men are prepared to believe. An absolute success in it depends upon innumerable minutiae which it grieves me you should stoop to acquire a knowledge of. Again, I do venture to submit to your consideration whether the poetical parts of your nature would not find a field more favorable to their exercise in the regions of prose, not because those regions are humbler, but because they may be gracefully and profitably trod, with footsteps less careful, and in measure less elaborate." Hamilton possessed the poetic imagination. What he was deficient in was the technique of the poet. The imagination of the poet is kin to the imagination of the mathematician. Both extract the ideal from a mass of circumstances. In this connection, De Morgan wrote: "The moving power of mathematical invention is not reasoning, but imagination. We no longer apply the homely term maker in literal translation of poet, but discoverers of all kinds, whatever may be their lines, are makers, or, as we now say, have the creative genius." Hamilton spoke of the Mécanique Analytique of Lagrange as a scientific poem. Hamilton himself was styled the Irish Lagrange. Engineers venerate Rankine, electricians venerate Maxwell. Both were scientific discoverers and likewise poets, that is, amateur poets. The proximate cause of the shower of verses was that Hamilton had fallen in love for the second time. The young lady was Miss de Vere, daughter of an accomplished Irish baronet, and who, like Tennyson's Lady Clara Vere de Vere, could look back on a long and illustrious descent. Hamilton had a pupil in Lord Adar, the eldest son of the Earl of Dunraven, and it was while visiting Adar Manor that he was introduced to the De Vere family, who lived nearby at the Curragh Chase. His suit was encouraged by the Countess of Dunraven, and it was favourably received by both father and mother. He had written many sonnets, of which Hélène de Vere was the inspiration. He had discussed with her astronomy, poetry, and philosophy, and was on the eve of proposing when he gave up, because the young lady incidentally said to him that she could not live happily anywhere but at Curragh. His action shows the working of a too self-conscious mind, proud of his own intellectual achievements, and too much awed by her long descent. So he failed for the second time, but both of these ladies were friends of his to the last. At the age of 27, he contributed to the Irish Academy a supplementary paper on his theory of systems of rays, in which he predicted the phenomenon of the conical refraction, namely, that under certain conditions a single ray incident on a biaxial crystal would be broken up into a cone of rays, and likewise that under certain conditions a single emergent ray would appear as a cone of rays. The prediction was made by Hamilton on October 22nd, and it was experimentally verified by his colleague, Professor Lloyd, on December the 14th. It is not experiment alone, or mathematical reasoning alone, which has built up the splendid temple of physical science, but the two working together, and of this we have notable exemplification in the discovery of conical refraction. Twice Hamilton chose well, but failed. Now he made another choice, and succeeded. The lady was a Miss Bailey, who visited at the home of her sister near Dunsink Hill. The lady had serious misgivings about the state of her health, but the marriage took place. The kind of wife which Hamilton needed was one who could govern him and efficiently supervise all domestic matters, but the wife he chose was, from weakness of body and mind, incapable of doing it. As a consequence, Hamilton worked for the rest of his life under domestic difficulties of no ordinary kind. At the age of 28, he made a notable addition to the theory of dynamics by extending to it the idea of a characteristic function, which he had previously applied with success to the science of optics in his theory of systems of rays. It was contributed to the Royal Society of London and printed in their Philosophical Transactions. The Royal Society of London is the great scientific society of England, founded in the reign of Charles II, and of which Newton was one of the early presidents. Hamilton was invited to become a fellow, but did not accept, as he could not afford the expense. At the age of 29, he read a paper before the Royal Irish Academy, which set forth the result of a long meditation and investigation on the nature of algebra as a science. The paper is entitled Algebra as the Science of Pure Time. The main idea is that as geometry considered as a science is founded upon the pure intuition of space, so algebra as a science is founded upon the pure intuition of time. He was never satisfied with Peacock's theory of algebra as systems of signs and their combinations, nor with De Morgan's improvement of it. He demanded a more real foundation. In reading Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, he was struck by the following passage: Time and space are two sources of knowledge, from which various a priori synthetical cognitions can be derived. Of this, pure mathematics gives a splendid example in the case of our cognitions of space and its various relations. As they are both pure forms of sensuous intuition, they render synthetical propositions a priori possible. Thus, according to Kant, space and time are forms of the intellect, and Hamilton reasoned that, as geometry is the science of the former, so algebra must be the science of the latter.
When algebra is based on any unidimensional subject, such as time or a straight line, a difficulty arises in explaining the roots of a quadratic equation when they are imaginary. To get over this difficulty, Hamilton invented a theory of algebraic couplets, which has proved a conundrum in the mathematical world. Some 20 years ago, there nourished in Edinburgh a mathematician named Sang, who had computed the most elaborate tables of logarithms in existence, which still exists in manuscript. On reading the theory in question, he first judged that either Hamilton was crazy, or else that he, Sang, was crazy, but eventually reached the more comforting alternative. On the other hand, Professor Tate believes in its soundness, and endeavors to bring it down to the ordinary comprehension. We have seen that the British Association for the Advancement of Science was founded in 1831, and that its first meeting was in the ancient city of York. It was a policy of the founders not to meet in London, but in the provincial cities, so that thereby greater interest in the advance of science might be produced over the whole land. The cities chosen for the place of meeting in the following years were the university towns: Oxford, Cambridge, Edinburgh, Dublin. Hamilton was the only representative of Ireland present at the Oxford meeting, and at the Oxford, Cambridge, and Edinburgh meetings he not only contributed scientific papers, but he acquired renown as a scientific orator. In the case of the Dublin meeting, he was chief organizer beforehand, and chief orator when it met. The week of science was closed by a grand dinner, given in the library of Trinity College, and an incident took place which is thus described by an American scientist. We assembled in the imposing hall of Trinity Library, 280 feet long, at 6 o'clock. When the company was principally assembled, I observed a little stir near the place where I stood, which nobody could explain, and which in fact was not comprehended by more than 2 or 3 persons present. In a moment, however, I perceived myself standing near the Lord Lieutenant and his suite, in front of whom a space had been cleared, and by whom was Professor Hamilton, looking very much embarrassed. The Lord Lieutenant then called him by name, and he stepped into the vacant space. "I am," said His Excellency, "about to exercise a prerogative of royalty, and it gives me great pleasure to do it on this splendid public occasion, which has brought together so many distinguished men from all parts of the empire, and from all parts even of the world where science is held in honor. But in exercising it, Professor Hamilton, I do not confer a distinction. I but set the royal, and therefore the national mark on a distinction already acquired by your genius and labors." He went on in this way for 3 or 4 minutes, his voice very fine, rich, and full, his manners as graceful and dignified as possible, and his language and allusions appropriate and combined into very ample flowing sentences. Then, receiving the state sword from one of his attendants, he said, "Kneel down, Professor Hamilton," and laying the blade gracefully and gently first on one shoulder and then on the other, he said, "Rise up, Sir William Rowan Hamilton." The knight rose, and the Lord Lieutenant went up, and with an appearance of great tact in his manner, shook hands with him. No reply was made. The whole scene was imposing, rendered so, partly by the ceremony itself, but more by the place in which it passed, by the body of very distinguished men who were assembled there, and especially by the extraordinarily dignified and beautiful manner in which it was performed by the Lord Lieutenant. The effect at the time was great, and the general impression was that, as the honor was certainly merited by him who received it, so the words by which it was conferred were so graceful and appropriate that they constituted a distinction by themselves, greater than the distinction of knighthood. I was afterwards told that this was the first instance in which a person had been knighted by a Lord Lieutenant, either for scientific or literary merit. 2 years after, another great honor came to Hamilton, the presidency of the Royal Irish Academy. While holding this office in the year 1843, when 38 years old, he made a discovery which will ever be considered his highest title to fame. The story of the discovery is told by Hamilton himself in a letter to his son. On the 16th day of October, which happened to be a Monday, and Council Day of the Royal Irish Academy, I was walking in to attend and preside, and your mother was walking with me along the Royal Canal, to which she had perhaps driven, and although she talked with me now and then, yet an undercurrent of thought was going on in my mind, which gave at last a result, whereof it is not too much to say that I felt at once the importance. An electric circuit seemed to close, and a spark flashed forth, the herald, as I foresaw immediately, of many long years to come, of definitely directed thought and work, by myself if spared, and at all events on the part of others, if I should even be allowed to live long enough distinctly to communicate the discovery. Nor could I resist the impulse, unphilosophical as it may have been, to cut with a knife on a stone of Brougham Bridge, as we passed it, the fundamental formula with the symbols I, J, K, namely, I squared equals J squared equals K squared equals IJK equals -1, which contains the solution of the problem, but of course as an inscription has long since mouldered away. A more durable notice remains, however, in the council book of the Academy for that day, which records the fact that I then asked for and obtained leave to read a paper on quaternions at the first general meeting of the session, which reading took place accordingly on Monday, the 13th of November following. Last summer Professor Joly and I took the walk here described. We started from the observatory, walked down the terraced field, then along the path by the side of the Royal Canal towards Dublin, until we came to the second bridge spanning the canal. The path of the course goes under the bridge, and the inner side of the bridge presents a very convenient surface for an inscription. I have seen this incident quoted as an example of how a genius strikes on a discovery all of a sudden. No doubt a problem was solved then and there, but the problem had engaged Hamilton's thoughts and researches for 15 years. It is rather an illustration of how genius is patience, or a faculty for the infinite labor. What was Hamilton struggling to do all these years? To emerge from flatland into space. In other words, algebra had been extended so as to apply to lines in a plane, but no one had been able to extend it so as to apply to lines in space. The greatness of the feat is made evident by the fact that most analysts are still crawling in flatland. The same year in which he discovered quaternions, the government granted him a pension of £200 per annum for life, on account of his scientific work. We have seen how Hamilton gained two optimes, one in classics, the other in physics, the highest possible distinction in his college course, how he was appointed professor of astronomy while yet an undergraduate, how he was a scientific chief in the British Association at 27, how he was knighted for his scientific achievements at 30, how he was appointed president of the Royal Irish Academy at 32, how he discovered quaternions and received a government pension at 38. Can you imagine that this brilliant and successful genius would fall a victim to intemperance? About this time, at the dinner of a scientific society in Dublin, he lost control of himself, and was so mortified that, on the advice of friends, he resolved to abstain totally. This resolution he kept for 2 years. When happening to be a member of a scientific party at the castle of Lord Rosse, an amateur astronomer, then the professor of the largest telescope in existence, he was taunted for sticking to water, particularly by Airy, the Greenwich astronomer. He broke his good resolution, and from that time forwards the craving for alcoholic stimulants clung to him. How could Hamilton, with all his noble aspirations, fall into such a vice? The explanation lay in the want of order which reigned in his home. He had no regular times for his meals, frequently had no regular meals at all, but resorted to the sideboard when hunger compelled him. What more natural in such condition that he should refresh himself with a quaff of that beverage for which Dublin is famous, porter labelled X-cubed. After Hamilton's death, the dining room was found covered with huge piles of manuscript, with convenient walks between the piles. When these literary remains were wheeled out and examined, china plates with the relics of food upon them were found between the sheets of manuscript, plates sufficient in number to furnish a kitchen. He used to carry on, says his eldest son, long trains of algebraical and arithmetical calculations in his mind, during which he was unconscious of the earthly necessity of eating. We used to bring in a snack and leave it in his study. but a brief nod of recognition of the intrusion of the chop or cutlet was often the only result, and his thoughts went on soaring upwards. In 1845 Hamilton attended the second Cambridge meeting of the British Association, and after the meeting he was lodged for a week in the rooms of Trinity College, which tradition points out as those in which Sir Isaac Newton composed the Principia. This incident was intended as a compliment, and it seems to have impressed Hamilton powerfully. He came back to the observatory with the fixed purpose of preparing a work on quaternions, which might not be unworthily compared with the Principia of Newton, and in order to obtain more leisure for this undertaking he resigned the office of President of the Royal Irish Academy. He first of all set himself to the preparation of a course of lectures on quaternions, which were delivered in Trinity College, Dublin, in 1848, and were 6 in number. Among his hearers were George Salmon, now well known for his highly successful series of manuals on analytical geometry, and Arthur Cayley, then a Fellow of Trinity College, Cambridge. These lectures were afterwards expanded and published in 1853 under the title of Lectures on Quaternions, at the expense of Trinity College, Dublin. Hamilton had never had much experience as a teacher. The volume was criticized for diffuseness of style, and certainly Hamilton sometimes forgot the expositor in the orator. The book was a paradox, a sound paradox, and of his experience as a paradoxer, Hamilton wrote, "It required a certain capital of scientific reputation amassed in former years to make it other than dangerously imprudent to hazard the publication of a work which has, although at bottom quite conservative, a highly revolutionary air. It was part of the ordeal through which I had to pass, an episode in the battle of life, to know that even candid and friendly people, secretly, or as it might happen, openly, censured or ridiculed me for what appeared to them my monstrous innovations. One of these monstrous innovations was the principle that ij is not equal to ji, but equal to negative ji, the truth of which is evident from the diagram. Critics said that he held that 3 times 4 is not equal to 4 times 3, which proceeds on the assumption that only numbers can be represented by letter symbols. Soon after the publication of the lectures, he became aware of its imperfection as a manual of instruction, and he set himself to prepare a second book on the model of Euclid's Elements. He estimated that it would fill 400 pages and take 2 years to prepare. It amounted to nearly 800 closely printed pages and took 7 years. At times he would work for 12 hours on a stretch, and he has also suffered from anxiety as to the means of publication. Trinity College advanced £200. He paid £50 out of his own pocket, but when illness came upon him, the expense of paper and printing had mounted up to £400. He was seized by an acute attack of gout, from which, after several months of suffering, he died of September 2, 1865, in the 61st year of his age. It is pleasant to know that this great mathematician received during his last illness an honor from the United States, which made him feel that he had realized the aim of his great labors. While the war between North and South was in progress, the National Academy of Sciences was founded, and the news which came to Hamilton was that he had been elected one of 10 foreign members, and that his name had been voted to occupy the especially honorable position of first on the list. Sir William Rowan Hamilton was thus the first foreign associate of the National Academy of Sciences of the United States. As regards religion, Hamilton was deeply reverential in nature. He was born and brought up in the Church of England, which was then the established church in Ireland. He lived in the time of the Oxford movement, and for some time he sympathized with it, but when several of his friends, among them the brother of Miss de Vere, passed over into the Roman Catholic Church, he modified his opinion of the movement, and remained Protestant to the end. The immense intellectual activity of Hamilton, especially during the years when he was engaged on the enormous labor of writing the Elements of Quaternions, made him a recluse, and necessarily took away from his power of attending the practical affairs of life. Some said that however great a master of pure time he might be, he was not a master of sublunary time. His neighbors also took advantage of his goodness of heart. Surrounding the house there is an extensive lawn affording good pasture, and on it Hamilton pastured a cow. A neighbor advised Hamilton that his cow would be much better contented by having another cow for company, and bargained with Hamilton to furnish the companion, provided Hamilton paid something like $1 per month. Here is Hamilton's own estimate of himself. I have very long admired Ptolemy's description of his great astronomical master, Hipparchus, as near Philoponos ca Philalaethis, a labor-loving and truth-loving man. Be such my epitaph. Hamilton's family consisted of 2 sons and 1 daughter. At the time of his death, the Elements of Quaternius was all finished, excepting 1 chapter. His eldest son, William Edwin Hamilton, wrote a preface, and the volume was published at the expense of Trinity College, Dublin. Only 500 copies were printed, and many of those were presented. In consequence, it soon became a scarce book, and as much as $35 had been paid for a copy. A new edition, in 2 volumes, is now being published by Professor Joly, his successor in Dunsink Observatory. End of Chapter 3. Sir William Rowan Hamilton, of Lectures on 10 British Mathematicians of the 19th Century, by Alexander McFarlane, read by Hernán Ibarra.
Soren Kierkegaard in His Life and Literature, by Adolf Holt, published in 1906. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Soren Kierkegaard in His Life and Literature. On the 11th of last November, 50 years had passed away since the oddest and most complex genius in Denmark's literary and religious history fell asleep in Copenhagen, his birthplace, at the Frederick Hospital, after a final illness of a month or more, unfriended almost, with little to cheer him but the kind nurse, the spray of flowers he so much loved, and the triumphant certainty of his Christian hope. His birth centenary comes the 5th of May, 1913. 42½ years of perhaps the intensest kind of mental life recorded in his country's annals, and many another for that matter. Was all this gigantic intellect needed for the inauguration of a deeply conceived intellectual and religious awakening, and for producing a literature amazing as to size, content, and purpose? Copenhagen, the little Paris of the North, had even then long enough been stung by this buzzing bee that busily gathered honey for the national hive, but instantaneously turned on any interfering object. Athens was no more troubled by her profoundly busy-bodying Socrates than Copenhagen by her recluse agitator Kierkegaard, the most splendid Christian counterpart to the quaint ironic philosopher of Greece. Socrates walked the streets, idled on the market-places, lounged about everywhere on deep ethical missions. The university-bred Kierkegaard shut himself up in his elegant suite of rooms, pacing to and fro, and ever and anon pausing to jot down his flash-like thoughts, only occasionally delivering religious addresses in the churches, and again went about incognito to converse with people in public parks or elsewhere. Both Socrates and Kierkegaard sought by the subtle pedagogy of philosophic irony to regenerate their respective ages. Kierkegaard, however, in the service of Christianity. Had not Kierkegaard inherited from his venerable father, who was a manufacturer and grocery merchant, a goodly estate, his life as a retired man of thought and letters would have shaped itself far differently. Though a son of his father's old age, he was 57 at Soren's birth, and by his father's second wife, a former housekeeper. The father lived till Soren was 25, and the melancholy, brooding, dialectical, serious, and churchly old man left his son not merely a mental inheritance and the ineffaceable impress of his original sharp-cut personality. He left him also, from an astute business career, the means of an independent manner of living. Strange to say, it lasted just long enough to give Soren a debt-free funeral. For it must be noted that the bachelor Soren, who maintained his own rather splendid household, with the help of a manservant, by degrees consumed his estate in costly literary ventures, nobly indifferent to pecuniary reward, when his pedagogical programme demanded sacrifices. His brother Peter, much unlike Soren in nature, and later his ecclesiastical opponent, used his means to goodly worldly advantage, rose to honours, even becoming bishop in the state church. Socrates ended in prison with a cup of hemlock, Kierkegaard at a hospital in physical agonies, and quaffing the gall of scorn and rejection freely invited by himself. Like Ibsen's Brand, men of one passionate purpose generally tear down the structure of their own prosperity, while hoarding treasures for succeeding ages. In view of the enormous, seemingly inexhaustible intellectual vitality of Kierkegaard, we might be prone to deplore that his tall, gaunt, fragile form no longer could endure the unnatural strain put upon it by the sleepless mind and unsubdued will, until we carefully review his complex career, so enigmatic, so mysterious, and crammed with acute problems, yet steadily moving on by conscious determination toward an unavoidable dramatic climax that in the days of Torquemada and bloody Elba would have meant a sure martyrdom at the stake. Brandes, the agnostic literary savant at the University of Copenhagen, regards his death as untimely. Footnote: Soren Kierkegaard, 1877, page 267. End footnote. But I incline to the words of his best biographer, the profound professor of theology and pulpit orator, Valdemar Ruden of Upsala. Kierkegaard died at the right moment. Footnote: Soren Kierkegaard, 1877, page 329. End footnote. Evidence in support of this statement will be presented more satisfactorily by a review of his life and literature, with the view of ascertaining what the central purpose of Kierkegaard's career was. To my knowledge, no attempt has been made in America to place this unique personality before the English-speaking world, apart from the one-sided sketches in Martinson's Christian Ethics, and notices in the forthcoming translation of Brandes's main currents of the 19th century literature. It is but right that the Anglo-American world take thoughtful notice of this towering mind, as have the people of Germany through Pastor A. Barthold's translations and monographs. A life writing in English is needed. Some 13 years ago I was eyeing the shelves of a book repository when the queer title of an unassuming volume captured my attention. It was Kierkegaard's The Sickness unto Death in a Swedish translation, the main opus of his second or religious period, as the famed Either or 1843 of his first or psychological ascetic period. Out of sheer curiosity I read that deep but difficult analysis of religious despair as the sickness unto death. Strange phraseology, novel form, profound paradoxes made the task rather tantalizing. All I at that time gained was the mysterious sense of a mind of eminent power, and of a spirit at home in the intensest toils of the human soul, able to pierce beneath all the glittering shams of life to the fundamentals. His keen dialectics, lyric rhapsodies, flashlight visions into the soul depths, original labor in the interest of Christian personality, religious seriousness, and triumphant Christian love, in spite of his irony and superb scorn of the mean, all deeply impressed me. Still I remained a stranger to this strange man. So he was not to be read. I had laid hold of but one wheel in the complicated enginery of his literature. From it alone it were not possible to judge of the wonderful living mechanism in its entirety. 4 years later I became acquainted with the biography by Rudin, which was read and reread, a work meriting translation into English. Then began the chronological study of all of Kierkegaard's numerous and often so difficult writings, and of the parallel portions of his massive diaries and paper scraps, the so-called Afferlatet Papiere. His diaries and bescribbled scraps of paper are fallen leaves that make the loam of large discourse, much as Kant's Lose Blatter Ricke and Reflexionen aus Kants Nachschlass Erdmann. A repeated perusal of Brandes' captivating biography in the full light of Kierkegaard's life work convinces me that Brandes' central conception of our author falls far short of the truth, fascinating as his development of certain literary and biographical features unquestionably is. An author's own plan for his activity, together with the actual literature produced, furnishes a surer means of determining his position than an imported interpretation from a philosophic standpoint, all out of sympathy with the subject analyzed. Kierkegaard's and Brandes' view of life stand in cutting contrast. We need not wonder at the misconstruction of Brandes. He proceeds from naturalistic presuppositions, Kierkegaard from the Christian revelation. What Kierkegaard considered the desirable goal of his work, its animus textus, that Brandes brands as psychological petrifications, a perverted inheritance, a misguided development of life. Before the forum of Christian revelation, Kierkegaard's world view, whatever its glaring fallacies, remains the one consonant with the truth. We are as students of Christian thought and of literature greatly concerned with the problem of Kierkegaard's main purpose in his literature and program of life. What was his aim, if he had any? What his development within the scope of his chief purpose? In what manner are the workings of his native genius, his life experiences, his surroundings, and the divinity that shapes our ends, reflected in his career? In brief, what the things that elemented Walton, his life and work? Kierkegaard was more than author. He was and wished to be the Socratic tutor of his people, both by his dialectically arranged manner of life and by his vast literature, which step by step proceeded from the lower to the higher and the highest forms of life, from the ascetic in Kierkegaard's sense to that of a Christian witness. Nor can he be understood unless these two classes of facts be remembered. 1. His two chief mental and personal traits. An unlimited craving to give expression to his thought and imagination, and b. his restless need of busying his own self as a sort of paradigm of life, arising from a consciousness of his great resources of mind, and tortured forth by a harassing inherited melancholy. 2. His two spiritual powers. A deep Christian religiousness with a keen eye to the ethical, and b. the sense of a unique mission from God as a Christian Socrates. Will not such a nature tend to be excessively selfish? He would have been so had not his heart been the servant of a sensitive conscience, fostered by ceaseless study of Scripture and obedience to its guidance. If the traits and powers named be kept in mind, the figure of Soren Kierkegaard will be spared an otherwise unavoidable caricature, to which the eminent Brandes commits himself, in spite of formful words and thoughts. For practical purposes, Kierkegaard's work may be divided into two periods, The ascetic, beginning with either or in February 1843, when he was 29, ending in 1846, and the religious, from 1846 to 1855, a space of only 12 years. However, for the sake of clearness, I would distinguish 4 periods. 1. The preparatory, which includes a literary review of a writing by Hans Christian Andersen, the philosophical essay on the concept of irony with constant reference to Socrates, his doctor's thesis, an interesting analysis of philosophical irony, quite Hegelian in spirit and terminology, but in spots prophetic of the coming labors, and then a few newspaper articles. For Kierkegaard used the press from start to finish, much as he warred with its flippant spirit. Leaders of woman suffrage might be interested in hearing that the very first product of Kierkegaard's pen was also a defense for the emancipation of the women, written when he was 21, but alas, a piece of irony. 2. The ascetic philosophical, with occasional religious psychological writings interspersed, like an undercurrent in the sea, rushing surfaceward now and then. From purely literary viewpoint, this is his grand period, the style being brilliant, profound, glittering, romantic, ironical, enigmatical, and often lusciously lyrical. Its principal works are Either or, 1843, Fear and Trembling, 1843, Repetition, 1843. Chantegals means both repetition and taking back. Philosophical Fragments, 1844. The Concept of Anguish, 1844. Stages on the Path of Life, 1845. And minor writings, religious, humorous, and polemical. The books named are not novels, rather concrete experimental psychological treatises in an exquisite literary form, rich and beautiful thought, expressed in a language dialectical and lyrical, and conceived with an indefinable, insistent originality. His command of language surprises. The miniature delicacy, facile aptitude for quaint turns of thought and tricksy suggestions, talkative familiarity, and the power of easily expressing large discourse, united to a beautiful northern lyrical richness, which in Swedish reaches its classical climax, all these native traits of the Danish language Kierkegaard understands, loves, and embodies in his literature. His style cannot be called popular, except in a refined sense, though in spite of frequent admixture of foreign words and philosophical terms, it possesses a peculiarly insistent character. The Kierkegaard cadence, once caught, rings on forever. There is that strenuous manner, not attuned to the eloquence of a Landor, of which Lowell says that it never enfeebled itself with undue emphasis. The voices crying in the wilderness cannot always maintain the serenity of utterance which churchly good breeding requires, for they have the exceptional mission of exceptional souls in exceptional situations in history. Sometimes he makes difficult reading. There are stretches so taxing as the ascent of one of the steep giants in our American Rockies. But patience is rewarded at last by a glimpse of enrapturing beauty and splendor. The ingenious allusions to fairy stories, to old sagas and classic myths, to popular proverbs, to novel and witty situations in the drama of life and in the drama on the stage, characteristic of the romantic period in European thought and belles lettres, we find in this second stage of authorship, nor did it wholly desert him in his later labors. Then between the ascetic and the succeeding period comes an invaluable philosophical piece, the concluding unscientific postscript, February 1846, a fearfully difficult production, fundamental for the comprehension of Kierkegaard, however, being a retrospect into the finished stage and a prospect into future activity. 3. The religious and religious-philosophical period, with occasional literary efforts. Morsels to the æsthetes from a now avowedly religious author. Here are such masterly things as Edifying Addresses, 1847, The Works of Love, 1847, Christian Addresses, 1847, The Viewpoint for My Author Activity, posthumously published 1859, Two Ethical Religious Minor Essays, 1849, The Sickness unto Death, 1849, Exercise in Christianity, 1850, Concerning My Author Activity, 1851, Judge for Yourselves, posthumous, 1876, For Self-Trial, 1852, and others. The style of this period assumes a deep, rich, sober, and organ-like character in harmony with its religious themes, but off and on purely literary writings remind of a former period in brilliancy. Even a dramatic essay was penned during this stage, The Crisis and a Crisis in the Life of an Actress, a clever treatment of the question whether an actress is at her best at the first admired debut or in her histrionic maturity. As always, a work crammed with suggestiveness. During 3 years, to the close of 1854, reigned silence, except for new editions of former works. The warrior awaited his orders from his superior. 4. The ecclesiastical denunciatory period, the extreme consequence of his battle for the ideals. Beginning with the death of Bishop Mynster, 1854, when his powerful, ruthless attack on the official Christianity of the State Church began, in which campaign he succumbed physically. Memorable is here the pamphlet, This Shall Be Said, Then Be It Said, May 1855, his ultimatum not to the State Church, but to the secure, impersonal Christianity of the official Church. Central, however, during this time is the series of 9 pamphlets called The Moment, the last part of which he sent forth while on his death-bed. The style now has become inflammatory. It sounds like the fevered ringing of fire-bells. Fearful invective, almost reminding of that of the prophets of Israel on the corrupt State Church of their ages. Attack as the formal rush on the batteries of a besieged fortress. Exclamations, interrogations, burning sentences, and words mark this last stage. A man of the people to whom I once read from Kierkegaard aptly described the trenchant character of his style by one telling phrase: "There is a pistol shot in every sentence." This inimitably pictures in general both the thought and the style of his always surprising and unfailingly unique writing. It applies literally to his last period, when every newspaper article and pamphlet (he wrote no book during this time) is like the rattle of musketry again and again engulfed in the roar of cannon batteries, all under the strategic direction of his even now inwardly calm and thoughtful mind. Kierkegaard was too personalized an intellect ever to become inwardly crazed. He had, moreover, the commendable habit of keeping his most uncompromising and personal polemics in his drawer for months, even up to a year before publication. In fact, he gloried in this self-restraint over against hasty critics of his supposedly hasty writings. All through life he played cat and mouse with the critics, and only nipped them with his superior wit and irony and his home thrust at conscience when they were about to escape. In the noble sense of the word, there was a streak of the Jacob spirit in him, which he organized into his pedagogy, true to his own conscience, but keeping vital secrets to himself and to his father confessor, his thought diary, now included in Posthumous Papers, 1833 to 1855, a voluminous publication. Either or, his first great and most known work, is a landmark in Danish literature, both as to matter and manner. Its companion was Stages on the Path of Life, at the end of the ascetic period. Harold Hofting of Copenhagen says of our author, Kierkegaard's importance for the Danish spiritual life lies in his emphasis upon concentration about the personal life and its needs, over against the absorption by imagination and speculation which was distinctive of the Romantic age. Footnote: Ord Akbild, September 1902. End footnote. The epoch-making Either Or issued, as all his ascetic works, with depth of meaning, purposely were by a pseudonym, Victor Eremita, Victor the Hermit, i.e., Victor, namely of himself, and Hermit, the lonely advocate of personality, presents two of Kierkegaard's so-called stages of life, the ascetic and the ethical, the third, the religious, coming in later writings, and all three taken together in Stages, etc. Either Or consists of the ascetic A's and the ethicist B's papers, a series of brief luminous flashes from the ascetic soul life open the work, the Diapsalmata, which are detached fragments. Here is the first. What is a poet? An unhappy being who hides deep agonies in his heart, but whose lips are so formed that when the sigh and the cry stream out over them, they sound like beautiful music. It is with him as with the unhappy ones who in the Ox of Phalaris were tortured at a slow fire. Their cry could not reach the tyrant's ears to terrify him. To him it sounded as lovely music. And men crowd about the bard, and say to him, Sing soon again, that is, may new sufferings martyr your soul, and may your lips be formed as before, for the cry would only anguish us, but the music is lovely. And the critics step forward and say, That's right, so it must be according to the rules of ascetics. Well now, of course, a critic is exactly like a poet, only that he does not have the agonies in his heart and the music on the lips. You see, therefore, I would rather be swineherd on the Amagerbo and be understood by the swine than the poet and be misunderstood by the critics. After these rhapsodical outbursts, lyrical, witty, full of abandon, comes a series of ascetic papers of exquisite literary form, such as the Immediate Erotic Stages, or the Erotic in Music, a treatise on Mozart's Don Juan, in which the passionate power in music is described, and the renowned and debated diary of the seducer Johannes, where a cultured gallant day by day records how he systematically fosters, as he styles it, Cordelia, for supreme sensualities that shall unite the carnal with the most refined intellectual. Kierkegaard takes the word ascetic as applied to a type of life in its Greek sense of immediate perception, in which the soul loses itself in objects not itself, of higher or lower order. He would convey by it the idea of a care-free or a passionate and plastic surrender to unbounded enjoyment, so gained as to leave full freedom for its repetition in the next moment, an ideal exhaustion that does not exhaust. The personality idea is plainly not in this manner of life. B's papers, the ethical life, the balanced mind, yet all of a secular order. These papers treat of the ascetic validity of marriage, the balance between the ascetic and the ethical in the development of personality. Finally, with deep pedagogical significance on our author's part, B sends A his ultimatum, a sermon by a supposed country pastor in Jutland, on the edificatory thought that before God we are all in the wrong, even the ethical B, the last sentence of which and the book is intended as a secret hidden catch on succeeding writings. Only that truth which edifies is the truth for you. A thought that makes the question of truth a personal one, not merely for imagination, or speculation, or earth-bound morality, but an eternal one. 3 months afterwards a little religious booklet, 2 edifying addresses, appeared under his own signature, as being an approximative expression of the author's real self. The two parts of either or are in their style as different as the stages of life portrayed in psychological literary form, and have such a wealth of ideas and exuberance of fancy as almost to exhaust the reader's receptivity. Kierkegaard must be read slowly and with patient thoughtfulness, yet his passionate intellect and infective imagination leave one no peace till all be read, provided we have sympathy with his burning theme of life, personality, and in its abiding type, Christian personality, as in the religious period. Toward this even the ascetic products pedagogically tend. This Danish Socrates unfolds his whole preparatory activity under the form of a deep and lofty irony, as he understands irony. Irony is the unity of ethical passion which in inwardness (inigite) endlessly accentuates its own ego in relation to the ethical demand of culture, which in outwardness endlessly abstracts from its own ego, as a finite thing along with other finite things. This abstraction effects that no one notices the first, the accent of the ego, and right therein lies the art. Concluding unscientific postscript. Either or never touches on distinctively Christian concepts, but operates with purely psychological terms. The religious ultimate purpose is inhibited in expression, though hovering over all as an unseen guiding genius. After either or, Kierkegaard step by step proceeds toward the higher ideas, leading on to the Christian concepts, but always in literary psychological form, and always by pseudonyms chosen with deep significance, because these writings expressed not his own standpoint. They were to give forth truth by the method of indirect impartation, compelling the reader to think, live, act by personal choice, not by tradition, authority, nay, not even by the authority of a writer's literary renown, indirect impartation being a pedagogical way of fostering a personal existence. In Fear and Trembling the religious is faintly shadowed forth, as over against the secularly ethical of B. Here is presented the collision between the secularly ethical and the absolute, exemplified in Abraham's sacrifice. In repetition also means taking back. Faith is not habit or resignation, but the individual seeks in liberty to gain back the lost temporal, and thereby himself, from a new standpoint within a new sphere of life. Rudin. Philosophical Fragments approaches the Christian problem, asking, can truth be learned by Socratically awakening the reminiscences? Or is an historical revelation necessary, the absolute paradox? Can there be given an historical point of departure for our eternal salvation? The gigantic masterpiece of thought, severest of works, the concept of anguish, brings an analysis of the psychological presupposition for sin and of the corresponding psychological result of sin, by Kierkegaard called anguish. Then, in stages on the path of life, all three stages, the ascetic, ethical, and religious, came in. The author's purpose being the picture of a concrete personality, the generally religious sphere, before going to the directly Christian in theory. A work so attractive in richness of thought that it well nigh surpasses either or. Such exquisite portrayal of human love in its main forms will rarely be met with. But as in either or, Kierkegaard did not intend to urge a choice, as little as does he do so in his writing. For the religious stage here psychologically portrayed, as always in connection with human love in its many types, has yet no Christian content, but is of an Old Testament type. Christian ideas are set forth in the second great period, the religious, whereby spiritual addresses, genuinely deep and lyrically beautiful at times, but often dialectical in construction, by Christian psychological analysis and by theological essays, he develops his supreme idea of Christendom, mens innerliegeraals, in free English paraphrase, the personalizing of Christianity. But space forbids a review of his works in detail. Only we must not forego the remark that to think his later period less vital than the ascetic means a total misapprehension of the cumulative development toward the great climax of Kierkegaard's entire activity. His literature and its accompaniment in his life and conduct has architectural unity, is dominated by one huge purpose, first indirectly suggested with growing intensity, the ascetic, then profoundly exhibited in ever-reaching fullness, the religious, and finally uncompromisingly insisted on with almost tragical ethic emphasis, the polemical. In this last phase, both the sublime truth and the inherent frailty of his life work find concrete embodiment. However, as in all things relating to this mysterious personage, in so Socratically complex a manner as even then in the finale to necessitate a personal conscious choice, sure to enrich the earnest student of this closing drama in a great career. As the personalizing of Christianity surpasses the mere ascetic stage of soul life, so does the religious authorship the ascetic, as to content, though for belletristical enjoyment the ascetic naturally leads. He meant then to take hold of men by the vulnerable point, pleasure, in its lower and in its more refined forms, and gradually to foster his time to ever worthier concepts, finally to leave it by a free choice, no longer born of dead habit, with Christ in the New Testament. Even before Kierkegaard wrote Either Or and its glittering analysis of Johannes the Seducer, our author had come to personal Christian faith, as evidence his diary confessions and his main published works. He wrote Either Or with deep consciousness of his responsibility. 3 months afterwards, while Denmark was astir with Either Or and its glittering pictures of the ascetic soul life, and his fame flared on the heavens, he published a serious religious writing, named Two Addresses for Edification, but now under his own signature, a note full of pedagogical meaning. By this he intended to convey that the religious was his real self, and his ascetic authorship but a gold-banded, diamond-studded scabbard to the plain sword of Christian truth, about to be drawn at the right moment. These religious writings in the ascetic period are partly indirect impartation of psychological form, though to all purposes devoutly spiritual, with a content constantly increasing in spirituality and pedagogically moving on, they too, toward the Christian authorship. A Danish pastor of our country, in a conversation reported to me, once called Kierkegaard Denmark's Ezekiel. He wrote, but, like the ancient prophet, he acted out truths in indirect Socratic form. Kierkegaard's interpretive and pedagogical conduct, that often took on ironic character, was part of his activity. During the 11 months while writing Either Or he was constantly in society, let loose his fine wit and comic sense, promenaded among the gentlemen on the boulevards, went to the theatre regularly for a few minutes every evening. Men were heard to say, "A flippant man, that Kierkegaard." They were thus to be compelled to think of what he said, not of him. When at home, he meditated on Scripture and Lutheran devotional literature, toiled day and night, often mercilessly toward his health. Chronic insomnia attacked him as a result of such strenuousness. During the second great period, the religious, his life was retired, quiet, in harmony with his heart's deep desire. But lest men should now say, "How religious Kierkegaard has become," he wrote theatrical criticisms to puzzle and to call forth personal conviction, and to martyr superficiality to death. For he considered that if a self-conscious, conceited, reflective generation should be brought to terms, receive a shock shaking it at its foundations, there was necessary on the part of the champion of saving truth what Kierkegaard calls double reflectivity, the conscious beneath the self-conscious. He must have in experience knowledge of the soul states of that philosophically self-satisfied, ascetically pampered, morally pharisaical, and sentimentally religious age, but get beneath it all in an all-surpassing reflectivity, double reflectivity, as Socrates in his day, and as Christ incomparably among Pharisees and Sadducees. Oh, and when we remember what depths of tenderness were Kierkegaard's, of love and of comfort for the sad and stricken, which his private life so fully illustrates, what a sublime conception was his complex, self-consuming pedagogy. Back of his intricate spine intellect stood his simple Christian heart in full control of his tempestuous career. He was odd, angular, mysterious, wounding right often, yet the one passion of his life, never, never forgotten, was his countrymen's spiritual welfare. A man to be loved with a love that covereth a multitude of sins, a heart bleeding from the hunter's sting, never panted more for refreshing brooks than Kierkegaard. The ironical, dialectical Kierkegaard for human and for divine love. And love divine, all love excelling, gave him fortitude for his mission. There are 4 distinct crises in his life. Chief of these, and determining the inner trend and spirit of his career, is his conversion at the age of 26 or 27. To so dialectical a nature it meant a painful struggle. In his diary notes on Sunday, April 22nd, 1838, we read, "If Christ shall enter in to dwell in me, it must come about according to the superscription above the gospel of the day in the almanac. Christ enters in through closed doors." Kierkegaard had some few years before doubtlessly tried a life of gaiety, to what extent may be impossible to learn even from his own confessions, as he belongs to that rare class of men who rather accuse than excuse themselves. Later on, diary notes tell of spiritual victory. A man with his firm religious convictions could hardly fail at some day to collide with the mummified religiousness of his land and beloved church at that period. The second crisis, and the most humanly tragical, which wounded him for life, but in divine providence became the human goad to his authorship, especially during the ascetic period, was the breaking of his engagement. Theological readers will here pardon some untheological information. On the 10th of September, 1840, when he was 27, he sought the hand of a maiden his direct opposite. She was sunny, carefree, inexperienced, a child it appears. In October the next year he broke his vow to her, with awful sense of his responsibility, amid terrible anguish of heart which trembled on throughout his life, like the echo of a sad song that cannot die. He did this out of love and pity for his beloved, fearing the tragical consequences of his deep melancholy inherited from his father. Brandes suggests, on what grounds I know not, other physical reasons. The man whose entire being cried for love, and who had so sensitive a conscience as Kierkegaard, took this step in Christian seriousness. Search his career and writings as closely as we will, never can we say it was done in levity or from coldness, for he was deep in love with her, and loved her till he died. His experience stands as an instructive example of what ethics calls the collision of conflicting duties. To spare her some of the violence of the shock, he, the unfortunate psychologist, began, amidst nameless ache of heart, by psychologically trying to lead her to the conviction that she did not love him. Meanwhile his own heart was breaking. The broken engagement made his genius live, act, produce. As often in life, even in the history of some eminent men in the Church's annals, it became the human incitement to fill out with colossal toil the aching void in a heart parched with a thirst for love. He always called himself Memory's unhappy lover, the suggestive motto of his life. In the ascetic writings, even in his communion addresses, his mind keeps love as a paradigm of life, in which he can teach the present-day preacher deep lessons on illustration. If I should describe his style briefly, I would speak of the lyrical dialectics of Kierkegaard. This lyrical element so full of wistful beauty, with those long, lingering cadences in thought and words, with that indescribable aching loveliness and profound charm, has this self-crushed love to thank for its wakening. Gossipers in Copenhagen vilified him for his step, but in his own conscience before God he never for any length of time doubted its moral validity. That censure may rest on him for ever entering into the compact will, however, always seem an irrefutable ethical feeling on the part of even his staunchest admirers, for he was of responsible age, and she was but a child. 11 days before his engagement crisis, September 29, 1841, he held his disputation for the philosophical doctor's degree, then called Magister Artium. 10 days after the crisis he received his doctorate. What a rush of events! On the 3rd of July the previous year he had taken his theological examination out of piety toward his father's memory rather than from inclination. He now intended first to satisfy his author cravings, and by ascetic and other publications waken the conscience of his land, then to become pastor. Again and again he is about to take the holy order. But a third great crisis comes on. It stayed his ordination. The times of dissolution in Europe since the July Revolution (1830) had also influenced Denmark. A sordid, unprincipled spirit ruled. Its unbridled exponent at this time in Denmark was the comic paper Corsaren, the pirate. High or low were at its mercy. A Jew was editor. Even Kierkegaard was ludicrously caricatured in his doctor's hat, the old umbrella, bell-shaped Prince Albert coat, one trouser shorter than the other. Kierkegaard had resented a commendatory but flippant criticism of one of his works. He decided to draw the vengeance of the feared Corsaren upon himself and break its power. This was in 1842, when he was 32 years of age. He succeeded. All Copenhagen was by Corsaren incited to deride Kierkegaard. Even the street boys pointed at his garment. In church they eyed him up and down. University students played the farce Soren Kirk. Half a year later, Corsaren went out of business. Kierkegaard had irritated it to exhaust its venom and tyrannic force. Moreover, just now our author was in his authorship ready to leave the ascetic style and to begin the religious, Christian rather. By the war with Corsaren he would be a witness to the truth, a willing martyr to his holy cause. A new side of the dialectical pedagogy in his intricate career. What an insight into men's heart he gained during this fearful ordeal! We see it reflected in his two leading religious writings, The Sickness unto Death and Exercise in Christianity, and in parallel portions of his diary. The final crisis must come. It came. Even more deeply, ever more stringently, Kierkegaard emphasized a personal Christian faith and life. He did this, dogmatically speaking, into the extreme in certain ethical features, even lapsing into some grave ethical errors as to marriage and on the opus operatum of infant baptism. The State Church clergy, with the Hegelianizing Professor Martensen in the lead, ignored him. He called the louder. They diplomatically went on and paid as little attention as possible to his piercing outcries, though stung to death by them. Then on the 30th of January, 1854, Bishop Münster died. Professor Martensen in his eulogy called him a serving link in the holy chain of witnesses to the truth from the days of the apostles to our days. That a prelate who, viewed from the standpoint of a Christian cross-bearer, had lived so diplomatically, avoiding the agonies of a real witness in an age of so pitiable spirituality, should be placed in a line with the martyr witnesses, called forth all of Kierkegaard's vehement resentment. In a campaign, the like of which Denmark, perhaps, never has experienced, he assailed the new primate and the official Christianity. When the authorities still relentlessly clenched the status quo, he sent forth the awful challenge of the pamphlet: "This must be said, then be it said." The tragical charge on the batteries of an indifferent conservatism grown secure and forgetful of Christian ideals. Here he calls upon the reader to leave the public worship in its present condition until the New Testament Christianity's claims be recognized. Tennyson in his lyric The Poet says of freedom, "And when she spake, her words did gather thunder as they ran." And so did the activity of Kierkegaard. Nay, the clouds at last discharged their lightnings, and struck with a deafening clap the gay and unthinking masses, and the determined opponents of his principle of spiritual seriousness. It has been well said, repelled light becomes lightning. So with Kierkegaard. He tried to bring home literary, national, philosophical, and Christian truth. To most of it the Times said no. The Hegelian philosophical school, with its love of massive abstraction, scorned his Socratic labors for the cause of personality. The naive and conceited literary leaders could sympathize little with his rich, orchestral-like style and his ironic warfare against the literary fopperies of those transition decades. Demagogical politicians had little patience with his honest political conservatism, and churchmen were forever on the tenterhooks of anxiety from his searching scrutiny of impersonal religiousness. All the world is against the great man for a while, and so the resistless light of Kierkegaard flashed back with scathing energy. As always, in rejecting, they could not escape unknowingly to accept of him, even of him whom they naively considered simply as climbing the treadmill of subjectivity. Kierkegaard himself grew in this storm of principles during his life. A given age cannot create a genius, but it can reinforce him, and it can fetch forth all the latent powers in him, tease out of its den the lion of personality, by lending opportunities for the complex inclinations, needs, and longings of genius that too often remain hidden in men of a fine mind, born in less strenuous conditions. The ironical invective which up to 1854, at Münster's death, had stood in the controlled service of Kierkegaard's warm heart and marvellous intellect, from then on became rather pessimistic, a direct invective, where formerly there was indirect impartation, yet thundering forth irresistible truth. The marvel is that in his private spiritual life during this stage there seems to have been an inward peace and a trust in the blood and merit of Christ, as his diary so often evidence. In the midst of this supreme crisis he died, writing on his very deathbed. Denmark had stood before the tribunal of one of the most powerful witnesses of the truth known in her history. A genuine man, a grand though puzzling and uncompromising soul, even in all struggles consumed by an unfeigned love for his people and for Christ's church. The white rose exhales its odorous sweetness as well to the face of the storm as to the still zephyr of evening. Kierkegaard had lived long enough to develop a fruitful educational movement in the rich sense of the word. He had found time to print himself out almost beyond his heart's satisfaction. The strategy of his life, with its masterful field tactics, led on toward a long prepared closing attack. His call to the nation has been heard unmistakably, unselfishly. Time alone would work the rest. Should he have lived longer, and the opposition continued, he might have entirely lost his remarkable self-possession, which he actually did endanger toward the close. The deep inner pedagogy of his work might have wholly yielded to fierce derision out of all control of his loving heart. Kierkegaard died at the right moment. The problems of the Kierkegaard career are many and serious. From his personal life, how after all allowances could so conscientious a Christian man break his vow of love? There is again the interesting literary question, how the romanticist Kierkegaard could be in open revolt against romanticism, particularly in its literary and philosophical expressions. Then his intricate but fruitful idea of indirect and direct impartation of truth, a Christian form of the Socratic maieutic, comes in for renewed close study as deeply affecting the question of Christian personality. Kierkegaard, if ever a man, was a pedagogue of Christian personality. It may be doubted that his superior herein exists in all the range of modern literature. But was personality as such his eye mark? So Professor Hofting holds, or Christian personality? Was he, as it seems in the closing stage, actually an ascetic enemy of culture, himself a man of such exquisite attainments? What shall be thought of the extreme fierceness of his closing agitation, which in the series The Moment 1 through 9, like a devouring conflagration, scorches the mind and heart almost? Does it indicate a worthy historical estimate of Kierkegaard dogmatically to classify him in the genus religious individualism, as do Martensen, Ethics, Scharling Volz, Review, April 1905, and others? There remains other points, but one complex problem will often engage our attention. Did he write and work by a conscious, though not in detail elaborated, plan from the outset? Or are Brandes and Hofting correct in maintaining that his literature is only his own development, a sort of nature product of his gradually unfolding genius? A few words on this last question. There certainly is a deep psychological truth in Hofting's words. Kierkegaard was enough of a psychologist to know that an aesthetic and intellectual production in large style cannot be called forth with full consciousness and as a means toward an extraneous end. Again and again Kierkegaard says, "The whole of my author activity is, as I often have said, at the same time my own development." Viewpoint, page 113. But mark, at the same time, he denies that he from "the first moment has had a total view of the whole author activity's dialectical structure." Point of view, page 55. From such statements Brandes then proceeds to deny any definite conscious purpose to his authorship, and holds that the religious period began because a religious experience suddenly crossed the ascetic path of his life and authorship. Kierkegaard absolutely refutes these inferences. In the self-biographical The Point of View of My Authorship, written in 1846, just at the end of the ascetic period, he solemnly avers that he was a religious author from the beginning, and that his works were written with a religious purpose. "When I began on Either Or, I was as deeply influenced by the religious as I, on the whole, ever have been," he states in 1846. That he 3 months after Either Or brought out 2 edifying addresses under his own signature gives, as he also adds, a clear hint of the double campaign carried on. The ascetic writings of his pseudonyms were the veiled Socratic pedagogy on toward a direct emphasis of what he calls his original heart problem, "to become a Christian." Viewpoint, page 72. To say that he later on in his authorship became the religious man, and therefore then a religious author, denies his own confessions, the inner structure of his personal life, and the marvellous unity in the spirit of his literature and in its dialectical architecture, considered in its broad outline. Utterances in the earliest writings convincingly indicate that he had an original secret purpose in mind. Why throw utter confusion into the Kierkegaard activity? Why empty plain facts of their plain sense, that an ill-begotten and ill-applied psychological theory of modern evolution perforce be maintained in honor? Nay, Let the actual experiences of this superb personality, genius, and Christian witness remain intact. Critical theories are anyway a few thousand miles in the rear of the genius. Wellhausen of Genesis and Isaiah, Brandes of Kierkegaard. In an analytical age, let there be a little more of true hero worship, aye, and of recognition of the divine in history. The contribution of Kierkegaard to the Danish language, literature, philosophical and religious thought, and his startling importance for the awakening and development of personality, above all of Christian personality, make it imperative on all thinking men to aid in making him known also in our America. Therefore we have called attention to this bright star on the heavens of Northern European thought. If church historians and theological reviewers would state clearly what Kierkegaard's contribution is, and be less concerned with the fact that he did not say or do all things, their picture of him would be less a caricature of the real man. He was no pastor. "I am without authority," he cries aloud repeatedly. He was a layman with a voice of prophetic quality. The most we have hoped for by this preparatory review has been to approximate a point de vue for the complex character and activity of Søren Kierkegaard. That, indeed, is far less easy than by a formula simply to register him among religious individualists, and then proceed to the very light task of demolishing individualism, as his countryman has done in Christian ethics. The unique Danish thinker becomes a subject worthy of study and reflection by all pastors and thinking laymen, only when the viewpoint of Kierkegaard has been livingly appreciated. To imitate him were ruination. To learn of him enriches and deepens our vocation as pastors and as Christians. In the wake of the present deluge of sociological thought will again come a renewed heroic struggle for the cause of individuality, when our Dane may be one vantage point for orientation. The individual will never tolerate to be lost in society, much as his full happiness depends on finding his place in the organism of life. Original geniuses as that humble prince of his tribe, the theosophist Jacob Boehme, most famous of cobblers, that wonderful gold mine of thought and speculation, the independent Catholic philosopher Franz von Baader, before him Johann Georg Hamann, the Magus of the North, Søren Kierkegaard of Denmark, apostle of Christian personality and Christian subjectivity, and a few like names, when intelligently studied, exercise a fundamentally culturing and deepening influence on one's inmost nature. In them we touch personality at its profoundest depths and in its most amazing originality, awakening in our soul a faint ahnung of the unspeakable divine personality. Christian personality in pastors and layfolk is to be an eye mark of Christian nurture. Luther remains master of direct presentation of the truth. Kierkegaard, peer of Christian indirect impartation by a Socratic pedagogy. They are two complementary types of mind. In the growing, complex, subtle, ratiocinate trend of modern life, the bold simplicity of Luther's manly directness needs Kierkegaard's invincible double reflectivity and keen appreciation of the refined intricacies of mind and life as a healthful corrective. Times change, and we Christians must change with them in all things somewhat, except in the faith that saves. End of Søren Kierkegaard in his Life and Literature by Adolf Holt, published in 1906.
The transformation of northeastern Germany through the German-Polish Wars. The history of Scandinavia to the second half of the 15th century, by Hans Putz, from The History of All Nations from Earliest Times, Volume 10, The Age of Renaissance, translated under the supervision of John Henry Wright. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. At the end of the 14th and the beginning of the 15th century, Germany underwent not only a grave internal crisis, but also experienced the first territorial losses which made the maintenance of its former central position impossible. In the north the kingdom had to abandon its hegemony over the Scandinavian states, and in the south it lost Milan. On the other hand, Germany was drawn into complications with its eastern Slavonic neighbours, with the result that it succumbed to the anti-Germanic policy which ruled in those parts. The House of Luxembourg, above all, was responsible for having brought Germany to this pass. The Luxemburgers made Bohemia and its dependencies, Lusatia and Silesia, more and more independent of the realm. Their policy centred entirely in the east, because of Sigismund's possession of the Hungarian crown. The national forces which they used there to further the interests of their house soon got beyond their control and rose against the eastern districts once conquered and civilized by the Germans. Thus it happened that, while the West was filled with the din of the 100 Years' War, the old conflict between the Germans and Slavs raged in the north east of Central Europe. About a century had passed since the overthrow of the last great revolt of the Prussians. It was the zenith of the state of the Teutonic Order, in which, however, after the decease of Winrich von Kniprode, the signs of decay forthwith appeared, for the change which the cessation of religious wars brought about in the whole position of the order naturally reacted on the relations to its subjects, who did not mean to have the rights and privileges which had been granted them on settling in the domain of the order curtailed. Add to this the rise of a great foreign power through the union of Poland and Lithuania. Now the prime condition of the future of the state of the order was the recovery of Prussia and the conquest of the Baltic coast. Meanwhile the Teutonic Order still maintained its predominant position abroad. Under Conrad von Jungingen (1393 1407), the order seized the island of Gotland, which the dethroned Danish king, Albert of Mecklenburg, held in forfeit. The Knights put an end to the piracy of the victualling brothers on the island, and thus gained a maritime position which ensured them a decisive voice in northern affairs. But internal dissensions already invaded their ranks. The nobility of Kulmland had formed the Lizard League (Eidechsbund) in 1397 for the protection of their rights against the aggression of the order. Already the cities considered similar measures to avert the damage inflicted on their trade by the commercial operations of the order. About this time the national agitation attendant on the accession of Jagiello of Lithuania to the Polish throne as Władysław II increased anti-German sentiment in Poland. The diplomatic arts of Sigismund, who tried to repress Poland, and at the same time make the order subservient to his family policy, proved a failure. Nor could they prevent the outbreak of open war. The bone of contention between the order and Poland was the new March of Brandenburg and the district around Drießen. This latter was the only means of communication between the order and Germany. Hostilities broke out in 1409, which stopped only for a short time when Sigismund mediated a truce. In the spring of 1410 a terrible national war broke out in the north east of Germany. Under the leadership of Władysław II and the great Duke Witold, the Poles, Lithuanians, Russians, and Tartars, reinforced by Bohemian mercenaries, invaded the lands of the order. Its Grand Master, Ulrich von Jungingen (1407 1410), was at Thorn with German reinforcements when he heard that the enemy was marching straight on Marienburg, wasting the country far and wide. By a hurried night march he proceeded thence, and found the enemy on June 15th, 1410, encamped on a ridge near Tannenberg. Forthwith he prepared for battle, but the enemy refused to accept it until a formal challenge and the urgent demand of Witold induced the wavering Władysław to decide on the battle. The armies clashed with terrible force in the intervening ravine. The Poles could not withstand the charge of the German cavalry and wavered. A fresh charge rode down the Lithuanians on the left flank and drove them in headlong flight. But the pursuit made a gap in the ranks of the German army. Into this opening the Poles hurled themselves, forcing the enemy to fall back. When the pursuing part of the Germans returned, they were themselves met and hard pressed by a superior force which had followed them. At this critical moment the Grand Master, with a picked body of men, made a sudden attack on the centre of the opposing army, which the Polish king and his train held. A Polish nobleman saved the life of his king, whereupon Jungingen and his men were surrounded and cut down. Heavy as this loss was, the defeat of the order was decided only when the reserve of Prussian noblemen, who belonged mainly to the Lizard League, deserted their banner and left the field. Thereupon the whole German army took to flight. But the Poles and Lithuanians drove them into the surrounding marshes and fens, and cut down great numbers. The number of dead and captured was very large. The strength of the Teutonic Order was broken for the time being. Had the victors followed up their victory, the whole of Prussia must have fallen into the hands of the Poles. But their wavering and timid king was not the man to act immediately. Under the circumstances it was fatal to the order that the majority of its members and subjects, thinking its rule had come to an end, rivalled one another in forcing the king to take steps for which he himself lacked the courage. The commanders surrendered their castles to him only to leave the country, and in some cases to carry off the treasures of the castles. The nobility and towns hastened to pay homage to their new lord, in order to be rewarded by rights and privileges which they could never have wrung from their former ruler. If the castle of Marienburg fell likewise, the destruction of the order was inevitable. The commander of Schwedt, Henry von Plauen, recognized this. He hurried with his men to Marienburg, to which he drew the garrisons of the castles which had not fallen as yet, but his 4,000 men did not suffice for the defence. Therefore Plauen had the city partly burned and housed the inhabitants safely in the castle. After vain negotiations, Władysław II began the siege. But although the desertion from the order went on, Marienburg held out. Infectious diseases broke out in the Polo-Lithuanian camp. Add to this the growing estrangement between the King and the Lithuanians. Furthermore, Germany finally took steps for the protection of its frontier. At the end of September 1410 Władysław raised the siege and withdrew pillaging to the south. Thereupon the order rose anew. The restless activity of Plauen, who had been made governor, and the aid of the German reinforcements succeeded in reconquering more and more of the lost territory. As Władysław remained inactive, the disappointed renegades returned in increasing numbers to their rightful lord. Thus Plauen, meanwhile made Grand Master, could make a peace at Thorn in February 1411, which was unexpectedly favourable, but it settled none of the contested territorial questions. On the other hand, the order was burdened with financial indemnities which it could not pay. It had to pay 6 million groats pro rata for the ransom of captives. The exhausted country could only raise such a sum by straining its taxing powers to the utmost. Nobody felt the burden more than those who had discarded the Polish allegiance for the old one. These circles again contemplated disloyalty. The renewed desertion of Danzig was thwarted by its commander, a brother of Henry von Plauen, who punished it by the unlawful execution of the two ringleaders. The issue of worthless notes and the levy of a general tax by the order only increased the discontent. That gave its old enemy, the Lizard League, ample opportunity for constant agitation. Withal, the order was at swords points with Władysław about the execution of the terms of the peace. He raised exceptions here and misinterpreted there, only to have some sort of pretext for a renewal of hostilities. The Grand Master saw through his schemes. He recognized that only the quickest possible outbreak of war could draw the order out of the threatening snare. But the prospect of success depended entirely upon the eager support of the order's subjects. Plauen must ensure that first of all. He offered his subjects a part in the administration of affairs by establishing a General Council, Landesrat. It was to consist of 20 representatives of the nobility and 27 of the cities, and was to meet annually at Elbing. The Council was to have a share in the regulation of finances and coinage, the levying and assessing of taxes and dues. Besides, the country was to hold it responsible in part for its administration. No one can gainsay that this was a happy thought on the part of Plauen. However, the innovation met with determined resistance from the order. Quite apart from it, the Knights grumbled at the severity with which the Grand Master tried to restore discipline, and even accused him of aiming at royal power. He had already been forced to punish several conspirators unmercifully. Now he threatened to secure his subjects from the tyranny of the members of the order. As a result, the latter rebelled openly against its head, the very moment the Polish War broke out again. Smarting under the punishment with which the Grand Master had chastised him for insubordination, the Marshal of the Order, Michael Küchmeister of Sternberg, led the insurrection. At a meeting of the chapter of the Order in Marienburg on October 14, 1413, he and his adherents brought a formal charge against Plauen, chiefly on the ground of his having established the General Council. By a violent breach of the law, the General Chapter deposed him, but as his guilt was not proved, it could only banish him as commander to the Engelsburg, one of the most miserable and distant castles of the order. But the leaders of this coup d'etat did not feel safe so long as Plauen was free. In May 1414 they had him arrested on the fictitious grounds of treasonable correspondence with Poland. The charge was never proved, and consequently the inevitable punishment never executed. But for 10 years the hero was held in miserable captivity as a prisoner of State. Finally the Grand Master, Paul von Rusdorf, released him. He was made warder, i. e. superior of Lochstadt in Zamland, a non-conventual castle of the order. There the martyr died at the close of 1429. Dire vengeance fell upon the order for the injustice it had done its last great hero and statesman. The Polish War continued, though it was not formally declared. The frontiers suffered severely. Trade and commerce were greatly damaged, thus increasing the discontent of the disaffected subjects of the Teutonic Order. The Council of Constance, which had drawn the matter before its tribunal, did not dare to decide against Władysław and Witold, whose assistance it needed against the Turks. Sigismund persisted in his vacillating policy. Consequently Poland could make ever greater claims on the order. It demanded the restoration of Pomereln, Mazovia, and Kulmland. That amounted to a dissolution of the Teutonic Order. Even Sigismund rejected those demands in his arbitrament pronounced at Breslau in 1420. The voluntary abdication of Michael Küchmeister in 1422 was a tardy, but nevertheless the best amende honorable that could be made Henry von Plauen. It spoke still more for Plauen's ability that Küchmeister's successor, the Grand Master Paul von Rusdorf, 1422 1441, adopted the policy which Plauen had inaugurated. Of course it was not successful. Rusdorf only caused greater confusion, and gave the Poles and his disaffected subjects every opportunity of playing into each other's hands. The renewed war with Poland had to be stopped because the Prussian States refused to participate. The Peace of Melnoze, which resulted in 1423, cost the order more than Galindia and Samaitia. It contained the fatal clause that the subjects of whichever party broke the treaty should be free from allegiance to the party concerned. This left the Prussian States the power to rebel with impunity, and to unite with Poland whenever they chose. The same strained relations to Poland kept on while the land was ravaged in 1443 by Hussite inroads. On Władysław's death, the next year his successor, Władysław III, brought about a so-called eternal peace at Brest in 1435. But it not only cost the order some territory, but also hurt its position with the Polish bishops, while it cut off certain of its resources. Violent internal dissensions did not tend to improve the condition of the order. The Knights were at one in absolutely rejecting the concessions which the Grand Master made his subjects. This removed every hope of the restoration of eternal peace. Self-help was the last resort of the Estates. In 1439 delegates from Elbing, Thorn, and Kulm met to discuss the project of common action for the improvement of their condition. Naturally the nobility did not hold back. A lively agitation sprang up. In 1440 the cities of the West chiefly made a league at Marienwerder for the common defence of their rights against the arbitrary rule of the order. The nobility joined the league, which soon united the majority of Prussian estates against their territorial lord. In vain an influential nobleman, Hans von Beysen, tried to mediate. He finally became the leader of the league himself. He was well fitted for his part on account of his connection with the Polish court. As he was unable to break up the league, Paul von Rusdorf confirmed it. He declared his willingness to have all abuses examined and remedied by representatives of both parties. The Estates had completely triumphed over the order. The latter itself charged the Grand Master with treachery, so there was nothing for Rusdorf but to abdicate. His successor, Conrad von Ehrlichschauen, 1441 1449, had to adapt his bearing to the League to the will of the majority of the order. His reintroduction of poundage, a tax on the pound of important merchandise, to further the order's trade, brought upon him not only the enmity of the Russian towns, but also of the Hanseatic League. Finally he was forced to make concessions again. To make that impossible for the future, the officials of the order made Conrad's nephew, Louis, 1450 1467, submit to a formal capitulation at his accession in open defiance of its statutes. It obliged him to consult the officials and commanders of the order in all weighty matters, and concerned especially all matters touching the League. But now the Estates too wished to make their recognition of the Grand Master conditional on his confirming their League and remedying their grievances. Louis von Ehrlichshausen had to submit to this demand likewise. Not until he had solemnly sworn to do away with certain of the worst abuses did the Estates acknowledge their allegiance to him, but the form of their oath of fidelity was of their own choosing. Neither the Grand Master, however, nor the order intended to fulfil the obligations assumed. They used every means to break up the League. The cities and noble members united the more closely, and took the first step towards securing the aid of Poland. The order also sought help. In its extremity it applied to both the Emperor and the Pope. A papal legate appeared in Prussia to dissolve the League in the name of the Church. That only embittered the opposition. The order played a very sorry role by bringing an action against the Prussian League in the Imperial Court. Naturally the Estates sent representatives to the court, but at the same time they applied for help and offered submission to the Polish court. In spite of many scruples, Władysław finally acceded to their proposal. Meanwhile the Prussian Estates had mustered their forces when at last the Imperial judgment was proclaimed. It dissolved the League as illegal, and demanded the punishment of its originators and abettors. Thereupon the League formally disavowed its allegiance to the order on February 4th, 1454. All the waverers followed suit when it became known that the order had tried to assassinate Hans von Beysen, the leader of the League. Thus the baneful 13 Years' War of the Prussian cities broke out early in 1454. It cost Germany the eastern marches, and gave them over to the misrule of the Slavs for several centuries. In a few months the order lost its grasp on the country, with the exception of a few fortresses. Marienburg still belonged to it. The hopeless condition of the order is apparent in Louis von Ehrlichshausen's prayer for mediation to Casimir IV of Poland. Thus the Grand Master of the order rivalled the League in playing false to his country. In February 21st, 1454, Hans von Beysen, in the name of the Prussian Estates, declared their submission to the Crown of Poland before the King and Diet in Cracow. Poland immediately declared war on the order. A treaty was made on March 6th, 1454, which regulated the future relations of Prussia to Poland. The King promised the preservation of local privileges and the abrogation of poundage and other obnoxious dues in Pomereln. Only natives were to fill the offices of State, and the League was to have a consultative voice in all State affairs. The Governor was to represent the Polish King. Casimir IV shrewdly chose Hans von Beysen for this post. Presently the League took a solemn oath of allegiance to the Polish King. But the progress of the war did not come up to the expectations of the Poles and their Prussian rebels, on account of the order's resistance. The smaller towns soon saw how little they had gained by transferring their allegiance. The country split up into two parties. The larger cities, such as Danzig, Thorn, and Elbing, together with their dependent ones on both sides of the Vistula, followed their commercial interests and adhered to Poland. The poorer agricultural towns of Eastern Prussia stood by the order and retained their German character. Finally, however, the order succumbed, less to a military than to a financial crisis, for as it could no longer pay its mercenaries, they had to be bought off by mortgages on the castles they had garrisoned. As the order was even then unable to meet its obligations, the mercenaries tried to get their pay by selling the castles and cities to the enemies. Thus, in 1455, even Marienburg fell into the power of the rebels. It was retaken in the next year by the faithful mayor, Bartholomew Blume, and did not finally surrender until 1460. Blume died on the scaffold. A desultory war of plunder and pillage dragged on for some years, only relieved by a futile truce. Finally it ended in the second peace of Thorn on October 18th, 1466, which the Pope had brought about. The order lost half its possessions. The East, which remained to the order, became a feudal fief of the Polish crown. It was bound to help Poland against all its enemies, and could not make treaties with foreign powers without Poland's consent. The Polonization of the order was begun by the stipulation that henceforth half of its members should be Poles, and that Poles should be admitted in equal numbers to all its offices. Besides, the order had to grant a general amnesty to the rebels. The land, which had been filled with agricultural prosperity, was a desert. Its inhabitants had in great part died of hunger, misery, and disease. The western half, severed from the order, had also paid the price for its supposed freedom, which was out of all proportion to its gain. Danzig, Thorn, and Elbing, which had borne the brunt of the war, were financially exhausted, and for many years carried a heavy load of debts. To be sure, their convenient communication with Poland opened up to them untold sources of wealth. By utilizing these, Danzig became the leading emporium of the North, and won an influential political position. Otherwise, these cities soon learned how little Poland intended to keep its promises. It desired rather to change the Polish overlordship to full sovereignty, and thus thoroughly Polonize the country. To avert this doom, the forces of the smaller towns and the countryside were insufficient. The effects of the downfall of the mighty state of the Teutonic Order were felt far beyond its boundaries, for it deprived Germany of its chief bulwark and its chief military force against the North East. It was fortunate for Germany that the Slavs at that moment lacked the men to concentrate their powers and lead them to the desired end. Many had looked to the Lithuanian Prince Witold, but his death in 1430 dashed such hopes to the ground, for Władysław II, who now definitely united Lithuania and Poland, was neither fit nor willing to lead his nation on to victory. On the contrary, he pacified the Polish nobility with vast rights and privileges. In consequence, the authority of the King sank low, while the citizens and peasants were reduced to serfdom, and the Polish State declined rapidly. The succession of Władysław's minor son, Władysław III. 1434 1444, accelerated this downward course. The government fell into hands of the court nobility. This circumstance led to the failure of prospects which the Hussite government opened to the House of Jagiełło, for one faction of the Bohemians wished to crown the Polish king, or the member of his family King of Bohemia, instead of King Sigismund of Germany. But the memory of their former union made a renewed one between Poland and Hungary much more acceptable to the Poles. After the death of Albert II, the Hungarian nobility strove to marry his widow, Elizabeth, to Władysław III, but the queen widow objected. In spite of her objection, the Polish king was crowned King of Hungary at Buda, but at first he had to fight hard for his crown against the numerous defendants of the rights of Albert's posthumous son Ladislaus. The conflict was still undecided when a threatened Turkish invasion drew off both parties. In 1444 Władysław III lost his life in the battle of Varna, which was a victory for the Turks. The Polish magnates chose as king Casimir, the only brother of the late king, who died childless. But he who had recently conquered the Principality of Lithuania was not inclined to accept the degraded Polish crown. Thus an interregnum of almost 4 years (1444 1447) ensued. Casimir did not change his mind until the Poles offered their crown to Duke Boleslas of Mazovia. He then, in the summer of 1447, was crowned at Cracow. The interregnum had naturally strengthened the power of the magnates. Casimir strove in vain to break it. For years he refused to take the oath to support the Constitution of Poland. At last he had to acknowledge it solemnly at the Diet of Petrikau in 1453. Henceforth Poland was an aristocratic republic. But the increased claims on the time and powers of the nobility now grew to such an extent that they could no longer give the proper attention to State affairs. The circumstance led to the formation of a representative government. The provincial assemblies of notables elected representatives, who in their name were to vote taxes and direct State affairs in a manner binding to all. There was no definite relation between the number of the electors and the elected, nor was the number of the latter fixed. How arbitrary this form of government was, appears from the fact that, regardless of the existence of representatives, every nobleman had the right to appear at the Diets and cast a vote which had the same weight as those of the representatives. The High Court and Crown officials who had formerly been members of the King's Privy Council still held the first place at the Diets. They now formed the Senate, and were a privileged body. The principle soon obtained that without this representative body of the nobility no innovation could be introduced, nor the constitution in especial changed. Naturally there was no room for city representatives in this aristocratic republic. Heavy retribution for this treachery to the German cause fell upon the western, now Polish, half of the State of the Teutonic Order, for its cities and nobility were drawn into this system of government, which inevitably led to barbarism. While Poland, irrespective of internal decay, exercised great influence abroad in the first half of the 15th century, the neighbouring country of Russia still groaned under its subjugation to the Mongols. It was just making laborious efforts to gather strength for national unity. The Principality of Moscow was the centre of this movement. There the house of Kalita, which was founded by a grandson of Alexander Nevsky, a tributary to the Khan of the Golden Horde, were the hereditary rulers. By shrewdly fulfilling all its duties to the barbaric overlord, this dynasty secured his grace and favour. Free from interference at home, the house of Kalita could subjugate the petty Russian princes. Thus, in spite of its dependence on the Mongolians, Moscow was already considered the capital of Russia by the middle of the 14th century. Its ruler was called the Prince of Moscow. Especially under Dimitri, 1362 1389, the consolidation of the Russian lands progressed so that the country felt strong enough to try to throw off the Mongolian yoke. In 1380, Dimitri, with most of the Russian princes, won a victory over the Mongols on the plains of Kulikovo on the Upper Don, which finally promised the Russians full freedom. But presently the Mongols overwhelmed them with a second invasion. The Khan Timur, Tamerlane, as the follower of Genghis Khan, renewed the Mongolian Empire. The remnants of the Golden Horde in Kipchak also bowed to his rule and gained new strength through incorporation with the military state. As governor for Timur, Toktamish demanded the old tribute from the Russians. He enforced its payment in 1382 by threatening to raze Moscow. Thus the old dependence was restored. But as the Russians had free sway at home, their power increased unhindered. Hence Dimitri succeeded in conquering Novgorod and making it tributary. He furthered the maintenance of his power by substituting the principle of primogeniture for the seignorate in the Russian principalities. [Footnote: The seignorate is an institution by which the oldest male member of a family succeeds to the throne. Thus an uncle has precedence over the oldest son of a deceased king.] Accordingly, Dimitri's eldest son, Vasili, 1389 1425, succeeded. He continued his father's policy of maintaining amicable relations with the Mongols and subjugating the Russian princes. He could even thwart the plans of Witold, the Lithuanian, in part by marrying his daughter Sofia and giving up Smolensk to him. Although Mongolian invasions still occurred at intervals, Russia progressed steadily and approached the standard of Western European culture in greater measure. Vasili's reign marks the beginning of Russian legislation, the fortification of towns, and the transformation of the old military, chiefly by the introduction of gunpowder. But the people clung the more doggedly to the Greek Church, in which they saw one of the foundations of the growing national state. Consequently the Russians positively declined the attempts then made towards a union of the Greek and Roman churches. In contradistinction to Russia, the Scandinavian states succumbed to disintegration from the beginning of the 15th century. The Union of Kalmar of 1397 had not sprung from a national necessity, but had been meant to further dynastic interests. At first the people deceived themselves on this point, because the policy adopted on the basis of the Union was anti-German. The crash came in Schleswig. This country was hotly contested after the arbitration of Emperor Sigismund granted it to Erik of Scandinavia as personal property. Supported by the Hanseatic League, Duke Henry, and after 1427 his brother Adolphus, beat off the attack of the enemy. To obtain means for the war, King Erik made ever larger concessions to the Danish nobility at the expense of the crown. On the other hand, the peasantry fell into poverty and serfdom through the weight of the public burdens. The particularistic policy of Sweden soon showed how little the Union of Kalmar had taken root in the three United Nations. An uprising of the peasants in 1433 resulted in the regency of two native nobles for Sweden, which nominally still clung to the Union. Of these, Charles Knudson Bonde was made commander of the army and navy, and Christian Vasa was placed at the head of the administration and judiciary. Endless conflicts naturally followed, so that Erik finally left the country, when Charles Knudson Bonde alone conducted the regency. The reckless king held his court on the island of Gotland. Now the discontent in Denmark also broke out in revolt. The peasantry rose against the oppression of the nobility. Jutland called upon Duke Adolphus of Schleswig for help, while Norway had to suffer from the administration of the king's stewards. The Union was already practically dissolved, when the Norwegian and Danish Diets declared King Erik deposed, and raised his nephew, Christopher of Bavaria, to the throne. Although Knudson Bonde retained his position, Sweden acknowledged Christopher as king, at least nominally. His circumspect and energetic policy gradually won him a better position, inasmuch as the crown was freed from troublesome outward interference by the peace which he made with Adolphus of Schleswig. But in 1448 Christopher's childless death brought on new disturbances. In Sweden Knudson Bonde was elected king, while the Danes raised the nephew of Adolphus of Schleswig, Count Christian of Oldenburg, to the throne. He tried to strengthen his hold by his marriage with Christopher's widow, while King Erik lived riotously in the castle of Visby. Thence he was dislodged by Knudson. He gave up Gothland to the Danes and returned to his Pomeranian home. Meanwhile the fight went on between Knudson and Christian of Oldenburg, for the latter was recognized also in Norway, which he formally united to Denmark in 1450. Not until Knudsson's arbitrary rule occasioned a revolt did Christian succeed in gaining ground in Sweden. Here he was acknowledged king in 1457, whereupon Knudson went into exile. Nevertheless, even now the union of the three states was more apparent than real. A capitulation forced on Christian at his election granted him the right of electing a successor. But in return the Danish nobility gained such an influence in taxation, the appointment of officials, and the whole administration, that Denmark was changed into a sort of aristocratic republic. Christian's authority sank more and more in Sweden too. On the other hand, he followed his uncle in 1460 as Duke of Schleswig-Holstein. The Estates, however, did not recognize him until he had promised that their country should never be incorporated with Denmark except by a personal union. Notwithstanding, This important district henceforth followed in the wake of Danish politics. This enabled Christian I to emancipate his kingdom gradually from the commercial predominance of the Hanseatic League as well as from its political tutelage. CHAPTER X. The transformation of North East Germany through the German-Polish wars. The history of Scandinavia to the second half of the 15th century. By Hans Putz.
The Unadmiring by Anna Cora Mawet Ritchie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Unadmiring. Among social nuisances, defend us from those pitiable beings who, through some deficiency in their mental conformation, some lack of vital heat, of acute sensibility, of quick perception, are totally deprived of the faculty to appreciate and the power to admire. Show them a fine statue, and it is stone and marble, chiseled curiously, but conveying no idea, awakening no emotion. Exhibit an exquisite painting, the chef d'oeuvre of some grand old master. It is to them merely color upon a canvas, and a great surplus of darkish paint. Call them a fragrant exotic. It is a nice enough smelling thing, but the poor flower, withered by contact with that uncongenial touch, is quickly flung aside. Point out a living landscape, replete with the highest forms of pastoral beauty, verdant wood and flashing stream, gently swelling hill and dimpling valley, with a background of gorgeous sunset, painting the horizon with purple and crimson and gold. The landscape is to them but trees and water, and the sun going down red enough to augur a hot day tomorrow. These specimens of soil-curtailed humanity seem to carry in their hands a disenchanting wand, and at its waving, leaf, blossom, and fruit fall from the tree of life, and the bare, unsightly stalk is left behind. The beauty and poetry of all creation vanish, and hard, positive, unspiritual prose alone remains. You who are sensitive to sympathetic impression, to what Swedenborgians called spheres, avoid these apathetic beings as you would shun infection. Strange and sad to say, there is contagion in the lethargic atmosphere by which they are surrounded. Associate with them, and they insensibly steal away from you the power of appreciation and admiration which they themselves lack. Mr. Quincham goes with you to hear a world-renowned orator. As you listen with rapt attention, his words conjure a panorama, pulsating with life and glowing with vivid hues before your eyes. You soon become excited by his burst of eloquence, melted by his pathos, fired by his enthusiasm, and elevated by his lofty sentiments. You turn with an ejaculation of delight towards Quincham, and discover that a hideous aperture has taken the place of his mouth, and unmistakable weariness looks out from its yawning depths. Abashed at your own state of delectation, you timidly ask what he thinks of the eminent speaker. He shrugs his shoulder and tells you the man is fair enough as times go, but there are no Ciceros nowadays. Declares it is a bore that people talk so long and make so much noise, wishes that the fellow would have done with his bombast, and adds that he has a deal of manners and affectation, while his gestures are entirely too violent. It quite fatigues one to see them. Your ardor suddenly cools. You begin to ask whether that which appeared to you a moment before as finished grace may not be mannerism and affectation, whether those gestures are not too vehement, whether that voice is too loud, and whether there is not a touch of bombast in the discourse. You have begun to criticize, to question the grounds for your enjoyment. The oration no longer carries you away. You're half ashamed or afraid to recognize its beauties while you're sitting beside Quincham. Next, Quincham accompanies you to the opera. It is to hear a prima donna who has gathered laurels in both hemispheres and received the approving nod of crowned heads, the applause of sceptered hands. The opera represented is one of Bellini's noblest inspirations. You believe it is physically impossible that anyone can be insensible to its soul-stirring strains. Ah, you know little of the impervious texture of Quincham's soul. Bellini is just as incomprehensible to him as is the riddle of the Sphinx. Just as your heart gives an inward echo to the bravo that resounds on every side, Quincham coolly exclaims, "How absurd the idea of men and women shouting away in that mad style about what they are going to do or what they have done, and talking to each other by bawling in that heathenish fashion. There is certainly nothing more monstrous than an opera. Men poisoning themselves in singing, stabbing themselves in singing, going to battle or to execution singing, eating, drinking, getting married or getting killed singing. It's highly amusing, but precious nonsense." "But," you answer hesitatingly, and beginning to perceive some element of the ludicrous in the performance which just now awakened your rapture, "but what a glorious voice Madame has! Is it not perfect melody, such power and sweetness combined? Don't you like her voice?" "Oh, I dare say her voice is good enough. It's not particularly disagreeable. It's only so. But there are no great singers nowadays." Startled by such a denouncing assertion, you venture to remark, "Perhaps you do not care for music. Perhaps you have no ear." "No ear? Why, I suppose I can hear all that din," meaning a magnificent chorus, "as plainly as anybody else." Of course Quincham has no ear. None of the family of nil admiratium have musical ears or artistic eyes. If they had, they could not be scions of that pulseless race. Quincham annihilates your prima donna as he extinguished your orator. Anon, you find yourself traveling with Quincham. He is one of a party crossing the Blue Ridge of Virginia. The grandeur of that august chain of mountains strikes you with admiring awe. The picturesque and sublime are so wonderfully mingled that you almost hold your breath as you contemplate nature in this imposing robe of majesty. Quincham sits back in the stagecoach, which is ascending the winding road up the mountain side, glances out of the window to see what you are making such a fuss about, and remarks that it may all be very fine, but a level road would be far preferable. The coach would travel so much faster, and get out of these tiresome mountains more quickly. You visit the natural bridge and Wyer's marvelous cave, and other noteworthy places. Quincham pronounces the bridge a tolerable specimen of nature's handiwork, but he don't think it remarkably high, nor by any means perfect in its form, nor, indeed, extraordinary in any way. The cave he pronounces a downright swindle, and can discover none of the beautiful sculpturing with which you're all enchanted. He cannot make out Solomon's throne, with its oriental canopy, nor the Falls of Niagara, nor the statue of Washington, nor the Garden of Paradise, and frigidly asserts that these subterranean wonders are the most unmitigated humbugs. Go where you will, it is all the same. Quincham yawns when everybody else admires. Quincham is weary when they are all enraptured. And just as their enthusiasm is roused to the highest pitch, Quincham is found to be asleep. But his unidealizing presence is felt by the whole party. His companions are half afraid or ashamed to praise the works of God himself, since Quincham finds so little to reverence, and so much to censure in what God has achieved. Can such a man worship? Are not all his devotional feelings stifled by the heavy atmosphere of apathy that envelops his spirit? Paley tells us that the unconscious enjoyment of the mere sense of being is to his mind one of the most convincing proofs of God's goodness. Can God seem good to one who perceives nothing good, nothing enjoyable in his own existence or in the works of the Supreme Being? If men carry with them to the other world, as they surely must, the traits that compose their characters in this, Quintcham's emotionless nature must be an eternal blasphemy, an everlasting curse. What would heaven be to such a man? Would he not find the supernal regions a very tiresome locality, the songs of the seraphs so-so, and the company of angels a complete nuisance? End of The Unadmiring by Anna Cora Mawat Ritchie. Read by Kelly S. Taylor. Woman Friendships by Anna Cora Mawat Ritchie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit at LibriVox.org. All the world gives ready credence to the possibility of friendship between man and man. Some people are even inclined to believe that the immutable attachment of Orestes and Pylades, of Aeneas and Achates, may be repeated among men in these inconstant modern times. But the devotion of woman to one of her own sex, the sincerity with which she clasps the hand or presses the lip of woman, the genuineness of her self-sacrifices daily made for a beloved sister, are the subjects of vast amount of skepticism. Philosophic writers, poets, wits, have openly declared their disbelief in existence of the strange phenomenon of woman friendships. Even Diana Mulloch, who has written so many lines of woman which bear the impress of truth and wisdom, who has solved so many of the enigmas inseparable from woman's nature, gravely shakes her head when she touches upon female friendships, and calls up such doubting host of if and buts to usher in the possibility of perfect love between women, that we inevitably draw the inference that she sides with the unbelievers. On the other hand, Shakespeare, that intellectual miracle, as he has been called, whose seer-like vision pierced deeper than the eyes of grosser mortals. Shakespeare, whose magic plummet sounded the unreached, uncomprehended depths of the human soul, reveals the hearts of women united by adamantine links. Instance the clinging fondness of Helena and Hermia in Midsummer Night's Dream. We, Hermia, like two artificial gods, have with our needles created both one flower, both on one sampler, sitting on one cushion, both warbling of one song, both in one key, as if our hands, our sides, voices, and minds had been incorporate, so we grew together, like to a double cherry, seeming parted, but yet a unison in partition, two lovely berries molded on one stem, so with two seeming bodies, but one heart, two of the first, like coats in heraldry, due but to one, and crowned in one crest. We have another illustration of woman friendship in its consummate beauty, portrayed in the passionate, protecting love of Beatrice for Hero, in Much Ado About Nothing, and in As You Like It. A still stronger picture in the self-renouncing, absolute devotion for Rosalind of the gentle Celia, who startles her wrathful father with the declaration, "If she be a traitor, why so am I. We have slept together, rose at an instant, learned, played, eat together, and wheresoe'er we went, like Juno's swans, still we went coupled and inseparable." When the implacable Duke banishes Rosalind, Celia replies, "Pronounce that sentence, then, on me, my liege. I cannot live out of her company." Shakespeare against the world, for who knew the world one half so well? Not only are we impressed by the conviction that his glowing portraitures of woman friendship are life-drawn, not only have we perfect faith in the possibility of a thoroughly unselfish, all-absorbing attachment between two women, but we entertain the belief that there are certain female minds so constituted that a tender friendship with one of the same sex is positively indispensable to happiness. Such natures experience an irresistible impulse to confide in one who, enlightened by her own yearnings and failings, can understand feminine wants and frailties, who can look upon feminine insufficiencies not from a strong, manly, but a weak, womanly point of view. A woman may be the most irreproachable wives to the best of husbands, and yet feel a void in her affections, a chamber in her large heart unfulfilled, something needful lacking, if there be no Cecilia into whose ear she can pour the history of her joys and sorrows, to whom she can turn for advice, and lenient judgment, and comprehending sympathy. There are trivial domestic difficulties, petty annoyances, perplexing positions, which no woman of tact will trouble and bewilder her husband by relating to him. If he is a man of decided intellect, he will not attach any importance to these small crosses, will not even understand these minor miseries, and the wife is thrown back upon her own resources, vexed and disheartened by her failing attempt to enlist his aid or sympathy. If he is a man of limited mental powers, he will be more annoyed than she, and will only increase her vexation without disentangling a single thread of the fine web of dilemmas into which she is snared. But to a sympathetic female companion, a woman may enter into all the details of these insignificant trials, and, clasping a friend's hand, she may search for and discover the clue that can guide her out of her domestic labyrinth. The higher love, the love for man, neither absorbs nor forbids the lower, the friendship for woman. They are distinct emotional capacities, which may be coexistent in one heart. They are evidences of a rich spiritual organization. If they dwell together in pristine purity, one affection strengthens rather than weakens the other. Who can deny that two women, through a mysterious affinity, may become and recognize each other's as sisters in heart? Who can doubt that there is a bond of sisterhood between their spirits, as real and as strong as the tie of blood between sisters? And if this is true, must not that internal kinship outlive even the dissevering stroke of death, and proclaim them true sisters in the great hereafter? But in this lower sphere, what name can we give to their attachment but that of woman friendship? End of Woman Friendships by Anna Cora Mawet Ritchie. Read by Kelly S. Taylor.